Buongiorno, welcome to Turin. So, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, dear colleagues, good morning and benvenuti. Welcome to the second UN Virtual Worlds Day, coming to you from the vibrant city of Turin and here in the beautiful UN campus, and virtually from across the globe on the screens. So I'm Cristina Bueti, and I am a counselor at the International Telecommunication Union, ITU, and it's my great honor to serve as your master of ceremonies for this opening session. This gathering is not just a conference, it's a collective leap into the future, a moment where policy meets imagination and collaboration meets innovation. This year, 19 United Nations entities have joined forces to bring this vision to life, proving that when we break silos, we build bridges. And when we collaborate, we accelerate change. And when we dream together, we build a digital future that works for everyone. Over the next 2 days, we will explore how AI-powered virtual worlds can transform education, governance, climate action, economic opportunity, and yes, even our sense of belonging. This event is co-organized by ITC-ILO, ITU, FAO, UNECA, UNECE, UN-ICLAC, UNESCO, UNFCCC, UN Guatemala, UN Habitat, UNICC, UNICEF, UNRISD, UN Tourism, UNU, UN Futures Lab, the World Bank, and WIPO. It is held in partnership with the Ministry of Enterprises and Made in Italy and graciously hosted by ITC ILO here in Turin. Together, we will explore how virtual worlds can empower people, reimagine public services, and deliver on the Pact for the Future and its Global Digital Compact. And yes, the journey begins today, but its impact will stretch far beyond these 2 days. In fact, we will conclude this 2 days event with a call to action, which will feed into the World Summit on Social Development, which will be held this year in November in Qatar, from Turin to the world. So now, let me share with you some logistic information that will help us actually over the next 2 days. So as you might have seen, Wi-Fi is available throughout the venue. You may connect to the network, ITC ILO public. We kindly ask all participants to avoid using personal hotspots as they may interfere with the overall connectivity. We are also pleased to inform you that the AI-powered live translation is available in French and Spanish. So simply scan the QR code displayed on screen to follow the sessions in your preferred language directly on your mobile device. Now, let's open this powerful journey with voices from our host institutions and key partners. To begin, it is my pleasure to welcome a strong supporter of this initiative and our gracious host here in Turin, Mr. Giuseppe Zefola, Deputy Director of Training, Partnership and Management Support at ITC ILO and Assistant Director of the Turin School of Development. Giuseppe, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Well, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, colleagues and friends both here in Turin and connecting from around the world. It is my honor and pleasure to welcome you to the second edition of the UN Virtual World Days, a visionary event that celebrates innovation, collaboration, and the boundless potential of digital transformation. Whether you're joining us physically on our beautiful campus in Turin, or virtually across the digital sphere, we are thrilled to have you here with us. Let me begin by expressing our sincere gratitude to the International Telecommunication Union for its leadership in convening this pioneering platform. We also thank the many UN agencies and international partners whose collaboration has brought this day to life. At the International Training Center, We are proud to serve as both co-host and venue for this important gathering focused on AI-powered virtual worlds and their role in shaping a more inclusive future. Before I continue, allow me to share a short welcome message from our director, Christophe Perrin, who is currently attending the International Labour Conference in Geneva, but joins us virtually to open this event.
Good morning and a warm welcome to all of you attending this UN Virtual Worlds Day 2025 on site here in Turin, but also online around the world. Most unfortunately, due to other commitments linked to the International Labour Conference in Geneva, I cannot be with you in presence. As co-host of this event, I wish to express my deepest appreciation to ITU in particular, but also to all partner organizations for convening such a timely and forward-looking dialogue. We all know the importance of AI and virtual environments in shaping the future of work, learning, and development cooperation. There is no clear recognition of the need to ensure that technological progress contributes to greater equity, digital inclusion, and capacity building, especially in the global south. At the ITC-ILO, we are actively engaged in immersive learning, extended reality, and inclusive digital training initiatives. This UN campus in Turin provides a vibrant space for innovation, collaboration, and global dialogue. And in that regard, I strongly encourage all of you to connect, explore, and contribute actively to the conversation during the next 2 days. Once again, a warm welcome and my best wishes for a successful and impactful UN Virtual Worlds Day 2025. Thank you.
So building on this message and in my role as Deputy Director of Training and Partnerships, I warmly invite each of you to make the most of these next 2 days. In the spirit of SDG 17, Partnership for the Goals, this event is not only about exploring immersive technologies, but all about doing so collaboratively across sectors and disciplines. Together, let us explore how these emerging tools can amplify the reach, relevance, and resilience of capacity development. At ITC-ILO, and especially within our Learning Innovation Program and Innovation Lab, we are deeply committed to experimenting with, co-creating, and scaling up the next generation of learning. We are excited to see how AI-accelerated immersive technologies can contribute to the broader ecosystem of technology-enhanced learning. But we approach innovation with intention, always. We are committed to operating at the intersection of innovation and inclusion, and we believe that digital progress must be rooted in human-centered values, shaped by trust-based partnerships and focused on real-world impact. In this journey, no one should be left behind. Our campus in Turin is not merely a physical space, as reminded by our director, but it's a living lab for learning, creativity, and collaboration. Over the coming days, it becomes a unique arena where visionaries, practitioners, and change makers gather to reimagine the future of digital cooperation. So to everyone participating, whether you are presenting, networking, exploring exhibits, or listening intently, we encourage you to engage deeply. Ask bold questions. Share your ideas. Connect across boundaries. Together, let's shape a digital future that is inclusive, ethical, and empowering for all. Thank you once again for being with us, and we wish you 2 days of inspiration, exploration, and impactful dialogue. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your welcome and for hosting us here at the UN campus. Your commitment to training and innovation sets the perfect tone for what lies ahead. So next, I'm honored to welcome a leader who has championed international standards as a pillar of innovation and digital transformation. And just for you to know, he's the father of 3G, what you use on your phone. So please welcome Mr. Seizo Onoe, Director of the Telecommunications Standardization Bureau.
Thank you. And Excellencies, colleagues, and friends, good morning, and welcome to this second Virtual World Day in this beautiful Torino. I thank you for generous host, the ILO International Training Center and the City of Turin, all our sponsors, and Italy's Ministry of Enterprise and Made in Italy for your kind support. I warmly welcome Dr. Eva Spina as a chair of this year's edition. A passionate advocate for inclusive innovation, her leadership in AI and virtual world is helping shape future where technology truly serves humanity. The topic is very close to my heart. I love video games. And that's because I love problem solving. I'm an engineer. The puzzles are getting more and more complex. And the technologies involved are getting better and better. Games gives your attention. They are so engaging, always giving you instant feedback. They keep you motivated to solve problem after problem. And that always makes me think virtual world could be so powerful in training medical professionals or bringing new concepts to life for students. They could change the way we interact with public services and help cities to plan for efficiency, sustainability, and resilience. And crucially, we can deliver these benefits far and wide to countries at all stages of economic development. That's why 19 UN partners support Virtual World Day. We see huge potential for virtual world to accelerate social progress. And student standards will be key to global impact. This was reaffirmed by ITU members last year at the governing conference for ITU standardization work that World Telecommunication Standardization Assembly, WTSA, in New Delhi. A new WTSA resolution highlights ITU's commitment to standards development for metaverse applications. The resolution emphasizes the need for trust, inclusion, and interoperability. And notably, the resolution also highlights the importance of human rights. That's because humanity is now reflected online. And in this mirror, we see ourselves at the best and our worst. For everyone to benefit from virtual world, they need to be interoperable and accessible to everyone. Everyone needs to assurance that the services they rely on will always perform as expected, that their money and digital IDs are safe, and that their personal data is being managed responsibly. Standards can be powerful tools to achieve these ambitions. Building consensus on the required standards, we will reinforce our work together to ensure that virtual world do the good we know they can. This event supports the implementation of the Pact for the Future and its Global Digital Compact. And we will share our progress at the World Summit for Social Development in November. Tomorrow, we will celebrate the winner of the first UN City Bus Challenge. We will launch the first publication from the Global Initiative on Virtual World and AI. And we will conclude with a call to action for strong cooperation on virtual world in services, a service on the public interest. I thank everyone here in Torino and online for taking this journey with us. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your inspiring speech. And now we turn to our host city. So from digital inclusion to innovation hubs, Turin continues to lead at the city level. So please welcome Mr. Simone Fissolo, City Council Member of the City of Turin. Simone, the floor is yours.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, good morning, buongiorno to everyone. Welcome to Turin for the second UN Virtual World Days. I'm truly delighted to be here with you today and to extend the warm greetings on behalf of Mayor Stefano Lorusso and the city of Turin. Since 1965, Turin has proudly hosted the prestigious headquarters of the International Training Center of the International Labour Organization. Last year, we celebrate its 60th anniversary. And our city is also the home of the European Training Foundation of the European Union since 1994. And last year was its 13th anniversary. Let me also recall a significant moment in our city's history. In 1961, the European Social Charter was signed here in Turin. Over the past decades, Turin has undergone a profound transformation. From hosting the International Exposition in 1961 to the 2006 Winter Olympics Games, the city has increasingly embraced new rules in the fields of sport, tourism, and innovation. In 2024, Turin was named European Capital of Innovation, and we are proud to have also been selected as the European Capital of Smart Tourism in 2025. We believe these recognitions are the result of a strong ecosystem built on collaboration between our international institution, academic institution, and the private sector actors, particularly in technological and social innovation. For instance, Polytechnic of Torino has a famous incubator, I3P, here in Turin. The center, the Competence Center 4.0 is a very important stakeholder in the city, and the new international and the new Artificial Intelligence for Industry Foundation will be a key player in technological development in Turin. For the social innovation, we have also important stakeholder as the Turin Social Impact Network. Today, we are facing a new and exciting challenge, the development of our new city master plan. That is the most important aspect of a government of a city. Make a new master plan. For the first time, we are working with the digital twin of our city. We hope this will help us seize the opportunities offered by artificial intelligence and enhance the quality and the sustainability of our environment. So thank you very much for being here, and I wish you all a productive and inspiring day.
Thank you so much for your strong message on local leadership. So cities like Turin are where the digital future meets real lives and where transformation begins. So and now I'm honored to introduce the chair of this year's edition, Dr. Eva Spina, the head of the Department for Digital Connectivity and New Technologies at the Ministry of Enterprises and Made in Italy.
Thank you, Cristina, and good morning, everyone. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, dear colleagues and friends, it's a great honor to welcome you to the second United Nations Visual World Day. We gather here in Turin, a city that symbolizes innovation, industry, and human creativity, to explore one of the most dynamic frontiers of our time, the intersection of artificial intelligence and virtual world. But we are not here simply to explore new technologies. We are here to shape a vision for a human-centered digital future that is inclusive, sustainable, and guided by the enduring values of the United Nations Charter. Let me begin by expressing my heartfelt thanks to the International Training Center of the ILO for graciously hosting us in the Italia 61 district, which was originally developed to celebrate the centenary of Italy unification. I would also like to thank the International Telecommunication Union for its leadership in driving this global dialogue, along with the 22 UN entities who have come together to organize this unique event. This is a shining example of one UN in action, demonstrating that when we work together across mandates, we can turn complex challenges into shared opportunities. This year's themes, Delivering the Pact for the Future with AI-powered virtual worlds, remind us that our work is not just about technological innovation. It is about translation innovation into action, and action into impact. It calls on all of us to step forward, governments, cities, the private sector, academia, civil society, and youth, to build trust, promote interoperable standards, and develop governance models that empower people, not just systems. Italy is proud to support this initiative. As a country deeply committed to sustainable digital transformation, we see the development of AI-powered virtual world, not as an end in itself, but as a tool for human progress, for social cohesion, and for more just, connected, and resilient society. We are also proud of Italy's contribution to the UN Pact for the Future and see this event as a bridge between the aspiration of multilateralism and the practical tools needed to deliver them. Throughout the program, we will hear how our virtual worlds and AI are reshaping public service delivery, education, healthcare, mobility, and economic resilience. But above all, we will see how they are unlocking new forms of human collaboration across physical and digital realities. This transformation is being driven not only by the institution, but also by our people. Through the UN Cityverse Challenge, we have seen students, creators, and change makers harness the power of AI and immersive technologies to reimagine how societies function. These youth are not the leaders of tomorrow. They are the visionaries of today. And they must be at the table when we design the rules, standards, and priorities of our digital futures. As governments, we have a duty to ensure that these tools are designed and deployed responsibly. This event is a call to create safe, inclusive, and transparent digital spaces. Spaces that uphold the human rights, promote civic participation, and support the Sustainable Development Goals. As chair of this edition, I invite you all to think boldly, to imagine not only what is technically possible, but what is ethically necessary. Let us use this moment to redefine leadership in the digital age, to lead with empathy, with clarity of purpose, and with a commitment to the global common good. The second UN Virtual World Day will conclude with the launch of a call to action, a forward-looking document expected to be submitted to the upcoming World Summit for Social Development. This call to action will capture the collective insight and aspiration of this community and provide a meaningful contribution to global policy dialogues on digital transformation and the governance of AI and virtual worlds. I encourage open discussion, critical thinking, and the free exchange of perspectives throughout this event. Let this become a global reference point, a must-attend platform that helps policymakers, technologists, and citizens make informed, inclusive, and future-ready choices. Thank you once again for your participation. I wish you a meaningful, transformative, and inspiring UN Virtual World Day. Thank you.
Thank you so much to our chair for really setting the tone for an excellent start and for championing an inclusive and forward-looking digital agenda. So as we are off really to a powerful start, let us continue with the keynote address. So I will kindly ask the distinguished guest actually of the opening ceremony to stay, and then we will play a video message from His Excellency, Mr. Adolfo Urso, Minister of Enterprises and Made in Italy. So can I kindly ask the colleagues?
Buongiorno. Saluto gli organizzatori, le istituzioni internazionali e quanti hanno reso possibile questa seconda giornata mondiale dei Virtual Worlds delle Nazioni Unite, che abbiamo l'onore di ospitare in Italia, nel Centro Internazionale di Formazione delle Nazioni Unite di Torino. Il tema del ruolo dell'intelligenza artificiale e delle realtà virtuali, quali elementi abilitanti per una trasformazione digitale sostenibile ed inclusiva per i cittadini, imprese e istituzioni, è quanto mai attuale. Come Italia siamo convinti che l'intelligenza artificiale debba e possa seguire un modello di sviluppo antropocentrico, sicuro e inclusivo, ponendosi come strumento di uguaglianza e sviluppo al servizio dell'uomo e per l'uomo. Tale approccio è già stato al centro dello scorso G7 a presidenza italiana ed ha permesso, col supporto prezioso dell'UNDP, di avviare l'AI Hub per lo sviluppo sostenibile, in linea con il piano Mattei promosso dal presidente Meloni. Lo sviluppo di una intelligenza artificiale sicura e inclusiva ed il suo dispiegamento nei servizi al cittadino, nelle catene del valore, non può però prescindere dalla realizzazione di alcuni abilitatori fondamentali. Una rete dati performante e resiliente, in grado di assicurare livelli di connettività fissa e mobile a larghissima banda anche nei territori periferici. A questa si affianca la capacità di processare grandi quantità di dati in modo rapido e sicuro, grazie all'uso di potenti supercalcolatori come quelli già presenti nel nostro paese, il Cineca a Bologna e il Da Vinci di Genova, che oggi è il terzo più performante a livello globale, oltre ad una rete distribuita di dati center. Un rinnovato ecosistema del digitale di cui faranno parte anche le fabbriche di AI, iniziativa quest'ultima che l'Italia ha sostenuto aggiudicandosi una delle prime fabbriche di AI con il progetto IT for l'IA, che sta vedendo la luce presso il Tecnopolo di Bologna. Una misura a cui intendiamo dare continuità, supportando la costituzione in Italia di una Gigafactory, un'operazione di valenza sistemica che combinerà capitali privati con risorse e garanzie pubbliche. L'intelligenza artificiale richiede infatti una capacità di attivare investimenti e ricerca avanzata, infrastrutture computazionali e collaborazioni strutturate da mondo accademico e industria. E proprio in considerazione dell'importanza di estendere la partecipazione a tali processi di policy, che lo scorso 24 aprile il Ministero delle Imprese del Made in Italy ha pubblicato in consultazione pubblica, conclusa lo scorso 24 maggio, la strategia italiana per le realtà virtuali aumentate come strumento di modernizzazione nelle filiere produttive. Un intervento strategico volto a promuovere la diffusione e l'integrazione delle tecnologie immersive nei servizi pubblici e nei settori produttivi, in modo da valorizzare le imprese e aumentare il livello di competitività e di innovazione delle imprese, redatto da un gruppo di lavoro dedicato che ha visto la partecipazione di ministeri e agenzie governative. Siamo consapevoli che per costruire un'intelligenza artificiale a misura delle esigenze dell'uomo sia necessario perseguire una visione olistica, basata su un approccio di cooperazione tra paesi, istituzioni, imprese e cittadini, in modo da poter guidare le prossime ondate di innovazione digitale verso nuovi modelli di sviluppo sostenibili e inclusivi. Grazie.
Thank you so much to the Minister for his inspiring words and for placing Italy at the forefront of digital economy. So I'll now kindly ask the distinguished guest of the opening ceremony to rejoin the audience. And I would like now instead to invite, we have actually an exciting announcement to make because it really shows the power of global partnership, so that when you go back home, you will not think that this is just a conference, but this is when things can happen. So please welcome Mr. Hideo Imanaka, Managing Expert from the National Institute of Information and Communication Technology of Japan.
Yes, thank you. Good morning, everyone. So my name is Hideo Imanaka from NICT Japan. So I'd like to lead the Japanese statement on behalf of Japan. So I'd like to take VR glass. Okay. Excellency, Giuseppe, Zefola, ITC-ILO, Onoe-san from ITU, and Simone Fissolo from Torino City, and Eva Spear, Chair of Second UN Virtual Days. And all distinguished delegates from all over the world. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. Japan is pleased to reaffirm its strong support for the global initiative on virtual world and AI, discovering the city bus, called the City Bus Initiative, which is advancing inclusive and trusted virtual world in alignment with the Sustainable Development Goals and the Pact for the Future. In particular, Japan is proud to support the Talent Grant Program for developing countries launched under the City Bus Initiative. This program aims to empower a new generation of innovators from the global south by providing access to training, mentorship, and international exposure in the field of AI and immersive technologies. Japan believes that talent investing is essential to ensure the future digital ecosystem shaped by diverse voices and grounded in human-centric values. Japan is looking forward to working closely with ITU, UNICC, Digital Dubai, and international partners to expand this program and help unlock the full potential of youth and emerging talent in developed countries. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much, Mr. Imanaka. I think that we are very grateful for Japan's contribution to the global initiative on AI and virtual worlds, and I think it was amazing to see the virtual worlds in action, and now they can change even on how we deliver speeches. So with that, now I will announce you a couple of changes, because at every UN conference, there are always entertaining stories that we have to tell to our family when we go back. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a UN conference. So for this high-level segment, originally, Mr. Samir Chauhan was expected actually to moderate the session, but he will be joining us a bit later in the day, probably about 1 hour, as well as the two ministers who are currently stuck in Paris waiting for their next flight to join Turin. So please bear with us. We will have a bit of change in the program, but we will ensure that all international speakers will have a spot during today's program. So I'm delighted actually to be able to moderate this important high-level segment. And it's really a privilege because it brings together the voices of the United Nations, of cities, of private sectors, all together in a conversation that comes at a critical moment. So I'm honored to be joined by exceptional leaders who are helping to shape the AI-powered virtual worlds. So allow me to briefly introduce our panel, and I would kindly ask all the panelists to join on stage. Starting from Mr. Vincent Martin, Director of the Office of Innovation, Food and Agriculture Organization. So Vincent, please welcome. Mr. Jouni Markkanen, Deputy Mayor of the City of Tampere in Finland. And then Mr. Paula Llobet Vilarrasa, Councillor for Tourism, Digital Agenda, Innovation and Investment for the City of Valencia in Spain. And Mr. Antonio Jara, Executive Board Member at Libellium. So thank you all for being here. So let me begin really with a very first round of questions, and then if you allow me, I'll move here with my fellow colleagues. Share, if you don't mind. That's part of the UN family deals. We have to share everything, even the microphones. So let me begin with a very first round of questions to hear how each of you is approaching virtual worlds on AI and in your cities, in your companies, also at the UN. And if I could kindly ask maybe our colleagues to probably stay below the 3 minutes so that we would like to allow some time for question and answer from the floor, because the idea is that this conference is truly interactive. So feel free to raise your hand physically, but also virtually, and let us know. So let me start. Actually, let me start with Vincent from. So from the UN perspective, FAO is advancing innovation in food systems and climate resilience. How do AI-powered virtual worlds align with your mandate, and how is FAO using them to support the delivery of the Pact of the Future?
Thank you very much, and very glad to be here at this second conference. I didn't attend the first one, but when I heard about it, I said I need to come here. Very exciting. So in the Food and Agriculture Organization, so we have this Office of Innovation, and where we are exploring all types of emerging technology and innovation for agri-food system transformation. Our aim is to make our agri-food systems more sustainable, resilient, and inclusive, because we have a problem of feeding a growing population with less resources and trying to have less impact on the environment. So we are not neglecting any opportunities and options, technological or non-technological options, for transforming agri-food systems. And I must say that virtual worlds and AI-powered virtual worlds, they have found their way in our innovation ecosystems. And it's not totally new, but it's growing in importance. And I would like to quote one of our foresight study. We did a foresight study last year, looking at the most promising emerging technologies and innovation for agri-food system transformation. And we launched our report last year at the Science and Innovation Forum. So we're looking at what kind of most promising technology and innovation can really revolutionize agri-food system transformation. And among the top 20, we found metaverse and virtual worlds. So it means that according to experts' knowledge, we believe that virtual worlds, the metaverse, and something we call in our field agriverse, has a potential really to transform agri-food systems by allowing raising the capacity in terms of training, in terms of simulation exercises, in terms of scaling up things in the digital world before bringing it at scale in the real world. So it has been very clear that this is a very promising technology. And you will stop me whenever you want because I can't speak. But my point here is, I mean, I've got a few, I can give you a few examples of how it works and how we are leveraging it. For example, we are using virtual reality to simulate situations in countries in crisis or countries in wars. So places where you cannot access these places, but you can really simulate the environment and try things in this virtual world that then you can apply directly in these places. So that's one area. We use it a lot for training purposes. And here I've got some very specific example on how to better predict and prevent epidemic diseases. So we have training for veterinarians to use diagnostics and laboratories, etc., in this virtual world. And then another areas of application is biotechnology. And I've seen it actually working in Finland, where I was visiting a place doing biofermentation to produce proteins, amino acids, vitamins, new types of food. And what they are using there, but in other laboratories, is they are using digital twins to mimic what's happening in the biofermenter and to change the parameters and then see how you're going to be able to move from a laboratory experiment to a industrial application. So all this, it's happening, but so only a few of them are AI powered. And I think this is what will be the real revolution. Most of them today are very static, they are rule-based, and they are a bit frustrating. I've tried some of them of this training, and sometimes you are in this virtual world and it's super complicated. You have to use your joystick, and if you are not conversant with playing in video games, it's not so easy to do it. And so can you imagine a farmer, laboratory technicians? It's not so easy. So when it's not AI powered, it's very rigid, I found. And the only few applications in our field which were AI powered make a total difference. They make a total difference because the experience is really immersive, and then it changes according to the scenario. So I think it's AI-powered virtual worlds can make it can be a real revolution. But just my very last point, and I'll come back to that, is it comes with risk. It really comes with risk, and our ambition is really to support low and middle income countries in their innovation journey. And can you imagine, I mean, with the problems of connectivity, of digital public infrastructures, I mean, and the lack and the challenges of digital literacy, how are we not going to widen the digital divide by using such tools? I mean, that's a question we need to answer.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Vincent. I think that today, first we learn that a new word, agriverse, and the second one, we learned that, you know, what we thought it was science fiction is no longer science fiction, because even vitamins are being produced now in using virtual worlds. So now moving from the agriculture to, I would say, a complete different perspective. So Jouni, you represent a city. You also serve as, like Paula, as one of the vice chair of the Global Initiative on Virtual Worlds and AI. So tell us from your perspective, and if you have even concrete examples on how you are using AI-powered virtual worlds in Tampere to shape citizens' participation and urban planning.
Thank you, and it's really great to continue from that, because you were talking about simulations. We are really in the future, not predicting future, but we are simulating the future and molding the future to be what we want. And we are bringing the city planning from the city hall to the living rooms of the people. So it's also a tool for democracy. But to get there, we still have to do a few things because we are still building platform. For example, is there an organization here who knows exactly what data they have? One is nodding. That is great. Unfortunately, we are not at that point yet as a city. We know the software and we know somewhat the types of data we have. But now we are building a complete base where we have the knowledge and we will update the knowledge so that the floor is intact. And then also we are building city model. As here in Turin, we have digital twin of Tampere, which already has multiple layers. But through IoT platform to integration platform, we are building many new layers to really have the resources for the AI and also to build like connected virtual world, which we can use in many different ways. And it's not only about the city, it's of course about the people as well. So we have now built digital twins of many people, but we have to go to the individual level. And maybe you know that European legislation is not the easiest one on that issue. So if we find a way to really go to person level and it's GDPR proof, then that is scalable worldwide. And of course, we have to have those flagships where we test things. I was mentioning digital twin of the city. We can predict 3 months before how many people are going to be in a specific place on accuracy of 95%. So that is helping us, for example, our stores and shop owners and to make planning beforehand. How many people they need, how much food they have to have in restaurant on a specific date. But on top of that, we are building many other things, smaller ones like prediction model for trash bins. When are they going to be full? Or then more exciting one with the police, we add to the IoT platform the data from the police and have a prediction model where there might be some problems in the city area. So, and in GDPR-proof way. So that is something which is really interesting, and I hope we will have results soon. So those are the things we are doing in Tampere, but the way we really go forward is collaboration between all the cities for this UN event. This is awesome. We are in ITU initiative with in the virtual worlds and AI, and then we have bilateral partnerships with cities like Ho Chi Minh, and then we are starting to build relationships with the city of Austin, Rotterdam, Istanbul, cities all around the world. If we learn from each other, we don't have to invent everything ourselves. And I think that is more sufficient way. And also it builds trust, which was mentioned earlier.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I think that's really, I think, key to build trust. That's probably the first thing that we do as human being when we start even a communication, a conversation with someone. And I think it's very commendable that the city is taking trust as one of the key principles, especially with your citizens. And then we look forward actually to seeing it in action. So now let me turn to Paula. Paula, Valencia has shown great leadership among cities, especially in smart tourism and digital innovation. And how are you applying virtual worlds tools to enhance tourism and experience and, especially the digital public infrastructure?
Well, thank you very much. It's a pleasure to see everyone again here. Yes, well, for Valencia, tourism is really important. Valencia is a city, it's an innovative city, but it's also the best place to live in the world, as Forbes says, not me. So a lot of people want to come to Valencia to know why it's the best place to live in the world. So we have now a lot of people, a lot of visitors coming. And what we have done is to launch a new strategy because what we want is to be sustainable. I mean, we have put the Valencia citizens in the center of this strategy because the tourists must give value, you know, to the people that live in Valencia. And for that, what we need is data. So we need, you know, to control the flow of people in the historical center because it's a really nice historical center with more than 2,000 years, but it's a small one with streets, small streets. So we need to control the flows. What we have done is to have sensors in all the different places all around Valencia that you can go in beaches, river, I mean, natural parks everywhere. And we are developing a smart destination platform where we will have real-time information of the flow and the movements of people in the city. So we can take decisions based in data. We want to have, you know, this information to move forward and trying to spread all the movements around the city. And what we have done is to approve an ordinance of sandbox. It's the first one in Spain and one of the most the biggest in Europe, I think, because it's for all the city and all the different verticals. Es decir, if we speak about tourism, we speak about mobility, but we also speak about any other thing that happen in the cleaning or recycling, anything that happen in the city. So what we are doing is to put innovation in the streets, and we facilitate that anyone that has a new solution, something that is not in the market, but that the impact is going to be positive and is going to improve what we are doing now, just to have this real experience in the streets with the real people, with the citizens, so we can see how it works with a pilot before we implement it. So we are like, you know, in lots of different projects related to tourism to put something concrete. We are working a lot in the accessibility. We want that everyone that comes to Valencia can have the experience of interpreting the monuments and all the things. So what we are doing is with immersive experience, like people that has reduced the mobility and they cannot go maybe up our towers or our palace because they have lot of years and they are not accessible. They have this immersive experience, so they can experiment in a really near real way, you know, what means, you know, this monument or what means this experience in the city. We have like the grial, that is what Jesus used in the last dinner, you know, and it's a really important historical piece that we want to share with everyone. So with immersive, with VR, with AI, what we try is to give this experience open to everyone, to people with special needs, that everyone can, you know, have this experience. And now what we are trying is with us a smart destination platform to have an app where we can, with AI, identify what are the preference of any visitor that come to the city, and we can, you know, anticipate what we can offer them. We can simulate what we can do. And the first digital twin that we have is of the Palace of Congress. That is a really important infrastructure in the city. It has been known as the best one of the world in 2 times. So it's a lot of movement over there, and we want to give a better services. And this also, we are seeing that reduce costs. I mean, with digital twins, we are more efficient, we give better service. So we are going to spread it to other infrastructures of the city.
Thank you so much, Paula. I think that's amazing, you know, to hear that accessibility is really at the heart of your plans, and that everyone will have the possibility to enjoy and really feel what it means to go through the streets of beautiful Valencia. So Antonio, now over to you. You are the only private sector representative on this panel. So I think it would be interesting to know from your perspective, what kind of support of collaboration do you believe that is essential from governments, from cities, to create a trusted and inclusive cityverse? And here is another word for you to remember.
So thank you so much. I think the most important for the private sector is to guarantee that whatever we do in a city can be replicable. And for that point, the first thing that we need from a city is realistic and usable and relevant use cases. As a curiosity, I used to sell a lot of air quality, and was the city of Helsinki that told me, could you identify for me the origin of pollution? Where is the pollution coming from? Mobility, from the port, etc. I never thought about making that algorithm. Today is one of the most successful algorithms that I resell. And this is an example where the city told me exactly something that was extremely valuable, extremely unique. For me, in the Cityverse, the first challenge in the public-private collaboration is to guarantee that we learn from cities and from these forums and this digital Cityverse framework, what are the real needs, the real use case, the successful use cases that of course can create a critical mass. Unfortunately, today, I don't see too many people with extended reality or virtual reality, not yet, glasses around the world. So we need to really identify what are the killer and the relevant use cases to make business out of it. Secondly, because replicability is crucial, then is where, for example, the city of Valencia is an excellent example, is guarantee that you have a common framework. In that case, was the technology based on fireware. Why fireware? Because was the language, the common language, to guarantee that we have a common framework, a common language that guarantee that a lot of cities can, again, share a common infrastructure, share a common kind of APIs, data models, standards. So in these terms, together with the ITUT and OAS was already created a minimal interoperable mechanism, will be a minimal interoperable mechanism also for the Cityverse that is extremely relevant because will be from the data platform that was the first, now the digital twin, and the last layer that is the Cityverse. So if we guarantee these smart clauses as mentioned by Valencia City or any other mechanism, like you must support at least the min number 8 or min number 9 to guarantee a minimum of interoperability, again, is good for me as a private sector, because guarantee is not, you don't have only Omniverse ecosystem or Unity ecosystem or any other private. I want an open ecosystem where we can really work together and define together how we can collaborate. And the last point was already mentioned by Vincent, is data. I think we need to really think about the value of data. So guarantee and making these catalogs, this data availability. For example, we have a lot of information allowed about people movement, crowd monitoring, noise, air quality, traffic. So it's a lot of data set. Also, the European Commission is promoting a lot of new databases, huge databases, like for example, will be launched the European Building Database. That is a database with all the buildings of all Europe with a lot of different characteristics. So for me, the last but also relevant point is to offer clearly to the private sector via data spaces, via open data, or via any other mechanism, the right amount of data. So for me, that is the design. First, give me information about what you really need. Make sure that the framework where you work in your city is not only yours, that you can really work in multiple cities so I can replicate. And finally, I need the ingredients, and let's work together to build the ingredients to make sure that the content we can bring to that cityverse is relevant and useful.
Thank you so much, Antonio. So I think we gathered that definitely standards will have a key role to play in building and making sure that the cityverse is really actually being able to allow city to give their citizens a better quality of life. And I would like now to go back to Vincent, because before, during your intervention, you mentioned that it's so important not to leave anyone behind, and especially not to deepen the digital divide. So what is FAO doing, for example, to ensure that the AI-powered virtual worlds innovation reaches the community that need it most? So including, for example, smallholder farmers, how we can make sure that we leave this conference with at least one key message that, you know, these technologies, they have a great ability actually to really reach everyone.
Thank you. It's a very important question. And actually, just before we had this AI craziness a year or two ago, I remember I used to participate to conferences, and I keep repeating this word of we need, when it comes to digital agriculture and digital worlds, we need to be inclusive. We need to promote a responsible and ethical use of these technologies. You know, we were mentioning it. And then when AI came, it became even more obvious that how do we leverage the power of AI in a responsible and ethical way? And at some stage, I just thought, well, I should really stop talking about it and doing something, because what does it really mean? I mean, responsible use of AI, ethical use of AI. It's very easy to say that, especially in our UN world. We need to do that, but how do we do that? So that was the starting point of a question we were asking ourselves in the field of agriculture. If we want to leverage the power of artificial intelligence and digital agriculture, what do we need to do so that it's we don't widen the digital divide? It benefits the one who most need it, like smallholder farmers, but not just smallholder farmers, also young agripreneurs. We always very often reduce the world of agriculture to the farmers. They are essential, but you've got a whole world of young entrepreneurs around this area that needs to be empowered to use these tools. So what we did, concretely, the answer to my question, my philosophical question, how can we walk the talk of responsible AI, is we organized recently in Rome a dialogue on digital agriculture and AI innovation, with the idea of bringing together, really tapping on the collective intelligence of all our partners involved in using digital agriculture for agri-food system transformation, from the private sector, from the public sector, from the research institutions. We all came together for this dialogue, and we developed a set of criteria for each project and each use cases we want to develop, which will have a social benefit. What are the criteria for these use cases to be inclusive, to be ethical, and to have a strong governance mechanism? So we've just concluded this dialogue 2 months ago, and we came up with, out of this dialogue, with an acceleration portfolio of use cases. So we have a portfolio of use cases in agri-food system that now will be distributed around among the stakeholders. FAO could develop some of them, but some private sector companies could participate to some of them because they've got the capacity and we don't have, and so on and so forth. So we've got this portfolio, we've got a framework for analyzing this project and say, this is not ethical, this is not responsible. And I think all of this, what is supporting that is open innovation, open source, open science. I think it's all about, if we want to close the STI divide, if we want to make sure smallholder farmers have access to that, we need to co-create with them. We need to involve them in the process from the beginning, but we need also to promote very intensely this concept of open technologies, open innovation. So all of our use cases will have a dimension of open technological solution, because it's lower the barrier to innovation. It creates a community of people who can work on it, and then it can be much cheaper when it comes out of open source things. So that's what I wanted to mention to answer your question.
I think that's really amazing, and I really would like to congratulate FAO, because that's really commendable, actually. I think probably having really a checklist that governments that can be included even in future call for tenders, that is so valuable, that is so important, because it's one such practical tool that can make a huge difference. And yes, indeed, you're right. We often actually talk about small farmers. We don't look at the bigger picture, but that's what we are seeing also happening, I think, at the city level. And that brings me more to Jouni, especially when we look at cities like Tampere that you have been a pioneer in using AI and virtual worlds, especially for urban development and also for public services. So tell us some of what has really inspired you in particular to take this trajectory.
Of course, it comes from history. We've been doing new things quite a while. Tampere was the founding place of Finnish industrialization. We have SMS is invented in Tampere. First commercial 4G call was called from Tampere. The company Nokia was founded just in the city center. So that makes a culture which is easy to see now as a collaboration between, for example, the university, the city, and then private sector, and also international partners. So one thing I've been mentioning many times, that collaboration is the superpower of Tampere, and that gives a great base to also dig deep into new technologies. And we have done hard work for decades already to become a smart city, and throughout that we have a good base, and now is the perfect timing. Like years ago, already before Gen AI, we had the goal to turn the public services upside down, so that we are working for the people, not like in silos, and people have to try to find the way to have the service they need. But now we have really the tools. Now we can build those digital twins of the cities, of the people, and do predictive, suggestive, and even better automatic services in the future. And we can make infrastructure with less maintenance cost, which you mentioned. And also, the next few years are going to be interesting. Antonio, you mentioned that there are not too many people with AR glasses. I have one, and I think this is a good example. Probably most of you didn't recognize it. The form factor, it's crucial. So in the next few years, we are going to have also a visible virtual layer in our lives, not for everyone, but so that we can build on that. So that is also something we have recognized, and that is a great motivation for us to build the base now, build the things we already can now, so that when we have the private cityverse level for all the people, we are ready for that, and then we are going to be something special.
Thank you. I think that that really is an excellent bridge actually for Paula, because Paula, you represent and you lead the activity actually of the city of Valencia. So if I can ask you, what's the value? What is really something that you have learned also from Valencia's participation in the global initiative on virtual worlds and AI, and why, for example, it's so important for cities to take the lead in this area?
Yes, well, Valencia has been a leader in smart city. We have been the first city in Europe in 2013 to have a smart city platform with the standard fireware. That is the one that the European Commission use. And now we are moving from a smart city to digital twins, to metaverse, to cityverse. So because we think it's a really good tool for urban planning, it's a really good tool for having civil servants, virtual civil servants, and well, for all different issues, no? So we really believe in the public-private collaboration. And I really agree with Antonio that if we really want that our companies use our sandbox, in a correct way, and that testing and experimenting in Valencia give them an advantage in the whole Europe, and not just in the whole Europe, in the whole world, we have to learn to speak the same languages. And for this, when the European Commission launched the EDIC, the digital infrastructure in metaverse and cityverse and digital twins, we wanted to be leaders because we wanted to push to having these common languages and to have, toolkits common for all the different cities. So as we were leaders in a smart city, we thought that we have done, a long way in this area, and we could be pushing other cities, pushing, being like a lighthouse, and other cities that maybe go a bit slower, they can follow us, faster, with this common language. And of course, if we want to have a digital twin of the continent of Europe, we also want to have it in all over the world. So for us, being here with you is a really good opportunity to connect what we are doing in the Europe level with the rest of the world and with the rest of the continents. So for us, it's an opportunity. Also the toolkits that we can share, the sandbox and the projects, but also the network of cities where we can arrive, because finally, cities have the same challenges. So I'm sure that one thing that gives answer to challenges that we have in Valencia can also give answer to challenges in all over the world. So we want to share, of course, all this knowledge.
Thank you. I think that's indeed actually a great example of really cities can be incubators of global collaboration and innovation. So Antonio, what advice would you give, for example, to policymakers looking to engage startups and innovators in shaping AI-powered urban solutions?
So I think that already Paula mentioning, and also Jouni, sandboxes are crucial at the end of the day, and offering the right sandbox technology will really help a lot. And we mentioned here, we can even mention 3 initiatives. One is, as mentioned, the own sandbox regulation, because a regulation at the end of the day, that was the one that Valencia was leader and other cities are replicating also in Spain and beyond. Secondly, is the European initiative called the Testing and Experimentation Facility, where also Valencia is partnered, and we have different partners in Europe to enable the infrastructure, the common language. The main outcome of that project will be the common language to guarantee that people can deploy digital twins, applications, and also sharing data via data spaces in a common framework of identity and trust, because that is indeed where the trust is being addressed. And the last and not least, maybe the driver from now to the future, is what Paula mentioned, the European Digital Infrastructure Consortium that Ernesto will present later on tomorrow, that is how to guarantee that we have the right infrastructure. Because, for example, a startup, you cannot deploy a cityverse scenario by yourself. The kind of assets, data, rendering, computation capability that you really need for launching a successful use case is huge. You go to Tampere, you will have, for example, Excite project will offer you the infrastructure. You go to Valencia, you will have ThinkCon and EDIC. You go to the city. So I think it's very important that we offer this one. Just as a reflection, you know how much is the cost of Omniverse? 0. You know why? Because the quantity of NVIDIA GPUs that you need to run it is money enough. They don't need to charge you any dollar for the software. They will make you pay a huge amount of money by the infrastructure. And because that reason is the reason that we need sandboxes, we need economy of scale, we need to guarantee this optimization and sharing this infrastructure between different use cases and different scenarios, and this governance at the end of the day, because the governance for the cityverse means having a common space, a common infrastructure. That is what EDIT is leading with Ernesto and Paula here present, in order to guarantee that we can work, participate together. Because if everybody is, imagine, you want to have a highway for yourself, how many highways we need? We need to share highways to come to here. And the sharing of highways to go every day from home to the work is the cityverse. And the infrastructure behind, starting by sandboxes and finalizing in this European Digital Infrastructure Consortium or global initiative that ITU can lead, is exactly what we need. And that is where the governance and the cooperation between startups and organizations will be possible, because indeed a startup by themselves will be not possible. And then what will happen is that the typical companies like NVIDIA will offer a beautiful package for a startup to use only private technology, and then you are going to be locking forever with this kind of private sector.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Antonio. I think that that the highways of the Cityverse, it's really the reason that brings us actually today, and now we can build them. I would like to ask all my fellow colleagues here on this panel a 30 seconds response. I know it's super difficult because you are all very passionate, but it's really a 30-second response. What is one key takeaway or message that you hope participants live with today? So starting from you, Vincent.
Oh, 30 seconds. Well,
It's
collective
hard.
intelligence. I think that's one of my keywords. And investing in digital public infrastructure and open innovation systems, open source systems. I think it's key.
Thank you.
For inclusivity.
Thank you so much. Jouni?
Antonio told about the basics we really need to do, but on top of that, we need to build trust, and for that we need standardization, and we need working global markets, and we need those global decision-making structures. It sounds like science fiction, but if we in UN Virtual Worlds Day are not talking about it, where do people talk about it?
Over to you, Paula.
Well, I think technology is a mean, it's not a goal, but in the cities we have a lot of challenges, and technology can support us to have better services and better quality of life to all the citizens. But the budget in the cities, of course, and in any administration is limited. So to share projects, to speak the same language, I think is really important because we're in a global world. We have common challenges, and I'm sure that sharing in places like what we are here can make us go faster and give a better quality of life to all the citizens that live in the world.
Thank you. And last but not least.
And for me, just to remark that this is a huge opportunity that, for example, the digital cityverse framework that will define the common language and the common baseline technologies is being aligned, totally aligned with the European Digital Infrastructure Consortium. So just invite to every region, every country. Here we have representation of different regions, not only Europe. Now Europe is already aligned, thanks to Ernesto. Beyond that, let's align all together around the digital cityverse framework, because again, we cannot have a highway per car. We need a common highway for everybody.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So thank you to all our distinguished speakers. I think that it was a very insightful discussion and a moment also for me even to learn new words like the agriverse. So I would like now to invite all of you for a short coffee break. Refreshments are available at the ground floor of this same pavilion. And this is also a great moment to connect with fellow participants and reflect on the powerful insights that we have just heard. So before we go, I have felt thank you to our generous event sponsors, E3, Huston Group, The Sandbox, Minbooks, NextG Cloud, and Miralta for their support in making this event possible. And please make sure to come back at 11 for an exciting keynote showcasing digital transformation in action from Mexico. Thank you. Try to use the clicker to move the slide.
Okay.
Okay.
Ah, okay, perfect.
Okay.
So, and then back is here, no?
Yes.
Okay, nothing should be good. Then, yeah, in here, after I finish this, then I'll tell you about the video.
Let me try to read them up.
What is Querétaro became a global benchmark for urban quality of life. Querétaro is the fifth city with the highest economic.
That's you, sir.
Because I have to have a document here as well.
Okay, no, it wasn't, there was nothing here enough. She.
Welcome back, everyone. My name is Nevena Alexandrova Stefanova. I am from the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations, and I like to express a gratitude to the organizers for having taken a food-based approach here. So I will be your master of ceremony from the coffee break to the lunch break. Having said that, it's my pleasure to introduce our next keynote. Please welcome Mr. Manuel Barreiro, founder and CEO of the Aston Group, who will present Queretaro Reborn, a visionary case of urban regeneration in Mexico, blending heritage, AI, and immersive technologies. Please.
Buongiorno a tutti, un piacere essere qui. It's an honor to speak at this key gathering today. I would like to thank our host, the ITC, the ITU, the City of Turin, and the distinguished delegates, but especially the logistic team that made this event possible. I was lucky enough to host an event last year in Querétaro, so I know how hard it is. So thank you, girls. My name is Manuel Barreiro. I am from Mexico. I'm the father of three, and I am passionate about how we can use technology to transform our cities. But most importantly, how can we make the life of our inhabitants better? I am the founder and chairman of the Aston Group. We are a real estate and private equity group that build projects on cities in 20 different countries. And we develop master plan communities to change different cities that have already been developed and improve the quality of life of their people. Today, I am proud to present my book, Queretaro Reborn, a comprehensive urban regeneration project designed to transform the historic downtown of Querétaro, Mexico. This initiative is not only the largest real estate transformation regeneration in Latin America, but it is also a bold example of how cities can leverage sustainability, innovation, inclusion, and shape a better tomorrow using AI and advanced technologies. I believe the designers did a great job because many people have told me that they use their books on their coffee tables, so I hope they also read it. And I have a few copies here as well for anyone who might want to take a copy home. This book was launched in Mexico last year during the 4th ITU Forum on Shaping the Cityverse, People-Centered Cities and Virtual Worlds. As I mentioned, Querétaro Reborn is the largest regeneration project in Latin America, but more importantly, it was produced in Mexico using AI, and it was developed also in the metaverse. You can wear the VR glasses and view the result of the project 10 years from now today. This approach not only makes the project more sustainable, but also illustrates how we can make our city pedestrian-friendly, how we can return streets and green spaces to people, spaces that have been dominated by cars and traffic over the years. Last year in Querétaro, many of you had the opportunity to experience the project in the metaverse. Unfortunately, I was unable to set up everything here today due to a tight schedule, but I am confident we will have the opportunity to see it soon enough. During the presentation, we will explore how virtual worlds, artificial intelligence, and the metaverse can help for the Pact of the future. I will divide the presentation in 3 sections. The first part will reflect on how technology has changed, or rather is changing the way we design and build our cities, and how the cityverse is now a reality. The second part will be a short video showcasing the project, providing a better understanding of my book. And the third part will be a brief presentation of the project itself, allowing with similar examples from around the world. And finally, I will take some Q&A if anyone has questions. Let's see. I will start with this picture and tell you a story. Last week, I had a meeting with all my team members, and I showed them this picture, and I said, from tomorrow on, we will only use typewriters and not computers anymore. And then I paused, and I look at their faces, and I was thinking what they were thinking, and I said, they probably thought that I had a bottle of tequila for breakfast, which was not the case. But you know, the other team members were looking at me, staring like they didn't understand anything. The younger team members start laughing. And then suddenly one of the human resource girls said, but Manuel, you are crazy. If we use that, and she used actually the word that, we will need 10 times the employees that we have today. And she said something really important, and we will make many mistakes. Boom, spot on, hold that thought. Now, if I take the picture of the computer and put it on the left, and I put on the right the endless possibilities of AI and new technologies, we should have the same reflection. And again, I quote, we will make many mistakes. Today, AI, the metaverse, and all the technologies have created opportunities we never had before. Today, the cityverse allows to plan the cities and see the outcomes 10, 20, and 30 years from now, using calculation in hours, calculations that would have taken us years before. If we are not using technology to improve our cities, and more importantly, to improve the quality of life of our people, then we're still working on the left side of this picture. This is exactly what I told my team, who are now undergoing a transition process to allow AI to do most of our operational activities so that we can focus more on being human-centric. Finally, but not least important, we must acknowledge that the pace at which AI and technology are advancing is difficult to keep up. Last year, when I launched the book, I saw Mr. Seizo-san and all our guests in Queretaro using the VR goggles to explore the project in the metaverse. And I was confident I was presenting a cutting-edge project. Today, just a year later, I believe there are even more tools we could incorporate into the project. Thankfully, the book remains a nice coffee table piece. Just to give you an idea on how fast things are changing, I was reading something yesterday, and in the last 2 years, ChatGPT has had more searches that Google has had in the last 11 years. That's telling you how fast things are evolving. So before we get into details, I would like to invite you to watch a short video that brings Querétaro Reborn to life so you can visualize how this transformation will look and feel for the people who call this city home.
What is Querétaro became a global benchmark for urban quality of life. Querétaro is the 5th city with the highest economic activity in Mexico. Thanks to its significant investments in security, education, and services, it has become one of the best places to live in the country. Over the past 20 years, Querétaro has tripled its population, and this expansion has caused infrastructure complications, a shortage of green areas, and traffic congestion that mainly affects downtown mobility, impacting the quality of life for all its inhabitants. Today, Querétaro Reborn addresses new growth opportunities and seeks to reimagine the urbanization of the historic center. Just as major cities around the world are doing with impactful projects like King's Cross in London, the 15-minute cities in Paris, or the super blocks in Barcelona. Querétaro Reborn is the largest urban regeneration project in the entire country, creating a 1.7 kilometer square pedestrian priority district to offer a walkable and accessible center once again. Querétaro Reborn focuses on 3 strategically located nodes on the edge of the historic center, so that when anyone accesses through these nodes, they find a center with shared spaces where they can walk and cycle safely. We even take a new electric public transport system that connects them with the rest of the city. The historic center of Querétaro is considered a UNESCO World Heritage Site, which is why Querétaro Reborn reclaims the space with the highest historical value to provide optimal quality of life to its inhabitants, positively impacting the economy, generating more cultural events, promoting sustainable mobility, reducing environmental damage, and renewing the way of living in Mexico. Each node will have an underground parking facility with more than 4,000 spaces, creating a network of perimeter parking to free the streets of the historic center from cars that remain stationary 95% of the time, and transform these streets into 100,000 meter squares of vibrant pedestrian areas with 12 new walkways surrounded by nearly 10,000 trees. Efficient use of resources is essential, which is why Queretaro Reborn aims to convert unused parking lots, vacant lots, and poorly maintained buildings into new commercial areas, squares, community centers, new housing complexes with amenities and services, and office developments that increase the area's value and make it functional for visitors, traders, and residents to live, work, and move around. Sustainability is the key part of the project, which is why areas of opportunity will be explored, validated, and worked on before construction through Queretaro Reborn's presence in the metaverse, without incurring economic costs for society. Queretaro Reborn enhances the integration of existing education, such as the soccer stadium or the public library, by making them pedestrian-friendly, expanding and connecting the area with green spaces, and reviving the flow to these spaces. It also reinvents the Alameda's traffic and remodels the facilities of one of the city's busiest markets, creating an extension to open a gastronomic corridor with a garden that offers a unique shopping experience for residents and tourists. Queretaro Reborn reconsiders access to opportunities, reconnects the neighborhood with the region, regenerates public, economic, and social value, transforming paradigms about how to live in the city. We are ready to continue growing with an organized and sustainable structure. Welcome to the new Queretaro, the new center of Mexico.
Thank you. And for some of you who are taping, you can Google the presentation and the video on Queretaro Reborn. So it'll be a little better quality at your homes. So let's start. Over the past 5 decades, Queretaro's population has quadrupled. However, this growth has not translated into progress. Like many cities worldwide, urban sprawl has pushed development to the periphery, leaving the historic core underutilized and disconnected. This is not just a Queretaro issue, it's a global one. For this reason, cities around the world are now rethinking how to reclaim centers to create vibrant, walkable, and inclusive communities. Walking or cycling to work must no longer be a privilege. It must become a standard of defining living supported by both the public and the private sectors. For those who love walking through the Barreiro de Salamanca in Madrid like I do, picture a similar potential in colonial Queretaro, but only here we're standing on a UNESCO World Heritage Site. Downtown Queretaro is a stunning canvas awaiting revitalization, but it suffers from the lacking of housing, retail, hospitality, and cultural assets. The architecture is here, their streets are there. We need to coordinate effort to bring this back to life. When I speak about urban regeneration in Mexico, I am often told this is only possible in European capitals. But as evidenced by this project in the book, you can find over 20 different world-class studies across Latin America, Asia, the Middle East, and beyond that show that this is possible in every single region of the world. Some of the examples we have in here, the super blocks in Barcelona, the 15-minute cities in Paris, King's Cross in London, the exhibition center in Guangzhou, China, or the live articulated units in Medellin, just to mention a few. Queretaro is one of the most dynamic cities in Latin America. It has the demographics, geography, governance, and economic momentum to become a global case study for sustainable regeneration. Queretaro Reborn is deeply aligned with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. This project directly supports at least 10 sustainable development goals like affordable housing, reducing inequalities, climate action, sustainable cities and communities, public health and well-being, and green mobility. As an example, we will deliver mixed income housing to ensure equitable access to infrastructure, promote green transportation, and reduce the urban heat island effect by lower temperature by 2 degrees. Querétaro Reborn will generate public, environmental, social, and economic value. It will reconnect communities, promote inclusive prosperity, and transform daily life. And let me share just a few PowerPoints in here. We will add 11,000 new trees. We will reduce CO2 by more than 200,000 tons per year, and we will create more than 235,000 meters of affordable housing. We will add 35,000 meters of public sports and recreational areas, and will give back 40,000 meters of pedestrian space. And finally, but not least important, we will create 49 off-street parking zones, moving vehicles underground and freeing the streets for people. This is urban planning rooted in climate action, livability, and social cohesion. Downtown Querétaro is bordered by 4 main avenues: Zaragoza, Corregidora, Universidad, and Los Arcos, forming a perfect walkable square. By introducing electric public transit around this perimeter and underground parking, we can drastically reduce surface traffic. And with AI-supported logistics and mobility simulations, we can estimate that no one will need to walk more than 500 meters to reach any destination in the district. This is how virtual world modeling and real world transformation converge. As you can see in this image, pedestrian zones will increase by more than 7-fold. Public space will become the heart of the civic life again, and this is just one example. Many more opportunities exist throughout the project area, but in the interest of time, let me allow to just show you 3 of the new opportunities. The Central Park opportunity, we honor what it's already been built there. We will preserve the library and the soccer stadium, both public assets, and surround them with new offices, a lot of jobs, new spaces, and we will integrate the private use of some of these areas for our inhabitants. This is an aerial view of, you can see there is Central Park, so we're incorporating everything into the new project. The Arcos opportunity, it's currently is a government sports center where we will add a luxury hotel, residential units, retail plazas, and cultural events. This site will become both a social destination and a great tax generation for the city, driving municipal revenue while improving residents' quality of life. We will add more than 100,000 square meters of retail. We will increase the public space, and we will use pedestrian streets in the area. And finally, what we call the river opportunity, where we unlock 30,000 square meters of new housing, markets, and public amenities, including 4,000 parking spaces, green corridor connecting the entire project and ensuring continuity, beauty, walkability, and additionally 47% of new trees. Querétaro Reborn is not just the largest regeneration project in Mexico. It's a living prototype of what is possible when we bridge technology, sustainability, and culture. Through AI-powered urban design, real-time simulations, and community co-creation, we can replicate this model around the world. In closing, I ask you not only to support this project, but to imagine how virtual worlds can be used to plan better cities, to engage citizens, and to build a world where sustainability is the norm, not the exception. Together, through vision and collaboration, we can deliver it on the Pact for the Future. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barreiro, for that inspiring presentation. Your work demonstrates how immersive technologies can bring together culture, community, and innovation to build more inclusive and sustainable cities. We now turn to a session focused on intersection of virtual economies, innovation, and future of work. This discussion will explore how immersive digital platforms are reshaping entrepreneurship, employment, and global markets. It's my pleasure to introduce our moderator, Ms. Prema Chandrashekhar, Sustainability and Technology Policy Specialist at the World Bank. Please.
Thank you so much. Can I invite my co-panelists on stage, please? Tim Scott, who's the Senior Director of Public Policy, UK and Middle East. Andy, who's the Creative Lead at Spatial Networks. I know Andy's in the room. Andy, hi. Michael Casey, who's the author of Trust Machine and the founder of the Decentralized AI Society. And last, but also very important, Martin, who is an associate professor from the University of Birmingham. Please. That's interesting. Yeah, we can share the mic around. I'll just have the first one. I think, so can you hear me? Okay, great, thank you. So we as a team actually kind of caught up a couple of days back, and we realized that the topic that we are going to discuss today is probably something that's been resonating across the news through and through. So jobs of the future is a topic that's of interest to everyone. And I think what we have today on this panel is a very layered and a nuanced perspective on how can we decompose what's to come. So for example, we have someone from the private sector, and Tim is going to give us a great insight on how do you decompose all the layers that require rethinking how jobs of the future come about. Martin will give us the academic perspective. Michael speaks to trust, decentralized trust, and what does that mean in this new age of jobs in the metaverse. And finally, we have Andy, who's a very promising champion for how these things can actually materialize. But just before we set the stage for the conversation, I want to also highlight how the World Bank has emphasized the role of what jobs mean. And to just give you a statistical perspective, we have about 1.2 billion youth who are going to hit the job market in the next 10 years. But going by the current numbers of how jobs are created, we are only looking at 450 million jobs out there. So where are the remainder going to come from, and what are they going to do? And that's why the topic that we have at hand is of great importance for us to look through. And jobs not only talk about giving someone an economic certainty, but also a sense of purpose and dignity. So with that, I probably want to open the question to the panel, and I want to pull Andy up. I want to ask Andy up first. Andy, give us a preview of what the jobs, of how the virtual reality segment creates opportunities for new jobs, please.
Yes. Hi, everyone. Thanks for joining. Oh my gosh, there's so much happening in these virtual reality spaces, and I'm in there in world, especially with the youth, because there's absolutely a lot of youngsters over here. But what I'm seeing are up and coming entrepreneurs at a very young age, understanding how community works, understanding the value of public spaces, and understanding the power of having an audience. And when I say audience, I don't mean a follower or these big numbers that we have on social media. Like bringing people, actual people together, commerce, a sense of creativity, a sense of business. And the types of jobs that I'm seeing are very creative. We have people that are building spaces, that are building facilities for education, for entertainment, for commerce, right? We have a lot of people selling and creating things. We have a lot of virtual reality event managers. We have people that are teaching one another. That's the beauty of the in-world, is that because everything is so new, there's no tutorial online. There's nothing to actually tell you how this space is going to work. We're pretty much building this ecosystem and this entire, I think the word ecosystem is great. We're building this ecosystem together as it's being developed. So
I think that is very interesting. And I probably want to ask my next question to Tim then, which is building off what you had mentioned, Andy. Tim, what is it that it takes, the linear progression of a career trajectory, where we move from a college and undergrad or a grad degree to a job is going to be completely obfuscated? From your perspective, what have you seen happening right now? And where is the economic value actually coming from?
Hi, everyone. So we talked about this in our kind of pre-meet, and I guess where we ended up with is this notion of a linear career path, that you go to school, you go to college, you get qualified, you then go through a fairly routine progression, is rapidly becoming a bit of a kind of thing of the past, actually. The opportunity provided by the virtual world, by technology, by AI, all of the things that we're being talked about, is kind of tearing up that rule book a little bit. And the challenge really is to provide the entrepreneurs of the future, the innovators of the future, the workers of the future, with a framework from which they can not necessarily be exploited, that they can possibly take advantage of their own creativity. So what we're seeing at Roblox, like we're essentially, if you don't know Roblox, we're like a video game platform. We have two elements of it. There's a studio where you create stuff. You can make anything from kind of clothing to entire worlds and cities, virtual cities and real ones. And then the other side of it is the platform where people, 100 million people a day, come to experience these creations and live their lives. There's an entire economy within that. So we're seeing kids basically creating fashion items that become the must-have for avatars around the world. We're seeing people go, do you know what, I could do that better, and coming in and starting to create performances, create games, create pop concerts, you name it. So that's where the jobs of the future are going, that we see. And you know, our ambition is modest. We want to connect 1 billion people, but rather than the 100 million that we've got. With that comes this huge amount of opportunity, and there isn't really a sort of a linear projection of how you get there. If you've got an idea, dive in, and the advent of AI is just facilitating that. It is removing barriers and it's creating opportunity.
How young would the youngest player be who can actually?
If you're old enough to use a tablet, a mouse, or whatever, I mean, we've probably got kids like 4 or 5 years old on our platform, but you know, whether they're creating must-have content is a different question. But yeah, definitely, there's no real, you know, if you can think of something, then you can probably create it.
That is very interesting, and I think that segues into the question of trust. We have age, and I think that's where I want to probably ask Michael what he thinks. What do you describe, or how would you describe trust in a decentralized AI framework in the metaverse environment? What does trust mean here?
Well, basically, you know, the internet itself is a decentralized environment, that it is decentralized technology. Like I think the word decentralization has been overly associated with crypto and with blockchains and things, because it's a sort of that's a structure of thinking about the economics of these relationships and the governance of these relationships. But at the end of the day, the starting problem that we faced with the sort of incomplete architecture of the internet was that it was a decentralized base, but that our systems required these centralized visions of trust. So identity, for example, right? Who are you? What is your qualification? Are you credentialed to participate? Those are fundamental questions that we've developed through a centralized model of governance. There's nothing wrong with that. It's just that it was incompatible with the very open information structure of the internet, which essentially, by being based upon machine-based IP addresses rather than the individual, meant that we had an incompatibility between the two, and that led to myriad abuses and everything else that we hear about all the time, right? And it's just accelerating into the AI age. So what we need is a new trust framework for how we can understand who you are and what rights you do or do not have in this new environment, so that the kinds of people that Tim and Andy are talking about are able to not just participate in that new economy, but also own and control their content, their data, their materials. Because I think where we're going with this, from this big sort of question about jobs and sort of the meaning of our participation in the economy, is that, you know, radically we have to get away from the idea of a job. I mean, I think of a job as in working for an employer, but both Tim and Andy were talking about environments in which people are essentially mini entrepreneurs, right? And there's also that question about how old is the youngest is really interesting, because if you think about child labor laws, right, we think of that from the perspective of a company abusing children. But in fact, it might have to flip it on its head to say that if a a child who's participating in Roblox doesn't have the right to control their data and the right to execute on that, then you're actually abusing them, not giving them the opportunity to quote unquote work, right? So there's a paradigm shift here that's really important. And that's why I think that the most fundamental thing we can do is to think about the architecture, to think about what it means to trust each other in this environment. What are the rights that we need to establish? And then from there, figure out how do we all not make sure that everybody has quote unquote a job, but that everybody has a right to the pursuit of happiness, the fulfillment of their dreams, the opportunities that apply, right? And the ability to live a meaningful life in that digital existence.
You know, I find that the point very interesting because when we are challenging age norms, we are sitting here at the International Labour Organization and we are saying that, you know, the future might be very different. So we need to kind of reestablish some of these norms and ask what is it that we actually want to achieve. I also appreciate the emphasis on human-centered design and human-centered achievements, because that's something I'm actually hearing from all the panelists. But I want to ask Martin, because he has a very different perspective. And from academia, when you are seeing that jobs of the future are going to be so different from what we are used to, and to Michael's point, it's going to be a mini entrepreneurial venture. There is no age to start, and you're looking at cohesive societal spaces where you can be safe and free, and you can make money out of it. How do educational institutions, or what are you seeing in the educational space? What are the new kind of skills that we need to develop? Who are leading efforts in this space? And what could be some of the curricular shifts that you are actually witnessing that we need to know about right now?
Yeah, thank you. And I think academia has come a long way. If you think about it, you know, the pandemic was a wake-up call for many higher education institutions that move from one day to the other, from analog to digital. And some of this has stayed with us on the academic side, where new forms of learning and teaching now, you know, are part of the infrastructure. I think the main three trends I see in academia are the following. Number one, personalized training, and academic institutions like universities have to ask themselves, you know, are we better than what we can find on the open market? We have students that just come for the exams and don't come for the experience anymore, because there are personalized learning experiences where in the language you prefer, or at the time you prefer, or in the style you prefer, you get taught on skills you need to learn in order to pass an exam, in order to enter the job market. So personalized learning experiences is something that we're looking at very closely. And here, to give you a very concrete example, we have a project at the University of Birmingham that looks at how can we train social workers and give them a sense for how their real life is like. And we have a colleague who developed a VR experience where you can join a social worker in the day of a social worker to see how it's like to interact with the community, how at least sounds and looks like, not how it feels like, but you get some impression more than from a textbook. So personalized learning experiences. The second one is really experiments, you know, things that you try to you know, do on a blank sheet of paper, but where VR gives you an opportunity to try out and simulate certain kind of realities. And to give you an example here, I'm working on a crisis room simulation where you have to talk a president out of war. You have 7 minutes time for that. And every time you play this, the future might change. And this is something we could do in a role game, but if you train a very different muscle when you do this in a virtual environment. You might go to more extreme. You might start insulting the president more than you would do in a real world simulation. So I think on the simulation side, that's really interesting. And thirdly is really scale. We have opportunities in virtual spaces to train ourselves in environments that are very costly, where the material or the training experience is very costly. Also, to give you an example from the University of Birmingham, where we have a colleague that developed a VR experience for the clean room, where you work with material that needs special attention. So where you put the gloves on, the white you know, outfit, what you see in the movies, you know, and you enter that clean room, something that is very costly to train, but in VR you train certain moves, how to put the gloves on, how to take them off again, how to enter the space. And here we get a scale where a real world simulation would be very costly, and you can maybe run, you know, 5 people an hour, but in VR, you can run endless amounts of trainings like that. And I think those are 3 opportunities that we're trying to actively seek, mindful that academia is a big bureaucracy and also very risk averse, but we're coming up with new programs and new opportunities to test that out.
That is so fascinating. I think at the the piece you were talking about on virtual reality and exponential number of trainings is something that maybe a lot of organizations would be doing. And I think that's the easiest, if I may say so, entry point to actually start getting the not so familiar people conversant with the opportunities in the metaverse. But I probably want to come back, pass the mic back to Tim. And this question is probably going to go as a quick round on what are the skills. And I always say this because typically when we look at our careers, it's a portfolio of skills. What kind of new skills do you actually see emanating from people who are very conversant with the metaverse?
It's creative thinking. So I don't think it's necessarily a new skill. It's kind of bringing that creative thinking back to the fore, right? So you're challenging what you're seeing in front of you, you're asking questions, and you're being creative with what you're coming up with, which allows you then to go in different directions or build a new world or whatever it is. So rather than the linear, I'm talking from a kind of, I guess, a creative and media type perspective, right? Which Roblox is effectively a video game. What we're seeing is that we want people to challenge, we want people to play and collaborate. So rather than just consuming linear media, watching a film, watching a TV where everything is predetermined and you just watch a great story from start to end, I'm not cheapening that at all. It is brilliant, and I read books all the time. But what we're seeing in our world in Roblox is you're the author, you're the creator, you're the artist, you're the architect of this. And so that interesting mix of creative and challenging thinking is the skills that are sort of absolutely required. The advent of AI, the advent of greater technology is kind of democratizing that creativity as well. That you are now able to come up with your own world in a way that perhaps requiring a degree in advanced engineering and computer science might have prevented you from in the past.
Oh, very fascinating. Maybe, Michael, I want you to help us understand, when from the decentralized trust perspective, what kind of questions should these content creators be, or people who want to create content, be asking so that they know what are their rights in the metaverse? So to your point, if there's a young kid coming in, should we abide by child labor laws, or what is it that the kid needs to know? And maybe Andy and you as well, Martin and IP, but there's also another mic on the table so that we don't jostle for the microphone. Michael, over to you, and then we can go to you, Andy and Martin.
Yeah, and just to be clear, I'm not advocating for the repeal of child labor laws, just to be absolutely certain on this. Look, I think it's a question that goes a little bit to what I was saying before. How do I know that I have control over my data? How do I know that there is privacy preservation around this, right? That there's this core idea that in any modern society, there's a space of privacy that the individual needs to have agency and effect in that world. This is built into, the American Bill of Rights. It's there in the UN Declaration. This privacy preservation is critical. And of course, Europe has made strides in trying to sort of inculcate that through GDPR. So when we move into the AI world and all of these sort of digital environments, virtual worlds and metaverses, knowing that you have control is actually probably, to your point, remember, the question that you want to have answered. And that's like model verification, right? How can I prove that this data is not getting leaked out to somebody else and that I'm not being front run, right? Because think about the metaphor of the market. A stock market is a pretty good one here. You don't want to tell Goldman Sachs ahead of time what you're about to trade, because they'll trade against you, right? You don't want to tell anybody what you're doing. And I think as we move into this sort of dynamic digital economy, we're kind of working under a similar set of circumstances, so that your ability to be effective and to essentially affect what you want to make and what to do requires you to know that you have control over that information, over that IP, over that data and everything else. So I think that's important. And there are technologies in the world of zero knowledge proofs and a bunch of cryptographic mechanisms that can allow you to prove that that this is not leaking, that you have control over it. So I think that's a really important way to think about this. But again, it goes back to what I said earlier, that we actually need design standards to be built around this. We need policies and we need architecture to reflect the capacity, because once those kids who are asking that question now will get back the answer, no, you don't have control. I think Roblox is probably a very good corporate citizen, but you own their data, essentially, right? Under the structure of it. You haven't got a deeply ingrained technological architecture that gives them control of it. I think you should, actually. But regardless, you know, the answer to that question is going to be no, you don't, right? So we actually need to be thinking hard about these design frameworks at every level, from policy through technological and economics.
Fantastic.
Yeah, happy to come in here on this, you know, we'll get things wrong. I mean, with all of this, which seems to be new, although, you know, the metaverse is dead, long live the metaverse, you know, it comes in circles. And if you look at kind of how technology companies have now pivoted to AI, just a question of, you know, time until, you know, it becomes virtual again. We will get things wrong, because that's how technology usually impacts on society. You know, we try out things we don't know yet. And we've seen this with the microwave, until somebody wrote a manual saying that we shouldn't put live animals into the microwave, because some people try to dry their guinea pig in it, right? We'll get things wrong, have that moment where a senior CEO will lean backwards and apologize for Facebook or any other platform because he or she or it is told to apologize. We'll get things wrong. But I think what is important is to think that through carefully, because especially when it comes to the engagement of youth, and I'm also a father of 2 boys, 6 and 8, who are completely addicted to Brawl Stars, just to make advertising for another game here, from Finland at least. You know, I'm asking myself, like, how much should I expose them to technology? You know, being a professor for emerging technology. And then at the same time, you know, asking myself, like, how good are their motor skills in the future? You know, maybe the thumb, but like, what about the rest of the hand, you know, to draw a picture or have better handwriting, right? And then we think about kind of the future is all about creative thinking, but like, where does the creativity start or end? The conversation we had during the coffee break, and I appreciate that we have coffee breaks, because there we see that there are certain human urges, you know, to be refueled. But we ask ourselves, like, you know, to what extent can AI and VR be an opportunity for those who are disadvantaged in being good enough to play the violin or make music, right? Or draw a human face that is kind of generally perceived to be a pretty human face, you know? So like, the advantages in kind of having AI and VR and other technology balance it out, but it needs to be done in a balanced way. At the University of Birmingham, we have like a triangle which we use to look at tech changes, and which includes responsiveness, responsibility, and intuition, right? So responsibility would be that part that we are talking about, that we are thinking through what the potential harm could be and how we can kind of risk mitigate that, right? And then responsiveness is about creating technology that actually helps, like, either be entertained or be more efficient. And it needs to be intuitive as well, where virtual spaces are still, you know, made for a certain type of category of humanity, those who have access to the internet, those who can afford a head-mounted display, and so forth. I think it's important those like to just be not going blindly into something that could be so overwhelming and so powerful in transforming societies.
Very interesting. I really like the triangle. I think that could be a good framework of reference for a lot of us for the other projects as well. Andy.
Yeah, and for me, data, I mean, there's a lot of really smart people in the room in terms of regulations and making sure it's protected, but there's also a lot of opportunity in having that information. I've worked at 2 virtual platforms. I'm not going to share any secrets, but I'm just going to say that platforms know a lot more than I do as a creator. And there's a lot of information I'd love to know about my spaces that I'm creating. How many people are coming? How long are they staying? Where are they looking? What are they engaging with? So I can create better experiences for my audience. But I can also share that information, right? Whether it's for marketing or my own advertisement. That's sort of information and data that we just don't have access to, or we have to ask special permission. And we're seeing, you know, a generation that, you know, we come from the internet, we come from social media, and we're seeing an opportunity to make things better. Right? Becoming a creator, when I speak to youth and high schoolers, everyone wants to be an influencer. And I'm like, that doesn't exist. What you want to be is a creative entrepreneur. And that's beautiful. There's so much opportunity here. But it's not about just creating content on YouTube and just hoping one day we go viral. There's a business model. It means something to be a creator. And so when we're on YouTube or on Twitter and we're just seeing this youth and expecting them to create content over and over again and spending all this time, that's not what we want for these virtual spaces in the metaverse. Like, we want a sustainable lifestyle. There's an actual economy with the creator. system and ecosystem. And so, when I look at a platform where I spend my time and energy, are platforms that support me to be an entrepreneur. Do you have monetization? It's not just about me creating free content and worlds and assets, but it's about being part of a trade. Do I have access to exchange things for services, for goods, for value? And, when you look at platforms like Rec Room or Roblox, just to give another platform as well, you have creators in Rec Room that create, that have a full-time job creating these worlds and creating experiences, whether it's, quests or games, or I'm part of the Rain Dance Festival right now, and I'm seeing youth put on literal theater shows. Like, I'm blown away by the talent and the permission that they have to lead in these spaces and permission to also fail, right? You have opportunities to take on certain career paths that you could just not do in real life. Like, I have a passion for creating festivals and conferences. I can't just go to Madrid or Rome here and book a huge conference space for 100,000 people, but I can do that in these virtual spaces. So a lot of potential.
That is, you almost transported me into another realm, but I want to come back. And I think from where we come at the World Bank, infrastructure, health, and education are prerequisites to a very stable structure around jobs. If you were to have a wish list of what it would take to safeguard and further the possibilities of very creative economies and jobs in the metaverse, what would those asks be from the private sector perspective, from the academic perspective, from the think tank perspective, and from a creative content owner's perspective? Tim, maybe we just pass the mic along.
Stable regulatory environment's always helpful so that we know what's going on. And if we can try and make that regulatory environment as kind of consistent globally, that is super helpful. We don't, as a corporation, want to have continually different sets of rules in every territory that we operate. We're in 180 countries, and it's very difficult to keep up with regulation as it comes through. But actually, I see in my work with regulators and government is usually pretty positive. I think everyone's trying to learn from each other, and there are some pretty good thinking out there and some good collaboration. So I think that's one of the sort of essentials from a boring perspective. I think that kind of connectivity and inclusion is really important. At Roblox, we try and make the experience exactly the same, whether you're on a ancient Android device or the state-of-the-art PlayStation 5 or something. We try and make sure that everyone can play in the same space concurrently together by lowering those barriers. I think I said before, like kind of democratizing content creation, but also engagement. So there's something around that as well, which is sort of really important. And if you think about this as a global thing, why should somebody in a third world country or somewhere with less technological infrastructure or whatever it is have to be undermined, have to not have the same sort of opportunity as someone in the US or somewhere like that?
So hopefully, I think technology is going to become at least access is going to become
an
very
enabler.
ubiquitous.
Absolutely,
Yes.
yeah.
Absolutely. Michael.
Well, to think about it from a sort of a policy perspective, which I think is sort of relevant for this audience, that sort of legal architecture or policy architecture, to me, the starting point is just to go back to the beginning. I was saying at the beginning, we need a framework in which the rights of the individual, and by that matter, also of businesses who are similarly abused of their access to their data, that they have that capacity to define and control their data and their content. And I think the right framework to think about this, I mean, by the way, defining what that data is and how it's, I concede is a difficult task because we already live in an environment which is defined by the existing paradigm of control. And so we need to be thinking differently about frameworks for thinking about what that represents. But getting there, I think, creates enormous opportunity. So I like to use this line that throughout history, there's been these moments in which property rights have been transferred to a wider class of people. And we can think about the invention of the limited stock company in the Netherlands. We can think about the moment when Deng Xiaoping decreed, one of his first decrees in coming to power in China was that every Chinese home dweller would actually own that home, right? At these moments, we've seen these explosions of innovation and creativity because you've given people the power to take charge of something and work with it. So the idea that we could, in the digital economy, which is essentially the economy, right? We live in the digital age. If we were to transfer the right to control what you produce, we don't know what the business models are going to be on top of that, but we can pretty much bet that it's going to be an explosive, interesting, powerful, innovative time. So I think, like, obviously, for good reason, governments are looking to answer the question, how do I regulate AI? How do I regulate, virtual worlds, metaverse, et cetera? But that's already starting from the presumption that you're going to do that by I'm going to manage the owner of the data, who is this centralized platform. I think we need to go right back to the principles of the Enlightenment, the principles of the US Constitution, and talk about, all right, the most important thing we can do right now is establish the right to data, that it literally becomes a human right. And then think about what economic frameworks we can build on top of that, right? When that's in place, we have a very different environment, and one that I think could be incredibly dynamic and powerful for everybody.
Yeah, and I've had some conversations today and just before as well, and I really want you to see these immersive digital spaces as an extension, right? Like, we're not here to replace anything. No one is expected to wear a headset for 12 hours a day. That's not what we're doing. But see it more as like an opportunity, and I want you to see it from a perspective of access. Like, not all of us have access to public spaces. Hey, like before World War II, as a queer woman, there's a lot of spaces I was not even invited to or allowed to be in. There are more places in this world where I'm not welcome than I am. Like, think about it in that perspective. And so when we have these virtual spaces, the ability that anyone really can create a public space, host it, lead it, be part of it, you're essentially creating and having these safe spaces for people. And there's a lot of things that we just cannot do in the physical world. Can we? And what can I wish that I could? But it's just the reality in the world that we live in. And so when you're giving these opportunities to global masses of population, if anything, I feel like virtual reality gives us the opportunity to connect with each other without the bias of who we are in this world. I'm seeing people, whatever the age they have, whatever color of skin, whatever culture, whatever religion, come together as a true virtual citizen. And the one beautiful thing about the in-world, which I call the in-world, is virtual reality and being in these spaces, is that you have an opportunity to meet people from the inside out. Meaning, I first meet you in terms of your energy, what you have to say, and what you think, and that precise present moment that I get to share with you in these spaces. Not a post, not content that you've posted or you've done a year ago on social media, who you are and how you show up in that precise moment. And anywhere else in life, whether it's social media, digital, and physical, I get to know you from the outside in, and I've got bias and prejudices. And so that's a really beautiful thing that we have.
I really like the piece on inclusivity, equitable access, and no bias and no prejudices. I think that's the world which is very utopian, but very possible from the stories that you narrate. Martin, over to you.
Yeah, very powerful, but also very scary, right? Because it will give us opportunities to ask questions about ourselves. And I wonder, when we talk about virtual worlds, whether we are just doing a replica of what we live in, right, or a better place. And when you think about, I'm very tall, and it's always a pain to be in trains or on planes. But in the virtual space, I can be anybody, at any kind of form and shape. Younger, older. I can speak any language I want. That's very powerful. But there's also a very scary part of that, because maybe we just replicate what we live in, just in the virtual space, and becomes worse in that regard. And when I think about the future, I'm also thinking about kind of how this feeling of belonging and community might shift, where you don't have any boundaries that you face nowadays. And as an academic, probably like a carpenter that is carrying a hammer, I'm looking for the nails, so give me more nails. So let me end by also saying that I think we need more research. We need more research, behavioral science research, to understand how those virtual spaces reshape communities, what they do with our preferences, what they do with regard to our perception of space, endlessness, both in terms of physical space or virtual space, but also sense of time as well, how much time we spend there and how those perspectives change. So I think it's very important to do more research on what we are experiencing in those new realities, because they have an impact on our physical life as well.
I think, points to take away on the convergence of the physical and the digital and how experience in one changes the experience in the other, because I think they're very different, and it would be very important to see how that changes the human dynamics. But I probably want to come back, and I think just in the interest of time, I have maybe 5 more minutes. So I want to ask all of us one question on what is it, give me a description of a job that does not exist today that you think from your perspective will become a reality in the next 5 to 10 years. Give me a job that does not exist today. Tim, what do you think? Okay, let's start with Martin.
Well, I'm not an engineer or a city planner, but I think like a virtual world engineer is something we're thinking about. And I'm thinking about social systems, right? So political science probably changing with regard to thinking through how those elements of society play out in a virtual space. So that's definitely an area we need to invest in because it comes with different challenges. So that would be maybe, you know, we have already this kind of profession of a digital diplomat and digital politicians or data savvy politicians. So I think that's an area we need to invest in. So maybe a virtual world diplomat in that regard who understands how to navigate those spaces more carefully.
I've got one, and it's happening right now. We're seeing this is a virtual community curator. Because our spaces are online and persistent 24/7, well, you need a human in that space. There's still value in humanity versus an NPC. I remember being in alt space at the campfire, and sometimes you would hear myself being like, "Hi, welcome to alt space." And so having people manage the energy, manage the vibe, like I just see it as, you know, there are people in these spaces, in these persistent spaces, helping people out, customer service, technical support, and just teaching people how to navigate in these new waters. And most importantly, the key success to these virtual and digital spaces is making sure that we bring anyone new to these spaces and bring them to their potentially new community. So bridging people to community. So they're not alone in this world, but they're part of a group. And if you don't have a group and it doesn't exist, the beauty is that you can just create your own. But that's it. Someone to say hi in the virtual space.
I love that. It's much exciting and inspiring than what I'm going to talk about, unfortunately. But it actually speaks to something that's related to it, which is, I think it's very, very important. Again, I'll get back to the same point. Once we establish the right to data and everything else, that we then build mechanisms by which the human is elevated versus the digital, that we actually keep pushing for the value of the human, so that human beings have a seat at the bargaining table for the future as owners and relevant providers of information and data and creativity and everything else, rather than being quashed by the machine. So wonderful way to think about making sure that that curation and that stuff happens in it. But I'm going to get back to the data stuff, and I'm going to say that, like, look, some people push back when you say you can't own your own data because your data is worth nothing on your own, right? It's only worth a few cents. It's only valuable in the aggregate, which I think is a self-serving argument from the massive platforms that run the internet, who just, it's helpful to say you're not worth anything on your own. I think that flip the whole thing on its head, create a new set of paradigms. We don't know what business models will be created. I think that's the most important place to start from. But even saying that, even if we recognize that there may be a challenge in the ability to actually use our data constructively, then I think the job of the future is as a data trustee, somebody who's going to run a collective. So we all pool our data under these same structures, and we get to bargain with it and use it and participate collectively, like a labor union or whatever else, right? But the folks who are going to run that and be in charge of that are going to have very important fiduciary responsibilities to manage that and be able to sort of give human beings the collective bargaining power that they need. So that would be mine, a data trustee.
Follow that. This is a tricky one. Going back to something that Andy was saying, actually, I think it's really interesting. Typically what's happening is the kind of rules of engagement in these virtual spaces are dictated by the big corporates who control them. So, you know, the community standards, the ways of acting in these spaces, it comes from a kind of central view of how the world should be. And I think, Andy, if I'm understanding you right, your vision is way more free and expressive. So is there a role that will still require some level of policing, because humans are dicks and there will always be a problem with that, excuse my language. So how do you how do you, inverted commas, police these environments without policing these environments? And I think that's the really interesting kind of, is it a career? Is it a job of the future? I think it probably is, because if these spaces are getting so wide and infiltrating every part of society, we probably do need some rules of engagement. I mean, I studied philosophy a long time ago, and kind of I'm thinking of moral relativism now, coming back in, but I think there's a place for that kind of thinking in the virtual worlds of the future.
I find this conversation very fascinating, honestly, because I ran a futures thinking session on the future of jobs at the World Bank a month back, and someone said that one of the jobs that they envisage from the future is someone who very meticulously curates the transition from the physical to the digital. And I said, oh, I never thought about it. So to me, this session was, and not just because we have had a rerun of this earlier, but I think the session very beautifully touched upon what is a job in the current parlance, and what is a job of the future. How the jobs in the future do not have an age barrier or a prerequisite set of skills to participate. Rather, it's a very dynamic movement. How do we build trust in that environment? And how do people who participate in it have more rights than they realize? How it becomes very important to understand and see it as a safe space that creates inclusivity and equitable access. And finally, how the triage of reason, responsiveness, responsibility, and intuition become a very important filtering mechanism to understand how important is it for us, or which direction do we take going forward. That, along with the decision on what is that one job we don't have today, I think would be very interesting for people to think about and take away, because whether it's for us, our kids, or our nieces and nephews, or just maybe in the future, there's not going to be a retirement age at all. Maybe I see the stand-up comedian who's 85 years old who has the best jokes. And I think that also means that everything around social security, retirement, jobs, utility, has a very different dimension. And I think that is something we need to be prepared for. So with that, I'm very grateful to this panel. I'm so happy, and I'm so taken aback by the genius of ideas that come through. But I want to probably pass the mic around the room and see if we have any questions for us. Absolutely, Rebecca.
Maybe give one.
Do you want to take the mic?
Thank you so much, and fantastic panel. I'm Rebecca from the World Economic Forum, and I feel like I learned a lot in the past few minutes. I also, reflecting back on some of the sessions earlier today, I felt that the comments today talked about the physical world or the virtual world, but what about jobs and innovation and rights in the augmented world? If we see that we're going to be in the physical world, but with virtual devices on us, around us, are there any insights that you could share in that regard?
I mean, I would just this is not from any level of expertise, but just something I think I reflect on a lot. It was interesting that Prema, you said that one of the jobs somebody talked about was the transition, curating the transition from the physical to the digital. I think it's just as important that we go back the other way, right? I think that we need to be figuring out how do we, and it's not necessarily about augmented reality, but it's obviously a technology that's very aligned with this. In that, and I was love to see that the Queretaro presentation earlier, that we can use this technology to enhance our physical spaces, to enhance our physical existence. I'm working on a project that is about events, physical events, and using digital connectivity to produce provable human connections between the people that you meet that then become your new social graph. But it's directly tied to the physical meeting that you had, and that becomes its root of truth and its root of power. So everything that we do around the digital, I think we need to be thinking consistently about how does it reinform and vitalize our physical existence, our analog existence. So I don't know if that answers the question, but I think constantly thinking about that feedback loop in a positive, constructive way is critical.
And I think what's really interesting about AR and VR is that, we do have this word called XR because really it's just a spectrum of immersion. How immersed do I want to be? Do I want to be completely into a 3D space and give full control to the creator? Or am I layering content over my physical? And we're going to get that ability. We're seeing it already with the headsets. I get to pick how immersed I actually want to be, right? Now with what we call mixed reality. Again, I think it's a chance and opportunity for us to be really playful with our public spaces. Another thing we can't do in public spaces, I can't just draw on the walls, that's illegal. But there's a way for us, again, to convey messages, convey stories, and bring us together, communicate with each other in safe ways and very playful ways. I'm also seeing opportunities for us in terms of access to technology and creativity. Like a lot of remote teams are using augmented reality to have like this beautiful, wonderful, whiteboards all around us, or to learn, right? Like it's very expensive to learn, whether it's machinery or health, like all these kind of like industrial kind of jobs. It's very hard and expensive to mess up. And so augmented reality is giving us an opportunity. Again, permission to fail, I think it's a really big one. But I would say AR and VR, the reason why we're in this together and we're stuck together is because we're part of the same spectrum of augmentation and immersiveness.
Thank you. Any other questions around the room? Please.
Yes, thank you very much. For this very insightful discussion. I'm from the ILO, so I have to take back the labor rights issue into this, because I think that the digital economy is a complex environment where you have, of course, a lot of space for entrepreneurship. So I see here jobs. So when we talk about jobs, yes, we need perhaps to redefine, but there might still be workers, people that are providing their work to digital companies. Under some form of employment contract. Will that still, will we only have, let's say informal workers or non-categorized workers in the future, or will we have also people that will have some form of employment relation? Is there a future for labor rights? How do we envisage in this virtual space labor protection for its health-related issues? Question. To bring another dimension to the discussion.
It's a great question, and we've seen it with the gig economy. There's rideshare apps and all this sort of stuff starts to penetrate cities and towns across the world. Is like who's the taxi driver working for, and who pays their sick leave, who pays their pensions, et cetera, et cetera. On our platform, we paid out $1 billion last year to people creating content on Roblox, just in the US. But they're all self-employed. We're not employing them. Everything on our platform is user-generated. So the question you ask is almost sort of, as with the theme of this panel in a way, do we actually just need to fundamentally rethink everything? Because everything kind of stems from this traditional capitalist sense of, here is the employer, they control you, they give you some money for the product or service that you provide. In an increasingly virtual world, augmented world, whatever you want to call it, those traditional ways of working aren't necessarily going to be the way of the future. And actually, maybe rather than trying to crowbar traditional rights into that, we need to rethink it fundamentally.
So I'm going to push back a little bit. I think we need a core idea of traditional rights as opposed to necessarily labor rights, which is not to say we don't need to protect workers. We absolutely do. But I just think because the economy itself is going to be radically changed, we just need to frame this a little differently. It's still about protecting the workers who, after all, are people. How do we protect people is the question, I think, right? How do we protect the rights of the human being? And let's use the example of Uber, right? Again, I get back to my broken record here, the data. Who owns the data? Uber owns the data. So the capacity of the driver to particularly, participate in that economy with some level of autonomy and agency and make decisions for themselves is completely circumscribed by the fact that Uber actually knows where all the opportunities are and will direct the driver to whatever they see as the best opportunity to Uber, not for them, right? So getting back to this idea that that's, whether we like it or not, where a lot of this is going, to call it a gig economy, call it a creator economy, whatever it is, how do we ensure that human beings have the capacity to participate in that economy with autonomy and agency over what that data is that they own, that is theirs, that they're creating, right? So it is the same thing. We're protecting human beings, but it may not be. Maybe we have to figure out what your job in the future is going to be, sir, because, you know, how do you transition from the ILO to some other version of the same thing? But at the end of the day, it's about protecting human beings in this new economy. So I'm all for rights. Just don't know that labor is going to be defined in the same terms in the future. That's all.
Yeah, I got a bit worried when someone on the panel said there won't be any retirement age, you know, because I was equally thinking, wouldn't there be any starting age for a human being to start working, right? Is 4 or 5 years young enough to create a computer game, you know, to be an influencer? So I was a bit worried about that. And the truth is that jobs has always changed. Like in the UK, there was this job of the knocker-upper. It's people that knocked at people's windows to make them ready for a factory, right? Because they were supposed to be on time, and this job disappeared, right? Or certain kind of jobs in the circus industry, where we now have drone artists. So I wouldn't be too, and actually all of the jobs we mentioned here have some kind of reference in the past. So there was nothing too groundbreaking, you know, like community organizer, diplomat, you know, gatekeeper, like those kind of. The truth is that the future is always very mundane. The future is always what we have experienced in the past, but it's just going to be a bit different, you know? So I feel like we'll just need to be a bit more humbled in that regard as well. Now, I think the answer to the labor law question is, and again, as if you ask a carpenter, you know, he will ask or she will ask for more nails. I think is an international answer. If we see a world that is interconnected, that doesn't face any boundaries, the answer of international labor law needs to be an international one, because it can't be solved by nation states themselves alone anymore.
So basically, I think everyone's asking for a redefinition of what labor means. I think that's the summary of all of the comments here. We need to re-examine what it means. Any other questions around the room? Yes, please. Could you please introduce yourself so we know how to address you?
I'm Roger Tide, CEO of Improvive. My question is, we're all knowledgeable here on what the possibilities are. But one of the things that you have is a lot of people are scared of AI or are not aware of what they could do with it. How do you see actually, and sometimes it's the teachers that are scared, because that's been so with ICT. The kids could learn it quicker than the teachers. So how do we make sure that we're ready to enable people, enable young people, but also to enable older people? What do you think we need to do about that?
I guess it's a holistic approach. So you need to teach teachers, you need to bring kind of almost like mixed age groups into these educational settings. There's an example in the UK where it's called Digital Schoolhouse, but effectively a primary class in curriculum time, in school time, not, you know, special interest out of school sort of hours, will go to a secondary school, a senior school, and be taught. So the teacher, the primary teacher is being taught by the secondary teacher, and the class is being taught at the same time in the idea of kind of computational thinking, et cetera, et cetera. You're getting this sort of pedagogical development happening whilst the kids are picking up kind of advanced concepts, I guess. That then acts as a sort of hub and spoke around the region that they're operating in. So I guess there's an opportunity in that trying to sort of engender like more holistic learning.
I think we need to bring this to the schools. I think we need to have our heads less in books and actually in the real world and be hands-on, teach people to be creative thinkers, to be agile in a world that's literally changing every 6 months. I don't even know if the job I have and the business I have will be the same in a year or 2 or 3. I've been in the job market for 10 years and I've had 7 different businesses. I'm just going with the life and the speed that we're going. And I feel like right now, the schools that we have, even just, I remember in math, teaching me about the triangle, or teaching me about percentages, but about teaching me about taxes, about how to create a budget, like be practical, teach me to think on my feet. And digital literacy has always been an issue. Like what's happening with VR and AR and the metaverse and all these, you know, high tech and emerging tech realities comes back down to the issues and the challenges we've had with digital. and just social media is that a lot of our schools and education is just lagging behind. I feel like we're in a history course when really I need you to be teaching me about the present and how to be present in this present world. Just a couple of years ago, I was teaching my mom how to write a text and use her phone, and during COVID, how to bring her entire business online. And that's just like a couple of generations. My mom's only 20 years older than me. My brother, who's 10 years younger than me, still doesn't know how to run an Excel sheet or how to communicate on email. So it's not just a generational thing. I think it's just about having access and making sure that people have exposure to this technology and not just learning about it, but being hands-on with it. And that's the best way to learn.
I'm just going to take issue with it, take your head out of the books, because as a person who's had their livelihood based on writing a number of them, I do want to keep that. But that's a selfish, self-interested, narrow-minded, similar problem our gentleman from the ILO, like framing our future by our current present. But I will say that I do think that, with all seriousness, certain books and certain historical books are actually, I think, of crucial importance right now. And I would go back to the books of the Enlightenment. I would look at Rousseau. I would look at I think people need to understand what the principles around liberal democracy were based upon, about these ideas of the individual and individual rights, and how we build governance systems, whether they are governments or systems that are technological around this new architecture, to maintain those rights. So I would want kids to keep reading, Thomas Paine and everything, all the writers that sort of that era, the 18th century, who really established what it is to be a functioning liberal democracy that protects individual rights. Critically important for everybody, regardless of where you are in the digital spectrum.
Maybe if I were to just close the conversation, it would also be about, a part of it is fear and a part of it is not having access. So for example, if you take a look at rural Africa or rural India, ChatGPT is probably on an explosive growth path there, even in vernacular languages or local languages, because people have access to technology. So I think technology literacy and technology access have to go hand in hand. One without the other does not seem to be working out very well. I think access is probably more important, because then once you have access, I think human beings are just by nature designed to come together and try to understand how to streamline the problem so that it can benefit all. So if I were to put my finger on the problem, I would keep it both as fear, because A, they don't know the nature of the beast. But I think once there is an equitable access at an affordable price range that they could actually use and deploy for their daily lives, I think the turnaround actually happens at that particular moment in time. Any other questions around the room? Yes, please. Oh, we have 2 more. 3 more. Oh, this is becoming so interesting.
Hello, everyone. My name is Syed Adnan Ali, and I'm from the SDC PhD Consortium. So we are 2 PhD students. And our research project is about digital twin and mixed reality. And for the past 1 year, I with my colleague are working on digital twins for the industrial integration for machine learning and like getting the remaining useful life of components and things like that. And we have applied for a patent. And so we want to know, like, how can we use metaverse or Roblox for entrepreneurship, micro entrepreneurship for the real world? Thank you.
Thank you for your interest. Well, I suppose the basic answer is like dive in. It's a completely open and free platform for you to experiment, build, and reach audience through. This is kind of the spirit of what we were trying to talk about in this panel. What are those jobs of the future? And so by providing these spaces, these platforms, and the technology to build, we're interested in what you can come up with. We're not trying to curate anything. We're not trying to dictate any specific type of content. I want to see entire worlds built there as much as I want to see fun and pointless games and pop concerts and theatrical performances, and you name it. You think about it, build it there, and we'll see how it goes. And the same could be said from an educational point of view. You can build entire sort of educational experiences on there. Why not? So the ball's in your court is what I would say on that front.
Hello, everybody. I'm Srividya Sriram from the World Bank. Very, very interesting panel. What I heard constantly, right from the morning and more in this panel, is how to keep pushing the value of humans, protecting human beings, becoming more human-centric and all of that. My question to the panel is, what are things that we could take away practically from here and push in our organizations to expand this whole thought of being human-centric?
Yeah, I mean, if you're not part of the virtual world yet, you become part of the virtual world. If you have never entered it, enter it once. You know, if you haven't created, destroy and create again. I think this is like kind of the pioneering spirit that, you know, always has kind of helped progress technology being of use for society. You know, and I think kind of the technological threshold has decreased. While in the past, you had to have a triple PhD in computer science, machine and human interaction. And now you can just talk to a machine, you know, like somebody was saying here, reading books, my kids listen to podcasts and they instruct the PC, as we've seen it in Star Trek some years ago only. So I think the technological threshold has decreased, and there's no kind of argument that is holding any organization back not to experiment anymore. You know, there are a lot of freebies. Technology, as we heard, is available in India and other places. You know, I think kind of join that move and try it out, but then also make a decision where it's useful and when it's just like nice to have. I think kind of we're still in this moment of experimentation and entertainment where everything, you know, and we've seen this again in the past with the dashboards. You know, remember I worked for an organization where there was a dashboard for the meal plan where I thought just a printout would do it, you know. Then we had that area of the apps. Everybody wanted to have an app. I'm happy that nobody created an app for this event here, you know. So like where it's really useful to have, you know, not everybody needs to have a whole virtual world, but maybe, you know, experiment with that to see what could fit potentially.
I would echo that, but be slightly more specific again in the service of the interest of the point that I've been making. And that is, I love the fact that the World Bank, any institution should be just getting in there and exploring technologies and experimenting and learning through the process and just creating your own sandboxes. That was a word that came up before, right? I would say specifically, because of the point I've been interested in here, that I would love to see, you know, high-level institutions like the World Bank really get their head around a certain breed of technologies that is critical to this idea of protecting human rights and protecting data control. Zero-knowledge proofs, multi-party computation, confidential compute. This is all very nerdy technical stuff, but it's incredibly powerful. It basically says we can go about the business of running computation and do all the things, the algorithms that run across them, and AI can run on it and do all sorts of interesting things. But it can do so in an environment where it doesn't, where the algorithm, the computation doesn't know the underlying identities and the underlying information about the people who are giving that data up. There's this airlock, as we like to call it, between all of the data that we're generating and all the information we're gathering and the actual source of the data. Zero-knowledge proofs is the kind of general term for this. It frustrates me no end that this technology is not discussed at a much higher level, because it is the sort of thing that can address so much in terms of our privacy breaches and all the things that we've been worried about as a society for some time. Zero-knowledge proofs. Yeah, ZKP, as it's also called. That's all I'll say.
For me, it's about being a prosumer. Come into these spaces and don't just create content, create moments and opportunities to gather and bring these really difficult questions. A lot of these spaces, you know, us youth, we have no idea what we're doing. We're in this new world. We're inventing and we're discovering things every day, and every year things are changing. And we need people with information and insights from the out world and history, right? People who we don't repeat the same issues. But we need to be having these questions. We need to be challenged. I absolutely love having conversations with people who tell me, go touch grass. I'm like, I do every day. But we need to be having these conversations. We need to be talking about the great things, but also not fall into these pits and these rabbit holes. Like, we need to be talking about the good and the bad, so we create the best space for everybody. So I invite everyone who do not know about the metaverse to come into the metaverse and to learn about it, but to also exchange and to speak up about your fears so that we actually create a space that's worth fighting for.
Excuse me, I'd echo that. And I'd also say, we talked a little bit earlier on today about video games and games in general. They're not a waste of time. They are actually part of society, part of humanity, part of developmental thinking, etc., etc. So come in and play and create things that are fun and engaging, and don't write them off as a time sink or write them off as something trivial because there's more important, boring things to be done. Actually, at the World Bank, if you want to achieve an aim, you can probably achieve it through games. You can probably engage way more people through games than you ever could doing it in the sort of, linear, let's write a paper and see whether no one reads it or not. And we're beginning to see this increasingly with everything from, major public broadcasters delivering educational content to creative brands going, oh, what's happening over there? We can reach a new audience or whatever, to educational institutions going, we can write entire curriculums and engage people in it. And they're really, really loving it. Wow, who'd have thought? So don't be scared. Get involved.
We will talk. I know there's another question around the room.
Thank you, Jouni Markkanen from the city of Tampere, and I'm working in Finnish national politics also. Fascinating panel, and you were describing really well the changes we are heading towards. And that is the question, that because in Finnish national level, we recognize that it's really hard to change structures, even in one nation. How can we really make that systemic shift Michael was telling earlier in international level and in different organizations like ILO, because the economy is going to change, the working life is going to change, how we are going to get there, and how you and these people here can support in that change?
Well, I mean, I actually am going to say something a little contrarian. In answer to the previous question, we obviously talked about what these international institutions can and should be doing. I think the nation state is in a moment of crisis. Right? So that layer, we've got the international organizations, and there's interesting things that can happen at that layer. The nation state is challenged because we're all battling over truth. We don't know what truth is anymore. We have a consensus crisis at that level. So I actually think that possibly the most powerful kind of governmental actors right now are cities, because the most direct connection between a government and the daily needs of human beings is actually at the city level. And there's also, to get back to the same point, a lot of data that cities collect on their citizens. And I think they have an immediate need to fulfill the needs, whether it's making sure that the potholes are filled or the schools are functioning, or the police are working. These are very real day-to-day needs of human beings that we need to get back to respecting and valuing, because that's our real world need. So I think cities can be quite valuable in setting new standards about how they empower their citizens to act in this new world with their digital rights and how to behave in a physical environment in relation to that. So I don't know what exactly they should be doing, but I do think there's a lot of activation that can happen at that level. I'll throw the rest of the panel and see if they've got any other ideas. Yeah.
I read this very interesting article. It was called The Attention Economy, on where you have to meet people where their attention is. And there was this very young politician who was in coffee shops on TikTok, trying to gather feedback on certain political ideologies from the youth, but he just found them at a place where they're more happy to exist. And I see that as that's possibly the beginning of how you will start having multiple opportunities to meet people. They will be, and I think the cities are probably the lowest common access point of some of those spaces physically. But I also see, digital. So for example, you already saw how, and that was a fantastic video you had. So I just see probably more simulation spaces where idea exchange happens, where idea determination happens. And I think the way to meet human beings in the future would be anywhere where they choose to pay their attention to. And I think that's probably something we are not ready for, but probably need to start thinking about.
I mean, whether it's cities or communities or, just like bilateral relations, so to say, is up for judgment. What we see in innovation theory, and often innovation is ridiculed in being just like a lofty thing where people, have a good idea, which is not the case. what you see in innovation theory is that usually three things are critical for transformation. Number one, you need the infrastructure. So it needs to be, you have to have a dedicated team, a policy in place, some kind of infrastructure, access to technology, what have you. Second, you need to have the right skills. That's about building capacity, having people that can use the infrastructure. If you don't have that in place, we have seen this with data, chief data officers, chief virtual world officers that we might see in the future. People have to have the necessary skills, not just public servants like yourself, but also, private sector and those who work in non-governmental organizations. And the third one is prototyping and scale, where you share what works in one place that could be replicated in another place. So I think that's an important part that maybe ITU or others are already taking on, but like to have, and that venue here today is, I think, big sharing opportunity to learn what's happening around the world, to borrow ideas and then see how a certain infrastructure with a certain skill level can be replicated in another place. So those three things are important and needs investment in all three things at the same time in order to have transformation happen in different systems.
True that. I think we have a very gentle reminder that the session's coming to a close. I think we enjoyed the panel as much as we enjoyed the questions from the audience. I think we can take that question offline because we are probably running late for the next one. So with that, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you to all speakers for the engaging insights. Your experiences have painted a clear picture how AI and virtual worlds can create meaningful economic opportunities and reduce digital inequalities. And now is the time for a well-deserved lunch break. Lunch is available at self-service canteen in America's Pavilion number 2. Please enjoy this time to relax, network, and continue your conversations. And we will reconvene here at 13 past half in the real world here to hear a keynote on creativity and partnerships in the metaverse. Thank you.
Sì, sì. Hi, Bertrand. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Hi. Can you hear me?
We can't hear you, but I believe it's the technical issue in the room. Let me check with the technical team and get back to you.
Okay.
Can you
Okay.
please stay for another moment? And
Yes, sure.
if you want to test the camera now, you can switch on the camera.
Yes.
Yes, they can see you. And I also send you an image for as the Zoom background. If it's possible, could you please change to that background? It's in the email, or I can send it to you now.
The background.
We still can't hear you. Let me check with the tech team. They are having lunch, and they mentioned to me they will be back at this moment, but apparently they are. I just want to check with you. Can you contact the technical team because we have the remote speaker, but they can't hear from the remote speaker, so we need to do some. Yeah. 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 The thing is, well, after 15 minutes, the session is already started, and this is the speaker for that session. So. Yes, now we are in the testing, but in 10 minutes, the session will start, and now we can't hear from the speaker, so we would like to check if it's an issue from the speaker side or in the room. Yes, and this is the sponsor. Okay. Yes, it's fine. Okay. I saw a colleague here. Let me check. Yeah, so I will just do the test.
With who?
Bertrand. Now he left.
Okay.
But yeah, he's reconnecting, but we can't hear from him. He can hear from us, but we couldn't hear from him.
Okay.
Would you know how to?
You mean the person that left?
Yeah.
You need to rejoin.
Yes.
Then we can try the test.
Yes. Now
Okay.
he's.
Is this one right?
Yes. Okay. Hi, Bertrand. Can you try to speak again? Now we can see you very well.
Yes, can you hear me?
Still we can't hear you. Okay. Can you try again? I think now it should be working.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, now we can hear you loud and clear.
Okay. My background image is the way around or?
It's good from
Okay,
audio
because
side.
I see it upside down. So okay. So but you can see it good. Okay.
Yes. Cristina is here.
So hi, Bertrand.
Yes.
Glad
Hey, hi.
that you. I hope you feel better. So for today, would you prefer that you deliver a brief presentation, the one that you share with me in about 15 minutes, and then we will move on with the program, or do you prefer that? Because I think that if we have to do the questions, it will be a bit more complicated. What do you think? What's
Yeah, maybe I can.
or
So,
let's say if you want.
if I share this one.
Yeah. If you share this one, yeah. Just 1 second. Now it looks good. on our side. Can you scroll just, you know, a few slides just to make sure that it just move a few slides? Yeah, it looks great. Yeah,
Okay.
I think
And
it looks great.
if I want to play the video, the video,
Yeah.
can you hear it?
Want
Want to see what I made in the sandbox? You mean the online game? Yeah, but it's
Can you
Yeah,
hear it?
it's perfect. Yeah, we can hear it. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So that looks good. Yeah,
Okay.
perfect.
So just like a quick explanation of what we're doing, I think.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
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 Okay. So I think more or less we are set. I'll suggest we keep it around 10, 10 minutes, 15 minutes maximum. And then, we will not take questions for this keynote, and then we move to the next one. Okay. Okay.
Yes. Sorry, I'm not here.
We are sorry that you are not here, actually, but I'm sure there will be other opportunities. So for now, recover. And thank you so much for joining us virtually. Super appreciate it on our side.
No problem.
Okie dokie. I think more or less we are set, no? Okay.
Mhm. So when will be the minute for him to speak in the room, you should pin him on the second screen. This is the second screen for Zoom.
Yes.
That means that it won't go in the screen.
Okay.
So
For this part, can you be here during his keynote? Because I'm not sure if I can handle this part.
what time will be
He
here?
will start in about 15 minutes.
Okay.
No, sorry, it's a bit less actually, like 1:30.
Here.
So.
So this one.
As the first one, okay.
Sorry.
Then there will be no remote for today.
So I have to do the other person.
Yeah.
For today. Tomorrow we have another.
We have a discussion with other speakers.
No,
he's the
he's a
keynote.
keynote speaker that was supposed to be on site, but exceptionally because he's not feeling well, so he will be delivering actually the presentation remotely. So
Okay.
that's the fun. And we got a comment from the chat from Zoom saying the session audio was very low. Any chance the volume can be turned up a bit? Thanks. So not this session that we just texted. I mean the morning session. So
What's
that
low?
well that's Always good. Okay. So welcome back. We are starting the session. Thank you so much also to all the over 250 online participants for staying with us. So it is now my great pleasure to welcome our next speaker, Mr. Bertrand Levy, Senior Vice President of Global Partnerships at The Sandbox and Vice Chair also of the Steering Committee of the Global Initiative on Virtual Worlds and AI. Mr. Levy has pioneered creative and educational economies in the metaverse. And today, he will share with us how partnerships and storytelling are shaping meaningful digital futures. So Bertrand, over to you.
Thank you, Cristina. Hello, everyone. Thanks for organizing this, Cristina, and thanks to the ITU. Unfortunately, I cannot be here physically, but then I will try to do my best to do it online. So I'm the Senior Global Partnerships President at the Sandbox, and I want to explain today the vision that we have about what is virtual world. So I have some slides that I want to share about who we are and what we do. Sorry. So an overview about our virtual world and the way it works and what we see and our vision about what it is today and what it's going to be like tomorrow. So the Sandbox is a virtual world where brands, creators can connect with users through gaming and interactive experiences. The idea is first to give the power to the end users. So the idea is really to have anyone that can come and create a virtual world and experiences into the Sandbox. That way you can engage with the audience, you can grow your community, but also as an individual, you can monetize. So that's two sides of the Sandbox. The first one is like B2C, and the second one is B2B, because if you're an individual and you're a fan of an artist, fan of an IP, fan of an art, and of a brand, and you can go and explore what's happening into the B2B side of the Sandbox. At a glance, the Sandbox is first a virtual world, and this virtual world is combined by more than 166,000 different plots of lands. So what you have a picture in mind is when you're launching Google Earth, you see the Earth from above. It's kind of the same when you're launching the sandbox.game, and you see the whole map of those 166,000 different plots of lands. Today, we sold over 80% of the 166,000 plot of lands to individuals, but also to brands and IPs and artists. So today, we have over 400 different B2B partners, global IP brand that I will explain a little bit more. Today, as individual experiences like B2C side, we have over 2,000 playable experiences that are live, that you can go right now and play with it today. There's also studios that has been created by people. So external studios, there's over 300 different external studios today, meaning that, let's say that you're a company and you want to say, okay, I want to be part of the Sandbox, I want to be part of the virtual world, I want to be part of the metaverse. There's two options for this. The first one is you can come to the Sandbox, and we have now over 300 developers in-house, or you can hire an external studio to create everything. And today we have tested, patented over 300 external studio that works for the Sandbox. But talking about what is the Sandbox, I think a video will tell much more in a better way what I'm about to explain. So I'm gonna play this little video that will explain exactly what the Sandbox is.
Want to see what I made in the sandbox? You mean the online game? Yeah, but it's actually more than just a game. I'm building and playing all kinds of experiences. What exactly is the sandbox then? It's a 3D metaverse. You can play, build experiences, and create digital assets to use in them. Wait, isn't that just like other games? Totally different. In the sandbox, you actually control what you own. Blockchain technology tracks and automates transactions. So you can do a whole lot more, like monetizing experiences and selling assets. I love to collect rare assets other people make. That's cool. So how do you create assets? The building blocks are voxels, which are like 3D pixels. With their free Vox Edit software, it's easy to build voxel models and rig them together. Sounds like making things out of Lego bricks. That looks fun. Great analogy. Once you have the basic parts ready, you can even animate. Nice. So how do you sell an asset? That's where blockchain does its magic. When you put it on the Sandbox marketplace, it becomes an NFT and you decide how many copies to sell. NFT? Non-fungible token. That means it's unique and it's yours to use, trade, or sell using a digital wallet. You can also buy assets made by other creators to build experiences faster. Now you've got me curious about experiences. So, the Sandbox Metaverse is a world full of virtual real estate NFTs called lands. It's where an experience lives. Okay, what do I use to build? Game Maker is their other free creative software where you can build as many experiences as you want, even if you don't buy any land. Great. How do you build? Terraforming is easy. By adding and removing blocks, you can make any landscape. Oh, like building with voxels. Exactly. You can design so many types of experiences. RPG and adventure games, social hangouts, art galleries, fashion shows, concerts and parties. But how do I go from a landscape to an interactive experience? I don't know how to code. No coding skills needed. As you place assets, you set how they'll behave and how players can interact with them. Then you can add dialogue, create quests, set custom weather. Game Maker has a lot of powerful built-in features that are easy to use to make anything you can imagine. You can share it with others in the Game Maker gallery, or get it ready to publish to your metaverse land if you want to monetize. Now I want to play and see what I can make. Is it fun to play with friends? Very. It's easy to invite friends and make new ones. You can dance, chat, interact with emotes, and there are new multiplayer updates to collaborate. Awesome! So if I can make custom assets, does that mean I can use a custom avatar? You can use the free avatar selector to customize one or buy one from an exclusive avatar collection. A lot of iconic brands have avatars, asset collections, and experiences to play. Wow! I really need to check this out. Do I need money to get started? You can play in the sandbox and create in Vox Edit and Game Maker for free. In fact, you may even earn sand from playing. Earn sand? What is it? It's the digital currency used in the sandbox. With sand, you buy, sell, and trade NFTs in the marketplace. And it's how games can be monetized. You can earn it from completing quests, from voxel art and game design contests, events, and for referring a friend. Oh, there's a whole world of possibilities. Are you ready to step into the sandbox? Yeah, let's create, play, and earn.
So as you just saw, everyone can create experiences, everyone can create digital assets with no code needed. On top of that, there's a social element, as you saw in the video, like every representation, digital representation of yourself through avatars can interact with each other. Well, there's a little bit of what we so that's an element that is we're kind of famous for because we have already those, as I told you, 400 different B2B partners, very diverse. So we have Gucci, we have Snoop Dogg, we have Playboy, Steve Aoki, Warner, The Smurf, Lacoste, Lionsgate, Ledger, etc., McDonald's, or IP like Peaky Blinders, or we just launched Jurassic Park. Those are very diverse. For us, the idea is to have one place when you go as a user, and you find in one place 166,000 different experiences. And that's what we're aiming and what we are doing today. Sorry. So a little bit of KPIs to know more, a little bit more who we are. So in terms of presence, social presence, you can see 1 million followers on X, 80,000 on LinkedIn, but and it's growing. One of the biggest and most relevant in Web3 is of course Discord. So now it's growing even more than 300,000 people that are on Discord. So a lot of Web3 people with crypto, because of course, as you saw, we have our own crypto. And it's always when we have like B2B coming to the sandbox, we always say trying to do something with Discord, because the community is here. If you're a brand, as an example, and you want to do something into the Web3, going through the community, communicate through the community into the Discord makes you feel more genuine. In terms of metrics, 7.6 million, I think it's growing. It's over 8 million now. Account created. During we have what we call the season, so it's like we have like time when we highlight different experiences. The last one was not the season 4 actually, but season 5, with over 44 different experiences, B2B experiences that last for over a month, and it's more than 600 people. One of the KPI that we're very proud of, and that makes all the difference with, because a lot of people, when I met a lot of people, and every time you say, oh, you're going with VR, you have headset, and we don't, we just like PC and Mac. One of the reason is because VR is very cool, but 5 minutes. And the average spend time that we have is 85 minutes. This is the average spend time, meaning every experiences that we have lasts like for 40, 45, 50 minutes, maybe an hour. And that's one of the reasons why we're not on VR. And when it comes to the age, it's like, as you see here, is like 18 to 50 years old is the main one. We don't have any kids. The reason why is if you want to trade, if you want to sell your assets as an individual or as a brand, then you need a wallet. You need a wallet and you need cryptos. Now we have like, it's actually more than 50% into the APEC market. So during the big metaverse hype, like in 2022 and 2023, I would have told you that it was 75% US. Now it's really has shifted to the Asian market, nearly more than 50%. And one of the KPIs that I don't see here, which is very interesting, is we have now, again, 2-3 years ago, what I've told you is like 85% male. Now we're nearly 50% male, female. We help on that matter too, because every time there's a initiative with maybe you heard about the World of Women company, Avatar Collection, etc. We inject $25 million into that company. So every time there's something with a woman involved or talking to women, we try to be involved into that matter. Quick explanation about what we were doing. Like we create everything, as you can see on the top right. That's one of the land that we have, because as I told you and you saw, we have 166,464 exactly into that virtual world, and there never been gonna be more. And the land that you see here on the upper right is the smallest one. We have 5 different sizes of lands, a lot of different experiences, and the goal is really to build first, to have the engagement, creating events, games, social hubs, etc., virtual world, to explore your specific audience. But when you think about it, when it comes to virtual world and Web3, actually, it's like a Web2. It's like a web site. If you just put online an experience and you don't update it regularly, then people will come back and say, oh yes, I've been there, I know that. So you need to refresh a lot what's happening into the virtual world in order to keep the end user interest. And then of course there's the monetization, because we made a lot of sales during this, it's almost 5 years when the sandbox started, like in September 2020, so nearly 5 years. And one of the most successful source assets, of course, but one of the most successful things that we're doing is also avatar collection. So digital representation of yourself, when you can be anyone that you want, but you can also be one of your favorite character, favorite artist, etc., etc. So it's avatar experiences, game jams, events. So game jam, for those who don't know what it is we're doing that with our B2B partners a lot. It's asking the Web3 community through our Discord to them to be part of it. So the first time that we've done that was with the Walking Dead franchise. And we set up a contest, reach out to the Web3 community and tell them, do you want to be part of it? Because there's a Walking Dead franchise coming. So show us, in your vision, what will be the ideal world. And we received over 800 submissions, think like movie trailers. Part of the jury was the IP owner of the Walking Dead franchise, and they were just like amazed. And like they said, this could be an episode of our series, you know. So we received like you can see fog and voiceover, and it looks like a real episode. And we're doing this a lot again to be very genuine, because you know how the Web3 community are. Sometimes it's just like, oh yes, they're coming to the Web3 because it's like fashionable, but they're not really into that space. So going and asking to the Web3 community, you can feel really genuine to them. Yes, there's some example that I can share, but I think we're running out of time. So thanks for your time. I can definitely circulate that presentation. And sorry again not to be here with you physically. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Bertrand. Thank you. And now I'm delighted actually to introduce a trusty colleague and a true champion of digital transformation. So I told you this morning that there would be a surprise in the program. So here we are with the surprises. Mr. Samir Chauhan, Director of the United Nations International Computing Center, that will deliver a keynote speech. So Samir, over to you.
Thank you, Cristina, and the colleagues from ITU and ITC for co-hosting this. Colleagues, friends, and fellow explorers in this journey of exploring and understanding the virtual world. It's my pleasure to be here with you on the second United Nations Virtual Day. We kicked this off last year in Geneva, again in partnership with ITU, and it's already made massive strides. Just the quality of the discussion today that I could listen to was so enriching. I learned so many new ideas, so many new thoughts. And my take always is these forums should serve as a mechanism for us to either expand our horizons, think more broadly, think more deeply than we did in the past, or learn something new, something that we didn't know. And it's ticking all those boxes for me personally. So I hope you also are gaining a lot from this. So who are we? UNICC, and our logo is in there. Yeah, there you go. So we are part of the UN system, and the best way to think of us is we are the UN's digital backbone. So we are a shared service that was designed to provide technology capabilities to the entire UN system. So at this point in time, anything tech that you can think of, we do. We work with our partners on crypto, we work with our partners on virtual worlds, we work with our partners, and the entire UN system are our partners, as well as, for example, the Bretton Woods Foundation organizations, the World Bank and IMF, and many others. You have to be a non-profit to work with us, but the list is fairly large. And we have capabilities in, for example, cybersecurity. We do private cloud hosting. We run national systems. We build DPIs and DPGs. We're building open source platforms. So anything that you can think of in tech, we get involved on behalf of our partners, the UN system. And I think in the frame today, I have to say ITU has this amazing ability to convene everybody. So you bring the entire UN system together, you bring in member states, you bring in cities, because the initiative we're working on with ITU is focused on the cityverse. You can bring in cities, you can bring in academia, you can bring in private sector. So it's a great coalition that ITU can convene. And we happily join hands with them to say, let's see how we can contribute to this partnership. So we are focusing on two specific flagships with ITU. One is, and the others, one is on emerging technologies, which is clearly our forte. We are engineers, as I like to say, 95% of UNICC's engineers. The rest are HR, finance, legal, procurement folks, but we're technologists through and through. So emerging technology is one area, and the other is on security and trust. And that's a theme I've heard echoed many times today, and I'm sure you'll hear more and more of today and tomorrow. The cornerstone of all of this is trust. There are different points of views, different opinions, whether you hear from an academic, or from a private sector company, from an author, from a UN organization. There'll be different points of view, but that foundation of trust is so core to making this a success. And that's what we do. Our focus in UNICC is to make sure we can provide the right substrate, the right sandboxes on which you can build these solutions. Second thing is reuse. So we don't have to reinvent the wheel. The world is in a difficult position, and we don't need to rebuild everything from scratch. So in this great partnership on Cityverse, many cities have joined hands. We have the city of Valencia, Dubai, Tampere, and many others. And we can learn from all of them because they have huge successes. So we can offer these ideas to others, other cities who can benefit from this. So you don't start from scratch. You start with what has worked in a particular context, let's say in Valencia, and can it be transposed or maybe modified, but there's a foundation that you can build on. So that's the second area that I think we can support in this whole evolution. So very specifically, for example, we are co-creating with the city of Valencia a testbed for transformation. We're looking at digital twins that can improve city planning. We're looking at AI that can streamline citizen services. And we're looking at blockchain to secure vital records. So again, if it's been proven, and one of the speakers earlier said today, a city is the touch point where majority of the humans interact with government. So that's where you need a lot of engagement, a lot of trust. If we can turbocharge that, if we can reuse and make sure it's a level playing field, you don't have to be from a developed country to benefit from that level of capability and support and trust from your cities. Anybody in the world can aspire to it. That's what we hope we can achieve. So we are also working on security and trust. We're working with Google, for example, on that, and a growing ecosystem of public and private sector partners. And in all of this, we're focusing on safety, ethics, and accountability at the very heart of what we're building. And tomorrow, the team will announce a major milestone. We will unveil the very first deliverable of this global initiative, which is a global catalog of real-world cityverse use cases. So watch this space, be here tomorrow, and if you're online, please join again, listen in, because I think it's very exciting. And these are stories of transformation across sectors and regions, which can inspire others, in my opinion. And it always goes back to how can AI-powered virtual worlds become real now and not just an idea in the future. They're a tool for today. We are working with our entire partnership and the leadership of organizations like ITU, World Bank, and others to make sure we can contribute to the greater good of the world. So it's my pleasure to be here and look forward to a very exciting couple of days here. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Samir, for your inspiring speech. And now I'm actually delighted as we move into a fascinating session that will showcase how virtual worlds are being used actually across different sectors. So from tourism to manufacturing to resilient cities. So let me introduce my dear colleague from UNICC, Ms. Franca Vinci, Head of Learning Services at UNICC. Franca, over to you. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you, Cristina. I'm pleased and honored to moderate this exciting session on immersive futures that will actually help us keep an eye on the present more than on the future, because as Cristina mentioned, we will look at how these technologies are being already applied, how they are reshaping our physical and digital lives, and how they are helping accelerating the sustainable and inclusive innovation. So allow me to call on the podium our three speakers who will immerse us on this current situation on the use of these technologies. Mr. Roland van der Heijden. Roland is the program manager for Cityverse in the city of Rotterdam. He leads the city's smart innovation agenda and oversees digital infrastructure projects. Mr. Louis Wermesk, apologies for the pronunciation, is the founder and creative director of Grand Studio, and the studio is involved in automotive and mobility design. And Mr. Christophe Runde. Christophe is the managing director of Virtual Dimension Center, one of Europe's leading networks for industrial metaverse. His studio supports companies to integrate XR technologies into real-world manufacturing and design workflows. Each of them will present their activities in a short presentation, so let me leave the floor to Mr. Roland van der Heijden. Roland, please.
Thank you. Yes? Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Roland van der Heijden. I am program manager for the Rotterdam Cityverse program at Rotterdam, and also the former program manager for the Digital City program. And today I want to take you along in what we have accomplished and learned the last years. How do I? Yeah. And to take you back to the Digital City program, the first ideas about that raised about 2016, when we saw ourselves in a situation where we saw the city was changing. The city was becoming more and more digital, or in other words, we saw a digital city arise. But that popped up a lot of questions, and one of those questions is, what is a digital city? And of course, how does that relate to the existing city, as we now call it, the social physical city? And another important question that also came up was, what does this digital city do to the challenges that we are facing as a city? And how does this digital city are changing these challenges or not, or new challenges arise maybe? And the third important question was, especially back then, very new, and that was, what is our role as a government in all of this? And especially in 2016, nobody was really interested in that, and everybody said, okay, but let's leave that up to the big tech. They know what they're doing and we don't, so leave it up to them. Of course, in the current geopolitical situation, we think maybe differently about that, but at that time it was very new question. And within the Digital City program, we try to answer those questions. And due to time, I won't go very much in depth of those questions, but we delivered a vision, what we call Rotterdam in Transformation, in which describes answers to these questions that I just rose. You can find it on the internet if you search for it. Another thing is what we delivered was an open urban platform that we see as an important piece of the digital infrastructure of that new city. Just as social and physical infrastructures, we also need a digital infrastructure in our city. And that's what has become the open urban platform. And that allows us to exchange data, digital services, applications, whatever, in a safe and sound way within our Rotterdam ecosystem. So that's where we are standing now. And it's all based on what we call 3 pillars. So all good things come in threes, as we say. So we see that when we talk about this kind of development, what we call then a digital city, it's very important that we look at it as an ecosystem. And when we look at it as an ecosystem, then we see that trust is of all the essence of it. Without trust, there won't be an ecosystem, and then you won't succeed in what you're trying to achieve there. And we really believe that that ecosystem contains 3 kinds of realities, you could say. The reality of us people, the social reality, as we call it, the physical world around us, as a reality, as we call it, and the digital reality coming in. And our new city of the future will determine on how those three worlds are intertwined with each other and how they are creating a new city as a whole. The second aspect of that is what we call the architecture. If we really want to build up such an ecosystem, then we need to have, of course, also an architecture that supports that. And for that architecture, interoperability is of all the essence. If we really want to make data flow through our ecosystem in a responsible way, then we need to be interoperable. In other words, we need to use open standards, not to confuse with open source, that's something else. And therefore we see our ecosystem, our architecture as a three-layered approach. So we have all kinds of data sources in our city. We have all kinds of users in our city. That can be applications, but that can also just persons. And we need the digital infrastructure in between to connect those with each other. And the third aspect of it is what we call the governance. We need to govern this all. And up until now, in the Netherlands at least, it's almost for 100% private owned. Everything in the digital world is privately owned. We have also other examples in the world where it's more publicly owned. And we believe that in Rotterdam we should go to what we call a public-private partnership, or to find a balance between those two approaches. We shouldn't believe that we should do it as a government ourselves. We also don't believe that we should leave it up to the market. We need to find some balance between those two. And that brings us up to the next step that we're now undertaking, and that's what we call the Rotterdam Cityverse program. And that started from the 1st of January for this year. And that's a program we really want to go further on what we already have developed and better understand what that social, physical, digital city of the future means. So what we want to do is that we want to really create what we call a resilient city with resilient citizens and companies and institutions, that they all are able to deal with, not of course the traditional response to resiliency is water flooding or climate, but also to the digital transformation and what it brings to them and what it does to them. And we really want to understand what the impact of that digital transformation on the city as a whole is, and how our city is and our citizens are influenced by that. And the duration of the program will be 3 years, and the baseline for that is the vision that we launched as Rotterdam in Transformation from our former program. And now we want to achieve a 2.0 vision of that by the end of 2027. So that's the main goal of this new program, in which city-first thinking is completely incorporated in that new vision of the city of Rotterdam. Now, then a bit what is the Cityverse? I think most of you are familiar with the Metaverse. I don't know if people are also familiar with the Cityverse. But the Cityverse is launched by the EU as being an alternative for the Metaverse. Because we saw that the Metaverse was a tech-driven private development, and the EU thought we need to have an alternative for that, what is less tech-driven, and it's a public-private development from the start. And that less tech-driven, that's also in the word Cityverse. It's not with the Y, but with an I, because it's a shortcut for citizens verse. And therefore, it's really human-centered. And it's also a big difference with the Metaverse is also that from the start, the Cityverse will have a connection with that physical world also. The Metaverse is, in essence, a footloose world, a virtual world that can be everywhere and can have, of course, connections with the physical world, but it's not in the essence. And in Cityverse it is. And therefore, we believe it's a better concept because it really puts the world of humans in the future central, and that will also be physical, not only digital. So for us, what is then the Cityverse? We believe that in the future, people are moving completely fluidly from a completely physical world to a completely digital world and to every hybrid form in between. People won't make the distinctions anymore, they just will move through that virtual, physical world and find their way. So we really believe that that is how people are going to live in the future. And they will undertake all kinds of actions in that new physical digital world. And the Cityverse is then, you could say, a digital experience to facilitate that. And it's also a concept that really helps us to understand that city and citizen of the future, because it's not only virtual, but it's also physical and every hybrid form connected to that. And to get to that new vision, as I mentioned at the beginning, we have given ourselves 3 years for that. We work through what we call 3 different axes for that new vision. And the first one is to identify and defining the building blocks that we think that we need to understand better the coming years to really come up with a good story by the end of 2027. So there are all kinds of topics here. Due to time, I cannot go in depth into that, but one of them I want to take out, and that's what we call the public space. And we talk a lot about public space, and then mainly we talk about physical public space, which is becoming more and more digital. But what about the other way around? Do we need digital public space? Because at this moment it is not existent. There is no public space. When you put on your computer, you agree with the Microsoft conditions. Then you go to your Google search engine, and then you there accept cookies. And from Google you go to a website, and then again you need to accept the terms and conditions of that website. Or in other words, you're going from a private surrounding to a private surrounding to a private surrounding. There is no public space on the internet. But do we need it? And if so, how are we going to create that? So that's, I think, a really important question that we ask ourselves. But one of the axes there is identifying and defining the building blocks for that new vision. And another axis that we are using for that are the workplaces. These are real concrete projects in which we really work and experiment, learn, do, build, etc., to understand that new future. And we have at this moment 4 of them. One is about Digiderius. It's an avatar of Desiderius Erasmus, the big philosopher from the 15th century, the humanist, born in Rotterdam, and we made an avatar of him, and we called him Digiderius, and we experiment with him in all kinds of forms, also in interaction with citizens. Another project is the Excite project. It's a European project. It's one of the first round Cityverse projects that the EU has launched. And we use it to better understand 2 kinds of issues. One of them is about the shift in neighborhoods that we see from social physical towards social digital. In other words, people don't communicate at the grocery at the corner of the street anymore, but they communicate through their WhatsApp neighborhood app. So what does it do to neighborhoods and to the social cohesion in there? And another aspect is what we call the physical digital school of the future. So together with a large school in Rotterdam, we now are thinking and building that school of the future and experimenting with it. A third project is about what we call Web 3.0 Data Vault. And that's really about more in control of your own data. We really believe that the future is that people should be in maximum control of their own data. Because if you want to be in control of your own digital identity, you want to be digital autonomous, then you also need to be in control of your own data. And in this project, I really try to find out how that will become possible, how we can give our citizens the possibility to have that control, and maybe a data vault could be a solution in that. And so that's what we're experimenting with at this moment. And the fourth application of fourth workplace that we work on is what we call the ecosystem of applications. We call it also an App Store Plus, because on top of the open urban platform that we see as an infrastructure for our city, we built an app store. So all kinds of apps can use that underlying infrastructure to create smart solutions within their app. And in the traditional app stores, like on your phone, you have apps that use your phone as a platform. But what is not necessarily there is that apps also are communicating with each other. And that's what we call the App Store Plus or the ecosystems of applications. Because we now see that all those analysis tools or the designing tools, visualization tools, whatever kind of tools, are all siloed. And we want to make that more flexible, like an ecosystem, where the output from one tool can be the input for the other. And therefore create much more a system of an integral approach So the outcome of the heat stress analysis will be the input for the design tool, and the output for the design tool will be the input for the water flooding or the heat stress tool again. And the third axis is what we call the angles of approach. So we look constantly through these 4 lenses to what everything we do and learn and experience. And the first is the digital infrastructure, the governance, the compliance aspects. You could say the basics, the fundament, you could say, for your ecosystem. The second is digital economy, because of course it's all important that we facilitate our economy for our city, the jobs for tomorrow, etc., etc. So that's also a very important part of it. The third part is maybe for us as a municipality the most important one. How do we make sure that everything that we do is digital inclusive and that it's not getting to a situation where the equality is becoming worse? So how do we do everything, every development in such a way that it enhances the inclusion? And especially for a municipality, we have, you could say, 2 kind of targets. At one hand, we also need to support, in terms of this digital economy, our front runners in the city, and the ones who understand the digital realm and know how to benefit from it. We need to support them, but at the same time, we need to support the people who are left behind. So we need to take them both along, and we cannot do that alone as a municipality. So it's also some question or a remark to the front runners in this world. We need your help to take those who are left behind coming up to speed to that new world. We as a municipality cannot do that ourselves. And the fourth angle is what we call the public services. As a municipality, we also have a number of services to deliver to our citizens. And how do we do that in a safe and sound way? Also, that's digital inclusive, etc., etc. And we use the new digital techniques and possibilities that are there. And if you bring those 3 axes together, then you have the angles of approach, the building blocks, and the working spaces. Then you get some kind of three-dimensional picture. And we believe that our new vision will be somewhere in the midst of those 3 angles, somewhere there, where the content from those blocks will collide with what the workplaces are learning us, and the lenses of our approach will also finalize that thinking. And that's how we're working on it, and I hope I give a short picture on what we are doing in Rotterdam. Thank you.
Thank you, Roland. Yes, you can take it off now. Thank you. It was very interesting, actually, to see how cities are leading the implementation of all these, are bringing into reality the cityverse. Now it's the time for Mr. Lowy Vermesk. Lowy, over to you. With no jackets.
No jackets. I come from Turin, so I'm prepared.
Yes.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Louis Vermeers. I'm one of the founders of Grand Studio. Grand Studio is a design agency, design consultancy, mainly based here in Turin, also partially in Belgium. And we are active in the broader field of mobility. So basically, we design everything that has to do with movement. And that goes from one end of the spectrum, designing a Ferrari, to the other end of the spectrum, which is designing mobility strategies for also cities on longer term or for whole regions. What we pride ourselves on is to make the combination of having this broad outlook of what's the meaning of mobility at a broader scale, but being able to combine that with also a deep knowledge of what it takes to make vehicles. And we often see a mismatch between those two. A lot of private companies making a lot of vehicles, but they're maybe looking at the broader collective perspective, vice versa, great ideas about the broader collective needs, but without understanding sometimes the realism of making vehicles. Now that's a broad spectrum, but we have some principles that connect it together. To put it in very plain words, it's first of all about imagining what is valuable to people, so user-driven, but looking at the context, because the meaning of something is always really related to the context that you use it in. designing something for the city of Rotterdam, for example, is fundamentally different than designing something for a rural area in a developing country. So that's the core, the user-driven aspect. And then fundamentally, what is it about? It's about imagining, we heard before also, imagining what the future could be, not in the sense of predicting the future, but I think we all almost have almost the obligation to think about how we would the future like to be. And that imagination can be expressed in visions, but then to bring it back to reality, that's a lot of iterations of basically trying, prototyping, testing, hearing people in all kinds of ways. And that's basically what we do on basically every project with a different way, but always user-driven, context-aware, starting with the vision, imagination, but bringing it back to reality, because that's where you can realize actual impact for people and for society. To bring it now a bit closer to the subject of this conference on the virtual worlds, in doing that, we found some difficulties, problems. How can we imagine things? How can we try out different solutions, different ideas? And that has led to developing our own tools and systems, which uses virtual reality to really help in a design process. So that's basically the topic I'll focus on here. So how these virtual tools, digital tools, can really help ourselves not just to imagine, but also then how to translate that imagination back to reality. And that difficulty that we've encountered is, imagine, for example, this is like a typical car today you'll design for a Chinese company. So it's really a mix of course, physicality. You know, we still have physical bodies that needs to be moved within physical forces. But of course, there's also now a very present layer of digital content. And the human experience that you have is, of course, the sum of both. It's no longer just looking at the shapes, it's also what the screen is doing, how it interacts with you. And what we're interested in, designer, is fundamentally designing that experience. And now that digital layer became so fundamental, we ran into the problem of, my thing not working. Now we ran into the problem of that traditionally in our world, say industrial design in general, the tools to make those iterations, the tools to try out those things tended to be very physical. You make these are clay models, can be all kind of models. But what's now happening is very hard to prototype quickly also that interaction, that digital interaction that you have. So in a way, those tools are no longer sufficient to tell you something meaningful about what the actual experience will be. And of course, there's tons of virtual digital tools, VR, AR, incredible softwares, everything, but none of them tells you something about the physical experience. What happens if you touch a surface which is a little bit more glossy? What happens if you run into a wall? What happens if to step into public transport, the step is too high? That also influences your experience. None of that you will learn through those tools. So what we have done is we created an own system that literally blends those two together. It also makes it less costly, faster, and makes better user experience. But the key is that we blended the two in what we call a phygital solution, the contraction of the physical and the digital. And this is the application for a vehicle, but we apply this on the full spectrum of our activities. We apply this also when we have to, for example, do city transformation and show how new typologies of mobility can totally change the life on a certain street, for example. The essence is that we build only physical, those things that you touch, so you get that haptic feedback. All the rest, of course, you see in the goggles, whether it's VR or AR, you can use both. But the fundamental element here is that we have developed through the years a software that automatically fully aligns the physical reality and digital reality. And that's the clue of it. That's when we match the physical experience with the digital one. So what you see, the interaction, what light is doing to you, you match it perfectly with what your hands are telling you, what your feet, what your legs are telling you. And that together creates that full, meaningful user experience, but it's obtained in a very agile, very lean, very quick way. Why is that interesting? Not just to save cost and time, but I think it opens up to a much broader spectrum of possibilities to involve much more people. Because today, prototyping is really expensive. You only do it a couple of times. This opens up to get more participation of, for example, communities when it's not just a vehicle, but also goes to the broader spectrum. So here you see a picture where two people are living the experience of an autonomous vehicle in the future. What they see, they're actually not just seeing the vehicle, but they also see the surroundings. And as you can see, only those parts where the actual touch we actually make, and all the rest is lived inside. This system is built of different components, but I think that's not the core of the message here. I think the core of the message is that I think when we should not speak just about virtual. I think we should, as I heard also in the previous talk, I think we should really see how we can connect it with our actual reality. I see much more meaningful things happening there, because then we talk about real experiences. It can be done in different ways. On the background, you see one of the applications of that tool. The core here is expressions of people. That's reading the experiences. But as I mentioned, this is much more than just about vehicles and cars. I think we are entering a world where almost everything is becoming phygital. You know, your phones are phygital because there's a digital part of it, but you also touch them. I mean, even a bathroom is getting phygital. And so how do we design for that? How do we make sure that it's not just a technology push, but we can apply all those great opportunities of technologies in a way that are meaningful for people, not just as an individual level for product design, but also at a collective level, for example, when we look at cities at large or neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you, Lowy. We can actually say that still human being is needed, you know, with imagination and creative thinking, I would say, hearing from you. Let's give the floor to Mr. Christophe Runde. Christophe.
Okay, so thank you very much also for the introduction. Welcome, good afternoon, everybody. So I'm Christophe Runde, head of the Virtual Dimension Center, which is a cluster network association located in Stuttgart, southwestern Germany, for extended reality, metaverse, and so on. We started 23 years ago in 2002 only with virtual reality, and then we became more and more. I'm also a chair at the German Institute for Standardization, the Dean, and at the Metaverse Standards Forum, because I think standardization is really a crucial point, and I will also discuss on that. And if anyone finds the time next year, XR Expo, one of the largest XR exhibitions with industrial focus in Europe, takes place usually late springtime. We just had it a few weeks ago in the Stuttgart area. So virtual manufacturing is a topic of my talk, of my speech here, and it's not really a very new idea. I mean, we're doing virtual manufacturing since more than 30 years, and this is some impressions of my own work 30 years ago at Fraunhofer in Stuttgart. You know, we got close relations there, of course, to the automotive industry, to Mercedes, Bosch, Porsche, and so on. So you find the end users quite quickly. So this is what we did then some decades ago, and it was always about mainly virtual prototyping. So you try to build up robots, robot cells, you do offline programming of PLCs, so programmable logic controllers, and you design entire factories in virtual environments. Why you do so? Because you want to have some kind of test bed, maybe you would call it a sandbox now, a test bed, to test out everything, each process, just to find out mistakes, errors, or place for improvement as early as possible. of course, if there's already the mechanics and the physical parts, it's really quite expensive to correct and to improve it. So the goal is, of course, to find any improvements as early as possible in the design process. And at that time, that was very expensive on the one hand side because of the special computers, SGIs at that time. And there was a little group of engineers that spun out a company out of SGI, said, okay, we can make also graphic cards for PC-based computers. And then went NVIDIA afterwards. But there was also a lot of labor in it, a lot of manual work to process your 3D data coming mainly from CAD or coming from the simulations to make it virtual reality ready, so real-time ready. And this is definitely one of the points, to my opinion, where artificial intelligence will give a big profit to us in the future, because all this manual work, I think a lot of this can be done by artificial intelligence. A lot of topics have, of course, changed since 1995. And of course, in the one hand side, in the field of all the hardware, which means the big special purpose graphics computers have been replaced mainly by PC platforms. Also the displays, the tracking systems, the sensors, the batteries, and so on. And all this mainly due to two verticals, due to two economic sectors. On the one hand side, it's the gaming sector, providing us with cheap computer graphics cards. And on the other side, of course, it's mobile telecommunication, the mobile phones, with all the miniaturized processors, also energy efficient, with all the sensors that are inside and so on. And mainly the same sectors were also responsible for all the improvements that we had on the software side. We came into profit of all the game engines that are really high performance render engines compared to those that were already programmed in the 1990s. And also the software, the app systems and so on that we know from mobile phones, that's also applied, of course, to virtual reality headsets and so on. And you see a lot of examples on the left-hand side, on the left-hand column, so for lots of examples of the technologies that came into transformation. And of course, what we also are facing is a massive advancements in the availability of 3D data, really from all sectors. I mean, we were talking about the agriverse today, about the cityverse, and the question is always how you generate the 3D data. It's there, of course. It's in the organizations of the cities, in the cadastre authorities, but it's also what you get from flight inspection with LiDAR systems, for example. And that has become simply much more in the recent 25 years. And the question is, of course, I mean, just to have much more 3D data doesn't help you. You need to be capable of process it and so on. But due to increased computing power, that's not really our challenge. So when we face digital manufacturing today, there are mainly, I would say, 5 sectors which we have to look at. And one of the oldest one is, of course, it's prototyping, as I explained in the beginning. So that's mainly one of the oldest application fields of finding mistakes, errors as early as possible in the manufacturing development, industrial engineering process. And also one of the oldest is, of course, assistance. So column number 3 here. So there we saw already prototypes of Boeing in the US in 1991 using some self-manufactured HoloLens, if you want. So they really tried, because they learned it from already coming from the year 70s. In the jet fighter helmets, you have augmented reality for the artificial horizon or enemy detection and so on. And they said, okay, we have this for defense applications. Let's transfer it also to civil applications. So they said maybe we can use this function of assistance also in the factory, for example, in repair, maintenance, overhaul, or if there are permanently changing manufacturing processes, which I have to teach my staff on, then such kind of assistance systems would really make sense. And so they tested already in the 1990s with some kind of self-made HoloLenses, let's call them so. But the really breakthrough came in also in 2007 with the iPhone, with the smartphones, with tablet PCs, where we had some industry-ready platforms that are robust and water-proven and also proven for explosive environments and so on, that you can really, or could you really use in industry. And only at about 10 years ago, then Google Glass came up, HoloLens came up, and glasses came into fashion once again. Training, we've heard a lot also this morning. It's of course one of the big application fields also. You can train anything that's, for example, too expensive, that is too dangerous, it's in a scenario that's simply too far away, or in a scenario that does not exist already. So in future environments, you can already train your staff today. Or if you want to do distributed training with your staff distributed over the earth, no problem to do this in virtual augmented reality. And of course, you can scale. You can train thousands of people, and we've seen quite successful training applications at the Swiss rail or the German rail. It worked quite well, and they trained thousands of people simultaneously. Acceptance is a topic which is not so old, and acceptance means in this context, could I get my customer to accept the product that I designed, maybe specifically for him, to accept this product just on the basis of a digital prototype? That's, of course, would be a big advantage, not to see just after delivery, well, it was not what I really wanted to have, and you have to correct it. If you can also avoid mistakes quite early, that would be, of course, beneficial. And it's the same, and maybe this is the main direction of development nowadays, to get this acceptance from the public authorities, aerospace authorities or car transport authorities. Do they accept the design of a new aircraft just on the basis of a digital prototype? It's a big dream. Companies like Boeing, Airbus, but also for the cars, Mercedes, BMW, and so on have. Let's get into the discussion with the authorities just on the basis of a digital prototype that already works for single aspects of the prototype, but not for the entire product. And quality inspection means you simply make use of the capabilities of augmented reality, so make this graphical overlay of the digital plan over the real is, and see are there any deviations, are there problems with the quality. So something you can do quite quick, just on visual inspection, and mark what's correct and what's not correct and send it back maybe to your supplier. Definitely quite quicker than to do, for example, 3D scanning and then compare at the desktop. But how to get there? For us, it's interesting that you just also mentioned this 3-axis model. We also have a 3-axis model, this coordinate system here, in which we define how we understand the virtual worlds or the metaverse, or however you want to call it, omniverse or spatial computing. We see it mainly in 3 axes. And on the one hand side, the green axis is to have these distributed collaborative spaces. So that's what we have seen also in the keynotes this afternoon. If you want to have seamless interaction, so interaction with virtual reality, with augmented reality, or with mixed reality, how we see now in the design case, then you need also hardware competency. You need to have some suppliers that are ready to serve different platforms just according to the needs that you actually have. I mean, we saw it for the design was an excellent example. You start with a total digital scratch on a desktop, for example, and then you realize more and more you get into an environment where you have physical assets also, and you want to combine them with digital assets. So you need other hardware combinations, but on the basis of the same 3D data. So this is the red axis mainly. And then, of course, if you want to have this big idea of the digital twin, then you need the competences from this field. And okay, my talk is now about digital manufacturing, and the usual suspects for digital manufacturing is, of course, companies like PTC or Dassault or Autodesk or Siemens that are providing the big product lifecycle management platforms that are usually the digital twins of manufacturing. And if we want to have industrial metaverses, that really means that we have to adapt to the status quo, of course, to the software that's there, to the 3D data that's there. And this 3D data we have to get to, it's in these systems nowadays. What is also important, of course, there can be more than one digital twin. Of course, it's not always real time. It's having a projection to the future and say, okay, according to what we expect from the markets, we have this planning variant and this and this and this. Or we want to have a look back into the past and see what was there 2 years ago, for example. Or we do have 3D environments that do not have a digital twin, of course. Disaster management, nobody wants to have it in reality, but of course you have to cope with these situations. So you build 3D environments that are not twinning. And the question is, of course, how can we get these three axes together to have the real seamless, distributed, collaborative data space that's representing a physical twin in a digital twin. And this is the big challenge, and the question is, who will make the race? And I don't think that it's the red axis, I don't think that it's the green axis. And I rather think it's the blue one, because it's easier for them to get up. And okay, the hardware platforms, that's another story, which is a little bit illustrated on this slide. I mean, of course, we are in a world of ecosystems. And of course, we got our digital and metaverse ecosystems on the desktop for the mobile handheld, AR smart glasses, VR headsets, or on the game consoles. And most countries do not have a global platform provider. Most countries, like also Germany, find themselves only at the sideline of a fight for global virtual ecosystems. That's the situation how it is. And of course, we already discussed this morning about vendor login. Okay, this is an understandable goal of them. And the question is the answer. To my opinion, that can be only standardization and regulation like Digital Markets Act, Digital Services Act, that can help us here. And some of the, I mean, we are not working in the void. The standards that we are talking about in the field of digital manufacturing, I took out some here: Industrial Digital Twin Association, Industry 4.0 is a point, CAD/CAM chains, of course, product lifecycle management systems, RAMI architecture of Industry 4.0, and so on. So this is the basis where we have to build on our contents that are then capable of being displayed and interacted with in these environments, in these ecosystems that we see on the right-hand side. Do we have any opportunity? To my opinion, yes, absolutely, because I said it's really a challenge, these three axes, and I don't see any of the party can deliver the industrial metaverse alone. This is quite an interesting analysis I found from EY and Nokia, 2 years old. Who will be the drivers of the industrial metaverse? And the places 1 and 2 are not surprising us. It's big tech and existing metaverse platforms. But then already on the third place, it's industrial equipment suppliers. So companies like Trumpf or Festo in my home region, the manufacturers of enterprise software could be, for example, SAP, or the game developers. And we got a lot of game developers distributed all over the world. So many countries and many companies could be the drivers. Why? Also why? Because they have the relevant data. And you cannot just provide a platform with no useful data in it. So this is the key that we still got in our hands, distributed over the globe as I see it. My last slide here, just to give to you an impression how some countries, regions, and even a part of Germany are reacting to the situation as it is. Some of them defined virtual worlds or metaverse strategies. Interesting enough, so it's Baden-Württemberg, really, so the Stuttgart region, China, Dubai, the European Union, Finland, Japan, Saudi Arabia, and South Korea. They have defined something. UK and USA are currently in a strategy process, so they're developing something, so we can expect in the next months strategy from their side. We made an analysis to see what did they cover there in their strategies, what economic areas and society in and so on. And we saw, just focusing on my talk here, industrial metaverse, it's in Baden-Württemberg, yeah, of course. The companies that we have, China, Europe, and Finland, as mentioned it, and the same countries and regions also mentioned standardization as a crucial point for metaverse strategy. So, and as I said, this is my last slide. This is also my call for action on you. Have a look into your assets, on your status quo, define some strategy, and go for it. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Christophe.
Before giving the floor to the audience for questions, let me ask you one question each. So, Roland, again, after hearing from the director of UNICC and in the session this morning, we heard about you talking about trust. Why you think it's important from the city point of view?
Thank you. Yeah, I think that as a city, we want to build up an ecosystem, and we did a lot of research there, and that learned us that if you want to build up such an ecosystem, then trust is of all the essence. And mainly the trust of all the participants of your ecosystem in each other, of course, but mainly also in the infrastructure that connects them with each other. And that for us was very important because we wanted to build a digital infrastructure for our city in the form of our open urban platform. So we really want to know what the governance construction, the governance structure of that platform should look like. And we want to find that balance between public and private. And research showed us that a lot of parties in our ecosystem told us that as a municipality, if we were the ones who were building that platform, that infrastructure, then no company will use it. So that was really an eye-opener for us because they don't trust the government in being a reliable partner in offering such a thing that they can build business upon. So for us, that was the eye-opener to say, okay, now leave that development of that open urban platform to the market. So a private party developed the open urban platform for us and is also owning it. But on the other hand, that same research told us also that when we talk about privacy, ethics, transparency, that kind of topics, then they trust the government more. So let's take up that role then for ourselves. And so we built around our open urban platform, we built around it what you could call a governance board. And that governance board consists of 5 members, and they are the ones who are foreseeing or looking upon everything that's happening around that digital ecosystem. And if everything is conform what we call the public values. And then mainly at what we call the gray area. Because we see that there's a lot of rules and regulations there, but in the field of digital, they are often falling short or missing or lacking or whatever. So the rules and regulations are not going to help us in dealing in a proper way. So there will always be a gray area in front of that what we cover with rules and regulations, and especially in that gray area, we also want to behave accordingly to the public values. So the governance board has mainly a role to foresee upon that gray area to see that everyone is behaving according to public values.
Thank you. So we can say that it becomes the backbone for the proper engagement or adoption from the citizen point of view.
It's the basis, and it is in the end, every choice that we always make in the reflection of what does this do to the trust in our ecosystem and the things that we are doing.
Thank you. Loie, I was fascinated by the mobility tools. Sorry for using this word, but
That's correct.
how do you think that they can redefine the human experience with mobility, how they can support actually the future adoption of these tools from the human point of view?
So I think the way they can help is, as I mentioned, it is by, in a way, helping to put the human experience central, again, and that in 2 ways. So one, it allows, with the help of those tools, it allows to have a more complete experience of what the eventual result will be. That resonated, for example, when you spoke about acceptance, that you trust enough what you see. And sometimes, in our case, what also feels, so you see it as a correct representation of what will be. So by creating a more qualitative, complete experience, that allows to be the human experience more central, compared, for example, I'll make the example not on a vehicle, but for example, on a street. Imagine a project where you imagine a new type of vehicles who can impact the public space, and people can do things with that. Now imagine asking the people who live in that street what they think about it, and you just show them a blueprint. Just show them a plan view, and a tree is basically a circle which is colored green, and you ask them what they think about that. That's, for me, basically the same as asking a Belgian guy like me in Chinese what I think about it. It's just different languages. So what I like a lot about these tools is that fundamentally they allow to speak if done well, fundamentally they allow to speak a very universal human language, which is that of the experience. Because in that same example, if we then go in that street, we set up an XR thing, and we let people look how it will be, and they see vehicles passing, they see dogs passing, that's their language. That is a complete experience on which they can give correct feedback. And so it becomes valuable to have these kind of involvements. And so fundamentally, yes, it helps to put the human part more central, which I think is all the more important in a society which is so tech-driven. And especially in mobility, there's too much technology push going on. We do it because it's technologically possible, without checking if it's actually beneficial for experiences and for people.
Thank you, very interesting. Christophe, we heard from you that in the world of manufacturing, I would say it's already a reality. And you spoke about your company started 30 years ago, so it's really, it has evolved a lot with the technology. But do you think the learning and the experiences that you have matured over the years in this area can be replicated or can be useful in other areas? Like, I don't know, healthcare or, similar areas?
Thank you. Yes, indeed, I think so. I mean, if we have a look back on the evolvement of virtual technologies and we see where it came from, I mean, in the 70s, 80s, we had it in the defense and in the military. Then it was a very huge aerospace manufacturers like Boeing and Airbus. Then it went to the automotive industry, also trains, shipbuilding, commercial vehicles, and so on, and then to the smaller sized companies. And I think the challenge is similar. I mean, today we've already been talking about the cityverse, we've been talking about the agriverse, and of course, I mean, I'm not in agriculture, but we made some events in the last years visiting companies like John Deere or Claas. And of course, you can get the big tractors and the harvesters equipped with all kinds of sensors that you can really generate on the fly your digital twin of your field. And the same is right for the construction vehicles. So if you take a grader or whatever, you have a real-time 3D twin in your design, in your planning office of the construction site. And I mean, I think the digital twinning is everywhere. It's just called differently. In the construction architecture, we speak of building information modeling, which is the same. And in the healthcare or medical area, okay, we got lots of digital imaging, the DICOM and the 3D computer tomography, the MRTs, 3D ultrasonic and so on. Everything that the 3D data that in fact belongs to me, which is part of my digital patient file or however you want to call it, that I would like to, for example, to share with my personal doctor, with a specialized doctor, to have a chat in the virtual world and the metaverse about me, myself, my treatment and so on. So I think there are absolute valid use cases in all the other verticals, and the learnings say we need some kind of common data platform that we build on and that is interoperable to the visual and interactive environment on top. That's everywhere the same. Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you. Now, any question from the audience before we close the session, this panel?
Thanks. Hello, I'm Tom Wambeke, running here the Innovation Lab at the ITC ILO. And I have a question for Loïc, but maybe also for the others on the mix between physical and digital, the phygital, how do I pronounce it again? The phygital, yeah. It's been an accelerated move in the last years right now, where you already explained a little bit, let's say, at the intersection of immersive technologies, XR, VR, maybe also other technological advances in there. AI was mentioned a few times. If we would now look into maybe 2 decades ahead, and we also would see interactions with a bunch of other technologies in that intersection space. I mean, we're, for example, the UN declared this year the International Year of Quantum, just as one technology. As I'm in the learning field, so I'm very interested in, for example, what would be the potential of neurotechnology, you know, and have it also interacted there, so it's with brain sensors and whatever, or any other technological advancement that we see in the field of emerging technologies, thinking maybe very far now about synthetic biology, but about any of these kind of fields in the intersection, what would be the phygital version 5.0 according to you?
I can answer for, say, the field I'm active in. I'm less in the bio field, stuff like that. But I can say for the way we look at what we do, so now, let's say we work in a phygital space to design, so we have both the digital layer and the physical one, which is, you know, adapting to the different project needs. Neuroscience, we are already working with universities to integrate that in the part of user involvement or user testing. So as I mentioned before, I think these phygital environments, I think, are very powerful to involve eventual users, because there's no longer the filter of making the interpretation of what it will be. That makes it very valid for me to do that. And if you then combine that with the advancements in neuroscience, we are looking into, for example, making what we call them, in our case, emotional heat maps. So you start to combine information of what's basically happening in the brain with where you're looking at, how your actions is. So you also take out the filter of the language, because people having to explain what they experience is still also a filter. So I think those technologies help them to capture the actual experience of what they experience in that world. So that's one of the things we look into. Of course, AI is the big field also. And that's the other elements that we see coming in. I don't know if it's the 5.0, but definitely the next generations, where you start to also actively integrate information of that setting. So you have to imagine, for example, you're designing a car, you indicate certain things of where you would like have your window and stuff like that. That data having a digital twin, a little bit the same as you said, John Deere is scanning the terrain. You have that data. When you couple that with AI, with the language model, allow to very quickly, real time basically, generate what that could mean, for example, for the exterior shape. Now, when you bring that a step further, what then you start to get to is, and that's, I think, taking away the last filter, which is the one of time. So now, even if we're shortening that, you still need time between the moment of imagining something and prototyping so you can experience it. Now, I think if you combine all these things, we can also almost take that away. So you start to work in a almost real-time environment where what you have in front of you is almost an immediate reflection of what you're doing, also what you're thinking.
Yeah, just maybe one recommendation. We made some tests a few years ago for BSH, Bosch Siemens home appliances, combining 3D printing with on projection, so mapping augmented reality. And that worked out quite well because we had the same experience. Designers like to touch things and to get a feeling for that. And the critical about the design process is always the breaks of the of the media. You start sketching maybe on paper, then you digitize it, then you continue in a digital environment, then you make physical models, maybe on wood, you re-digitize it, then you make your clay model, you re-digitize it, and this really kills your efficiency. And then we said, okay, let's keep the total design chain in the digital way, and if you want to touch it, print it out. And if you print it out, then you can project on it with projection mapping. And we tested out a lot of variants. So we had the washing machine as a use case. So you had the drum, you have the colors, the drum is turning. You can have a look into behind the glass virtually. And we even incorporated sensors on it, touch sensors, so that you can really manipulate the washing machine and choose a program. And then you see, okay, what's displayed on there. And so it's a nice, quite pragmatic idea how to combine physical world and virtual world and avoiding these media breaks. And yeah, that worked out, and it's easy way. It's not rocket science. In 10 years, that works already today.
One remark, because physical and digital, in my opinion, is only missing something, and that's us people. So why not bring in the social reality as well? You have the social reality, the physical world, and the digital world, and then you get 3 dimensions. And also the still existing social physical dimension will also always be there. So for me, just looking at physical digital is falling short on us people. We should bring them also in it, and then you get a triangle with 3 dimensions instead of 2.
Thank you. I'm looking at Cristina. I think we ran out of time, so allow me to thank again the 3 speakers that brought a lot of insightful wisdom and immersive present situation, I would say, more than future. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much to all the speakers and also to our moderator. Just mention to all of you that we are going to have a short coffee break, and we will reconvene back at 3:30 in this room. And coffee break, it's actually at the ground floor in the same pavilion. Thank you so much.
Multitasking is always part of that.
Hello, welcome back. Hope you had a good time. Refreshing lunch. Are we ready to start? Yes. Okay. It is my pleasure now to introduce Mr. Quentin Jordan, researcher at Nimbus, who will present a forward-looking keynote on how extended reality is revolutionizing vocational education and training. Am I correct? His work shows immersive learning experiences can enhance workforce readiness and improve accessibility to practical skills development. Please.
So hi everyone, it's a pleasure to be here with you at the United Nations Virtual World War 2025. So I'm Quentin, I'm the head of research and training at Nimbus. Nimbus is a tech company based in France at Toulouse. We are specialized in the development of immersive learning softwares, more specific to develop gesture and procedural skills and for vocational training in your students. So basically, we have like more than 15 simulators focused all on different kind of jobs, manual and procedural jobs. And we cover more than 30 jobs right now with our solutions. One of our specificities relies in Vulkan. Vulkan is a web platform connected to all of our simulators and the simulators of our partners. And it allows us to customize different kind of experiences your students may have inside the simulation, but also to track down their performances and behaviors inside the simulation. But let's focus on the more specific and interesting subject now, the topic about how do you integrate immersive training technologies inside the practice of your training organizations. Basically, when we talk about immersive learning, it refers to the use of different kinds of immersive technologies, such as virtual reality, augmented reality, or even mixed reality, in the goals to develop the competencies and the skills of your trainees. Immersive learning has several kind of benefits when they are used in an educational context. One of the first is to reproduce different kind of environments tailored to the specific needs of your training organization and your training staff. Basically, you can do whatever you want inside virtual reality. Well, they have limits, of course, but if you, for example, want to reproduce an environment with different kind of penguins inside and you want to talk with them, well, you can. But the main question here you have to answer before that is it pedagogically relevant to do so? All right. It's always the first question that you need to answer before you get starting with immersive learning technology. What is the pedagogical goals that you need to answer to foster learning and training for your students? Another kind of benefit that you may have inside in the use of immersive learning technologies is to duplicate a given situation to foster skills acquisitions. And for that, you need to know how to duplicate and reproduce different kind of skills in a given situations. Like, for example, here on the screen, you can find different kind of sensors related to a specific kind of skills. And with that, with this kind of experiences, you may reproduce situations to develop this kind of skills with your students. But to develop an immersive learning software inside your training organization or with different kind of partners, first, you need to follow different kind of steps. And the first one is to define and to be sure that the skills that you need to develop is properly defined and used inside immersive learning situation. So the first thing that you need to do in order to develop this kind of immersive learning software is to do a need analysis. And for that, you need to know how to target the key trainers inside your training organizations. This is a key trainer that will help you and will help us as a developer to design this kind of situation and to share their expertise in the development of a learning software. Once you target these key trainers to share their experience with us and to know how to develop actually and define the skills that you need to find inside the immersive learning software, you need to conduct a job analysis. That's what actually we do when you develop any kind of immersive learning software. We want to capture different kind of key indicators inside their jobs, inside their practices, in order to duplicate that in virtual environments. So basically what we do is we go on site and we capture with videos, with photos, with interviews with different kind of experts in order to collect different kind of data that will be useful to us to develop the scenarios found inside the simulation. And last, it's a big communication and collaboration exchange between experts, developer experts, trainers experts, job experts, in order to define the skills that you need to find inside the simulation. And to define also the learning objectives. And for that, we need not only to define the skills that we need to develop, but also the indicators and the sensors that you will find inside the simulations. Once you collected all the data that you needed to develop the software, you actually start to develop the software. And first you do the specifications. It's like the Bible that guides you during all the different kind of steps to develop an immersive learning software. So it will specify the different kind of technical and indication specification inside the documents, and it will be the guideline for us to develop this kind of software. Then you do the development work, actually. You duplicate the environments, you do the infographic work, you do the 3D development in order to define the scenario, to develop the scenario, to develop the indicators, to develop the skills, and so on. Once you develop the software, the real part begins. It's when you need to be sure that your staff, your pedagogical staff, know how to use this kind of technology and know how to integrate this kind of technology inside the practices. Because an immersive learning software don't do all the things that need to be done to train the students. It's just a tool. It's a complementary tool to their practices, and for that they need to understand how to use it properly, efficiently inside their practices. So for that, they need to first master the immersive technology and then do pedagogical design. Pedagogical design in order to know when, where, and why in their curriculum, in their training paths, in their practices, they need to integrate efficiently immersive learning. Once they did, you conclude this kind of development phase of a simulators by testing it in a real life situation. So with students, with trainers, with teachers. And with this kind of test, you can know if it's an added value to your trainees for enhance their performances and their skill acquisitions, but also to know if it's an added value to the pedagogical practice of your trainers. So it's a three-step process. First, you define the needs. Then you do the development process, and after that, you be sure to test it with your trainers and your trainees, and be sure also to handle it well with your trainers, to know how to use it efficiently. Here are some examples that we did at Members to develop this kind of technologies. For example, we did like pulse recording with the federation in order to foster engagement and appeal of this industry for the learners. With there, we developed a software about logistics where basically we train students to do collaborative tasks together inside the same virtual environment. And with chemistry, what we did with the CNAM is to develop a laboratory when the students can handle different kind of manipulation in laboratory in order to exercise themselves. And with their tests, we know that it enhances their understanding of laboratory manipulation with the students. So basically, it's a three-step process in order to develop any kind of immersive learning technologies. And it's focused first on the needs, then on the development, and then on the tests. However, the use of immersive learning is a part of a broader process than just a proof of concept project. It's what we call a change management project because we change the practices inside your organization and mostly the practices of your trainers. And for that, you need to guide them. And it starts with you, basically. It starts with the policymakers, with the founders, with the director makers, with the directors, with the managers, to be sure to have the right funding resources and help to guide the trainers and the developer during all this process. So first, you need to find the ambassadors, you need to find the funding, you need to find the resources needed in order to develop this kind of project and to apply it inside your organization. Then you do the planning, you find a change manager in order to conduct this kind of projects. And also you start to have a better expertise in immersive to be sure that the partner that you have during the development of this kind of situation and simulation know how to develop this kind of technology. Then you go to the conception and deployment phase, like I talked about earlier. First of all, to develop or to acquire this kind of technology, and then to deploy it in different kind of training centers that you may have. Finally, you close this kind of project with an administrative review, with collecting different kind of data of indicators inside your training organization on how this technology is used and how it can be an added value to your training programs. And then you do post-project supports. But basically, it won't be a change management project if there are not any needs or resistances that you need to address inside your training organizations. Because it's a challenge for trainers to master this new kind of technology. And first, you need to address those needs. And those needs are about the skills they need to develop in order to use these kind of technologies, but also the time they need to have to acquire it. And first, the support that you need to find inside your organization in order to answer the different kind of needs. For the resistances, most of them are concerned about the credibility when they use these kind of technologies. Credibility because this kind of technologies, immersive technologies, are really close to video games and will be the first question that they will need to ask you when you want to introduce this kind of technology inside your organization, your training organization. Is it serious to use this kind of technologies inside your program, inside your curriculum? It's too close by to video games. It won't be something like real life. This is the kind of questions that you may face when you talk with a real trainer in real life. Like, is it really credible to use this kind of technology? And you need to reassure them that it is, because it's focused on their needs and it is focused on their practices. One of the second resistance is about the breakdown and dysfunctional that they can have using these kind of technologies. Because you have to put it in the context, like most of the time the trainers will be in front of the trainees and they need to handle the structure and the facilitation of the course perfectly to be credible with the trainees. And for that, if there are any kind of dysfunction, they have to be autonomous enough to know how to handle it well. And the last kind of resistance that you may face, it's about their job per se. It is the use of this kind of technology can be immersive learning, but it also can be artificial intelligence or any new kind of technology. It will be something, a new methodology, a new tools that will change the perception of the role they have of the training itself. So you need to reassure them, to tell them that they won't change their practices, they won't change the roles they have as the trainers, it will just change the way they teach with their trainees. And for that, they need to understand that immersive learning technologies or artificial intelligence is just another tool that they may use, like a PowerPoint they did like until now. So that's why we talk about change management. It's because we need to reassure them, we need to accompany them, we need to guide them through the use of this new kind of technologies and to be sure that they know how to handle it well inside the classes, inside the practices. I was talking about skills they need to develop in order to use this kind of immersive learning software inside their practices. Mainly, there are two different kinds of skills. The first one is know how to integrate immersive learning technologies. Basically, it's know how to do instructional design, how to do pedagogical design, easier that way, in order to adapt their practices to integrate immersive learning inside their courses. So they need to know what is the simulator about, what is the context, what is the different kind of exercise they may find inside the simulator. They need to know how to target the proper skills they need to develop inside their own curriculum or their own training paths, to choose adequately the immersion time with their students, to develop or adapt the curriculum in consequences and accordingly. And to do that, when they succeed to know, to answer the few questions of how, when, why they use the immersive learning technologies, they can do multimodal and individualized learning paths to their trainees. And this, in whatever context they may use, pedagogical context they may use with the immersive learning technology. It can be, for example, in the positioning phase, like before the actual training starts, to assess the prerequisite of the students, or just to be sure they know they have the right amount of skills and competency to follow the training path. It can be in the introduction of a new skill, to introduce a new way of doing with specific jobs, or to do formative assessment, or even to do certification, it depends. So if they know how to integrate this kind of technology inside their practices, they will know how to use it with their students. Basically that. Well, the last thing, the last competencies they need to develop is to know how to facilitate a training, to facilitate a course with immersive technology. Is to know how to structure a session, a course, with their students and with the use of immersive learning technology. Because basically they need to know how to use individually, to know with one student or to know with several students at the same time, to do it collectively with the whole class. To use the immersive learning technologies and software to show them specific situations, specific events that they need to develop with their students. And for that, they need to develop they need to have different kind of knowledge and skills to do so, to contextualize the situations, the training situation with the immersive learning technology with their students, to guide them in their use, but also to project them in the learning path in order to develop the skills they need to acquire for their future job. Once they develop the two different kind of skills, they know how to use immersive learning technology. They know how to use a specific software, but more broadly, to know how to use immersive learning. And immersive learning, in this sense, can be used in different kind of situations, always related to competencies and skills. It can be used as a career exploration or vocational guidance to be sure that your students are in the right path to develop their competency and to acquire a job. It can be in training, it can be in certification, and it can be in recruitment. It depends on the situation. But the main point here is to know how to use these kind of technologies, and when you don't have to use this kind of technology, other more classical pedagogical approach can be used. That's all, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Jordan. Definitely, we need a cultural shift, I would say, more than only for, a technological immersion. Okay, while we wait for Cristina to come back, I would like to introduce the next session that showcases cutting-edge initiatives from across the UN system. These projects use virtual worlds and AI to bridge digital divides, empower communities, and build inclusive digital ecosystems in line with the Pact for the Future. Please, I will call the panelists for you. I'll give you the floor, no problem. Our moderator, Mr. Cristina Bueti, counselor and focal point of smart sustainable cities and AI-powered virtual worlds at ITU. If you don't know her.
Grazie, Franca. So thank you so much. So I would like actually to invite my colleagues, they are not actually panelists, but they are my colleagues, to join me on stage. So Nevena, Tom, Dario, Richard, and Sebastian. So this session will be probably the only session that you will see where, you know, a part of having many UN colleagues in the same panel, it's also the good moment to show unity and to show what we do as a UN family. So it will also be a great opportunity to share with you the different activities that the different UN entities are doing. And I hope that after today's discussion and session, you know, you're gonna go back and think that, you know, we do a lot of activities that have really an impact on people. So without any further ado, let me begin with Women First. So Nevena is an innovation officer at FAO, and she is the leading expert on foresight methodologies in the agri-food systems. So Nevena, over to you.
Thank you, Cristina. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I would like to take you to, sorry, that's the thing, to explore together a fascinating and fundamental, in my view, paradox. The paradox between the very physical and human agri-food systems and the virtual worlds. So from one hand, we have this agri-food systems where everything is very tangible. We have soil, we have seed, we have fruit, We have people on the market. We have the harvesting process that is very social. And of course, we have the food consumption that we cannot imagine really to transfer with the same power into virtual worlds. And from the other hand, the virtual frontier that is deeply digital with avatars, algorithms, data streams, and digital interactions that are very different. While agri-food systems are also conservative in terms of innovation. So the core question is how we can make agri-food systems empowered by virtual worlds without compromising the endeavor, or in other things. You know, I presented this soil, sun, and interaction picture of agri-food systems, but there is another side of the agri-food systems, the dark side of agri-food systems. We all know that we live in a polycrisis, and of course, food is a sensitive topic. We all have attitudes toward food. We eat, if we are lucky, 3 times per day. So everything that is related to our food is our business. It's a very personal business. Well, not everybody is so lucky to have 3 times food per day. Every one out of 10 people are going every night hungry to bed. And every 10 minutes, a child dies because of hunger. So if we want to help our agri-food systems, we need to do the things right and use all powers that we have, all superpowers. Virtual frontiers are one of those superpowers. So in order that FAO fulfills its mandate to our members to provide policy guidance and strategic directions for the development of virtual worlds, we started first with seeing what is available and what kind of lessons we can learn for policy perspectives. So we found us great cases for success stories in the global south. One is, for instance, the AI in precision farming, where, for instance, in India, we had a productivity increase by 30% per hectare. In Uganda, we had an improving crop resilience by 25%. Another very powerful application of virtual worlds is for emergency and preparedness training, where we cannot actually be in the middle of a crisis, but for physical reasons, but we can simulate this. So 2-3 years ago, and the Corn of Africa has been devastated by the most destructive pest, that's the locust. And these are basically insects that are so many that they can, for one day, they can eat the food of 35,000 people. So FAO managed the crisis to a great extent due to the use of virtual worlds. And this was the way that we saved $1.8 billion. Then my favorite application is probably the nature-based and ecological transitions. Well, you use less chemicals or nature-based chemicals in agriculture and other ecosystem practices. And for instance, in Brazil, the metaverse was used in collaborative platforms for farmers to co-design innovations related to agroecological transitions. And not only in Brazil. So with these platforms, you could actually reinvent the idea of co-innovation. So farmers in Brazil, in India, many other places could come together and co-innovate, not only farmers, all types of stakeholders involved. So research, private sector, etc. Of course, supply chain optimization is another very powerful application where AI-driven logistics were used for bringing farmers to retailers without retailers, just directly to the consumer. This is the very much emerging concept of consumer to food, where you find the food where you are, and you don't need retailers. So this is a way to cut post-harvest losses from 30% to 44% only in Kenya. And of course, it's also a very powerful tool to reimagine traditions and city-verse, including city-agri-verse intersection. So based on these and many other cases, we found these 4 key applications: for technology and innovation skills, for knowledge integration, for instance, co-innovation, also blending indigenous wisdom with the modern science, something that it's very rarely happening nowadays in the physical world. The risk mitigation and emergencies, and reimagining the systems. So we have this issue in the global agri-food systems. Apparently, the current business models are not functioning. So what we have to do is to reinvent the agri-food systems, and to be able to understand how we do it right, we need to use virtual worlds. There are, however, challenges to be addressed, and we heard about the triangle between the digital infrastructure, investment needs, and technical skills and digital divide. I would like to bring another, a 4th element to it, and that's the fragmentation issues. Fragmentation issues that not only relate to digital silos and the lack of standardization and interoperability between different technologies, part of the virtual worlds, but also fragmentation in the projects that we do on the ground. So we are here, UN colleagues, and I'm sure that every agency has almost a project in Kenya, but it's not so common that we merge forces and work together. So this is a possibility for discussion lately. So how to maximize benefits and minimize risks? What we did, we used foresight. As it has been said this morning, we had 2 publications related to emerging technologies and innovations in agri-food systems, and metaverse or agriverse was found as one of the 10 emerging interdisciplinary innovation fields that is able to shift the paradigm towards more efficiency, sustainability, and democratization as a blended approach. However, the findings based on the expertise of 500 and more experts and also stakeholders in agri-food systems showed that despite that agriverse was found as very powerful, the impact for sustainability, inclusion, and resilience is perceived low at this moment. I mean, of course, we have taken also different time frame, but what emerged very strongly from this foresight exercise is that we have to invest in policies and governance. That's the thing we have to do primarily. So this is, we have to not only invest, we have to innovate in policies and governance, and also ethics and societal implications. So what we have to do is work more on anticipatory governance, not reactive governance, decentralized governance, multi-stakeholder governance, with those 5 key elements: guiding values, strategic intelligence, stakeholder engagement, agile regulation, and international cooperation. And we also have to reinvent those key elements one by one. So in the policy brief that we are going to publish soon, we propose key policy interventions related to infrastructure investments, open standards, data governance, and also anticipatory governance and digital literacy. So to conclude, what we have to do is to add value on the leveragers, those cases that we know will do a systemic change of the agri-food systems. Once we have identified those cases, we do targeted interventions, particularly at policy level, and invest in anticipatory governance. So my final words are call to action for partnerships for impact. Let's go together in strategic investments, in multi-stakeholder collaboration, and also to activate the roadmap that Vincent Martin, the director of the Office of Innovation in FAO, provided more information this morning about, focused on investment portfolios and specific criteria that touch upon ethics. So I know that partnerships becomes a buzzword, and it's more about fantasy today. But I work with foresight, and I'm a dreamer. So who else will do the partnership with, if not us, UN colleagues? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Neven, and I think that partnership is definitely something that we will have and we will explore. So now happy actually to introduce Tom, who is the Chief of Learning Innovation here at the ITC ILO, and it's also a senior executive with over 2 decades of experience. So Tom, over to you.
Thanks a lot. And actually, I immediately want to change the title of my presentation because I made it a few days ago. After the city-verse, the agri-verse, I want to come up with the phygital-verse because that inspired me. So allow me to change it, and maybe in the upcoming 7 minutes to share with you a few reflections on the topic and impact innovation, and maybe also inclusion out there. I'm leading here an innovation lab, which is actually right across this pavilion, where we, based upon lessons learned, think what can we do with immersive technologies in general. I mean, they are integrated into that lab. It's not only here residential, but also online and more in the field, different locations. And if I would look at our own mandate, and if maybe also for the UN colleagues, if you would have to position your UN agency or your own organization on this kind of vector in terms of AI or immersive technology adoption, where would you position yourself? Do you get an active mandate within your organization to actually actively experiment with these new technologies? And secondly, is there also an innovation culture present, which we here try to evolve in the past 10 years, I would say. And here we are basically always circulating a little bit between, you know, we do a good pilots and experiments, but is there space to jump from the orange towards the blue kind of color where we really address it in a more structured way, so that maybe also one day we can scale up some of the efforts that we are here showing. So that's the first reflection. Second reflection, immersive technologies is not just coming in here, it's blending in a very hybrid way with the learning journeys that we have been creating over the past, actually this year we are celebrating 60 years of existence here. You maybe have seen it on our campus. And I would say that immersive learning, the whole spectrum there, would be a kind of a fourth component that integrates or infuses itself in what we would call our Learning 3.0 journey. So it's actually accelerating, it's amplifying, it's currently not replacing. It's actually a combination of the four different factors that you see out there. And if I would have to look very specifically in the immersive training spectrum, then it would be going from what you have seen in the different presentations, also from basically traditionally skills-based interventions towards, let's say, behavior altering. Now, if I have to look with an innovation eye to these immersive technologies, then specifically in the first one, I mean, immersive technologies have been out there for the past 20, 30 years out there. If I would, for example, give here a use case that we recently did, I think 2 years ago. By the way, everything I tell, actually, I represent here Nicole. Is Nicole here in the room somewhere? Nicole is our immersive technology specialist. So what I'm showcasing is not what I do, it's basically what she does with her team. But this was actually training labor inspectors in Qatar on the identification of occupational safety hazards in the 130 labor inspectors that are out there. Is that new? No. Is it completely changing the paradigm? No, but it's really integrating with, let's say, some of the residential trainings that we do and also the individual training opportunities we give to these labor inspectors. Moving on to, for example, interactive active simulation during COVID, emergency simulation training was completely put on halt. And there we started with a kind of an active pilot with our World Food Program colleagues to do emergency logistics training, which is now scaled up to actually a lot of different training. Is that new? No, because they do it already face-to-face, but the newness was we can now replicate it 6 times a year instead of one very expensive training in the field. So it's always looking what is the added value out there. Actually, I don't know if Chris from Body Swaps is here, but if he looks at the immersive training spectrum, he says the holy grail of immersive technologies, he calls it, actually I'm showcasing here a case, maybe I'll do it with the use case here. We have been using Body Swaps here for soft skills training, where we basically focus, this was done in Indonesia, on sexual harassment in the garment sector. Actually a successful pilot that is now probably going to be scaled up also in other countries. Why do I say it's new? Well, here we start to finally do something which we cannot do in, let's say, a real setting. Yes, we do role plays, yes, we do simulations, but the fact that Body Swaps basically at one point changes your perspective from the eyes of the other person is something that you cannot do in real life. So my question is always, are we using this technology in a way that otherwise it would be impossible? I think here at kind of an image from Nicole, I think this is a group of people walking through a kind of a blood vessel where they experience actually what is happening in relation to certain kind of diseases that would be extremely difficult to do in real life. So here also to all the practices that we see, where could we see innovative practices? I think our FAO colleague was imagining Foresight. We're running right now Foresight Labs in VR. Why do I think it's interesting? Because there you can really use the 3-dimensionality and create perspectives that you cannot have in real life. Wind tunneling, one of the techniques out there. We created a tunnel where you walk in and where you test out all the different assumptions of the projects that you have done. What you see here is a group of ILO directors that were walking through a 1-hour city walk based upon a Foresight city exercise they have done in the past, let's say, 2 weeks, and they saw the results of their own future visions on that city. So here we really go on to what the summer model is, really go into something which is a bit more transformational. It's not just digitalization, which could also give an added value. It's practical, but it really changes something in the setup of the overall learning experiences. It changes it. It's not just augmenting it, or it's not just substituting what we have seen in the early days of VR, as they were basically substitutions of first world reality, where we didn't see really an added value. We would sit in exactly the same aula somewhere in a digital university. So where are some of these new models so that we don't replicate old behaviors in, let's say, new technologies? And I'm not talking only about, let's say, immersive technologies. Maybe 3 final reflections here. And as I said, I want to move from experiments towards structural innovation. So I have to also ask the question, what is the impact of all this? On this pilot in Indonesia, we have actually launched an external impact study. So an impact study not done by the technology provider, but through actually university and independent consultants, which resulted into a 50-pager that actually helps you to reflect about reality. What I found interesting, it's not, let's say, it was a kind of very, how would I call it, pragmatic, positive evaluation of the entire experiment. But what I realized, if we have to measure the impact of immersive technologies, we probably will also need to change the traditional learning analytics that we are using to measure training. It cannot be done with our traditional systems anymore. So also, how would you measure, let's say, engagement analytics in immersive technologies? So this is the first reflection that we do. Measuring will be different. Secondly, what we have seen with immersive technology in a lot of studies, and specifically with AI now on board, it's always about doing productivity, basically. Better, stronger, faster, and more. So better, stronger, and faster is maybe a nice song of Daft Punk, but I think in educational outcomes, we would need to think differently. More is not always better, I would say, or if we want to basically analyze educational progress, it might be not always about, let's say, size or digital speed, but as much as it is about, let's say, direction and the vision. So when we start these projects, we try to make sure that the underlying vision is right, because if the vision is not there, and if we go into the wrong direction, technology will get us there faster. Then a few reflections, actually one illustration of this, and actually last year in Geneva, we only talked about immersive technologies. Now we actually are bringing AI-infused immersive technologies out there. The best thing of actually doing things old ways and new ways is, for me, when we think about AI in some of these things. The biggest risk of AI is that it automates ineffective practice. That's why I want to connect it again. What kind of underlying vision do you put into your learning strategy out there? For us, it's much more than, you know, pouching like a few technological headsets. We have seen in a lot of projects that it's dealing with changing mindsets. Last elements here, what about innovation? And then maybe I'll repeat one question that I asked to the previous panelist. And okay, we have added AI to the game. We have added now VR, XR, the immersive technologies spectrum. But if we would look at the coming wave where really innovation will be possible, then I would basically, again, center a little bit on AI and ask the following, let's say, question. So any Cambrian explosion of AI offspring will, occur at its intersection with other technologies and systems. And that's why we more than ever need a kind of, let's say, an ecological approach, not only to define the opportunities, but also to see what are the potential risks. What could that be with, let's say, a very concrete example? At this stage or in this conference, we are making the links between AI and, let's say, mixed realities there in terms of presencing, storytelling, training. But what would happen if we also connected with the other technological vectors out there to see really breakthroughs in learning and training? The last question, and also I'm happy specifically our previous colleague, and I think it would be a call to everyone, the use cases that we have presented so far, I think we need to have a little push to go beyond, let's say, Europe, the States, and China in this kind of field. That's why I was happy to see already a few of them. Maybe that's a call for adding more of these use cases. I think a few years ago, we did an action on digital inclusion where we tried, specifically in developing countries, to change the narrative on digital inclusion, because also in immersive technologies, it's always going to be about infrastructure, connectivity, maybe also a little bit skills, but also there we need a kind of a larger picture on it. Often when we get criticized of our activities, that, yeah, that's already too high on the technological spectrum, but for us, it's independent. We're running in, for example, in Bangladesh now in Tibet centers, actually interesting programs on augmented reality where the whole curriculum is not just a text-based book in 2 dimensions, but also through low mobile devices actually have also, let's say, some augmented reality of machinery that is used there, and that's really an added value in the curriculum. So it can be used in any country, it just needs to be contextualized and adapted. Not only new narratives will be needed in these cases, I think also a mobile-first approach, which we have been fancying already for the past 20 years, and also what I heard in the last panel, let's say different engagement strategies with our final users to get these projects actually done. I have personally 2 feelings to end up, to connect also the dots in my presentation. One is that within our, let's say, innovation lab, we have this kind of uncomfortable feeling that we are in eternal beta. We are basically every day questioning what we are actually doing today with the scope what is going to happen tomorrow. There's always a bit of critical reflection. We have always the feeling that we do 1 step ahead and then 2 steps back, but we do that consistently over the years. And if you do that over a decade, you see some progress. I think also there, a bit of more long-term thinking is needed beyond our typical UN biannual cycles of budget. So that would be one reflection. And to keep that eternal beta spirit alive, specifically in the field of also being critical. I think we have the honor here of also have a dear friend of mine, Tim Unwin, who's probably also here, who has been writing a lot about what about, let's say, the marginalized computing, and also turn that discussion into the field of ICT for development. The last thing, and that's the thing that I will repeat, I've seen it a lot in the conference out here. I actually want to illustrate it with a picture that was taken in my original country, which is Belgium. It's this one. It basically says, well, hey, ChatGPT, finish this building. But it's a kind of reminder, maybe in 10 years from now, that picture won't be possible anymore. But again, what cannot be done where is actually the special superpower, human power that you actually have seen that could also accelerate, add value, or augment, let's say, the more IT machine. And if that question or vision is basically at the center of our attention span, then maybe real new things can happen. So that's it from my side. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tom. And I would like now to welcome Dario Liguti, Director of the Sustainable Energy Division at UNEC. Dario, over to you.
Thank you very much, and glad to be here. The second session, second time of the UN Virtual Worlds after the launching of last year in Geneva. I won't pick up your ChatGPT finish the building, but I show you how ChatGPT can help actually transform our energy system. And let's start. First of all, let's start. You know, it's the focus of my presentation will be how energy and digital technologies overall, not just AI, but more in general, digital technologies are actually should be very much intertwined in what is the work that we're doing at the Economic Commission for Europe when it comes to the energy transformation. So let me tell you first background on the energy transition. You know that energy contributes to about 70% of the greenhouse gas emissions around the world. And it's a super inefficient system because in the transformation from energy sources to energy services, we lose between 5 and 30% of that content, of that energy content. And this is obviously a huge challenge. So we are wasting resources and creating pollution. On the bottom of that, you see 6 different countries, and you see it's a graph of energy sources on the left-hand side of each one of them, and the energy services, what you actually do with the energy that is produced on the right-hand side. And the colors are different sources of energy. So you see, it's very complex. It's actually, somebody has said that the energy system is probably the most complex system that man has ever built in our society, and is the lifeblood of all our societies. Without energy, we go back to, I would say, even times previous to the Middle Ages. Just think about what happened, for example, very recently in places like Spain or the south of France when we had one day of blackout. and other places around the world where people don't have access to energy, like in Africa, 600 million people don't have access to energy overall. Think about that living conditions of those people where we are. So what do we need to do, and how this digitalization has anything to do with the energy transition? Where the energy transition, we say there are 4 Ds. One is decarbonization, the 70% greenhouse gases. The other one is decentralization. We need to move from a highly centralized system, which is the fossil fuel-based system, to a hybrid system where you have multiple sources, some of them decentralized, some of them more centralized places. So decentralization, deregulation, because you need to change the whole framework, the whole system of our energy systems. And the last one is gas digitalization. The energy system is a highly analog world. And one of the biggest issues is to introduce digitalization in the energy system, in the energy transformation. One of the biggest challenges, and we already heard before, is the governance of that digitalization. I'll show you in the next slide how we use digitalization to drive the energy transition. But one of the challenges I want to put up front, the biggest challenges in harnessing the power of digitalization is the lack of a framework of governance for these digital technologies at global level. And the fragmentation that we have in the energy transition, think about every country different energy transition, it's reflected in the fragmentation that we have in the application of digital technologies to that. And therefore as well, again, the inefficiencies about using excellent technologies, very up to speed technologies in driving the energy transition. So how do we use already today digital technologies? Well, digital twins. That is, we have seen in some of the previous presentations what digital twins are there, but we already have those digital twins. They are used by utilities, they are used by energy producers, they are used by traders of energy to modernize, to take advantage of the energy transition and simulate what the future energy system should be. Virtual power plants. Virtual power plants, these are power plants who combine existing assets. We have seen as well in some of the previous presentations about how you can use a digital technology to connect existing physical assets and create a virtual power plant and activate that virtual power plant according to your demand. Obviously, energy management in buildings. Buildings is one of the, about 40% of the energy that is consumed in the world goes into heating, cooling, and lighting up buildings. And therefore, managing the energy in buildings is crucial for the energy transition because we need to lower energy consumption. The world of the future, it has to be a world of less energy consumption and less inefficiencies in its energy use. And therefore, of course, having buildings that consume less energy is of paramount importance. Another example is, we talked about decentralization. Decentralization means that you have systems which can be autonomous or which can communicate between each other, which are hooked up to a more general, to a larger framework. Well, digital technologies help hooking up these islands, these separate energy islands, and participating in a larger system. Why? Because this makes these systems more resilient to climate change impact, to man-made disasters, and all of the issues that are around that. Remember, energy resilience is of paramount importance, and we have seen what happens in places, in war, for example. Think about the energy infrastructure of Ukraine, or think about the impact of climate change on our energy infrastructure. Think about 2 years ago when there was a drought in Europe, the collapse in the nuclear energy production in France because of the lack of water. Some of these issues it's very difficult to plan the energy systems of the future with the uncertainty that we have today and the uncertainty that we will be facing because of climate change. And therefore, having these digital technologies that help us design energy systems which become more resilient, connect physical assets that they find themselves impacted by climate change is of paramount importance. Again, I say all of this works if you have the right governance. Of course, digital technologies can be used for and in favor, can be, in favor of the energy transition, but can be quickly become as well weaknesses. Think about issues around cybersecurity. You have read in the press how many times they've been ransom attacks on utilities, and what happened in other countries. You know that there is already part of common or today's wars is attacking the energy infrastructure of the place that you are against with, the countries that you're against with. In this, we have seen it every day. So all of these issues are critically important for the energy transition. I'm pushing here a little bit the boundary around digital technologies. Here we say are similar to natural resources such as air and water. Why? Air and water today are managed more or less, but there are conventions to preserve water. There are conventions to preserve air. There should be conventions tomorrow to regulate artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence has the same power of creation and destruction as nuclear energy. Nuclear energy, that we set up institutions, we set up regulations to regulate nuclear energy, but we should be doing the same for artificial intelligence and more sophisticated digital technologies. This is something that we've been pushing a lot in our work, and to make the comparison between the two, because the two, even though they're completely different, but they're very similar in terms of the governance mechanisms that are necessary going into the future, and to harness their potential as in Pacific in ways that help the development of human society. So what do we do here? UNIC, we provide a platform for countries of everything that I said before to discuss about this, to create policy frameworks which are conducive to using these digital technologies in the right way, to support innovation in the right way, with a regulated innovation, normative guidance and capacity building. We heard a lot about training and education, etc. Well, we do contribute to that. We'll look at more at capacity building from the policymaking perspective, policymakers' perspective. And this is really what we spend a lot of time doing, that and linking the 4Ds that I said before in a way that is a positive way and that supports member states' energy transition. So this is just a graph. But what I would like to conclude with is with an ambition, an aspiration, maybe, turn technologies into trust. I think this is critical. We heard the word several times today about trust. And we need to trust these new technologies. They need to be trustworthy, and we need to trust them. So it's a bilateral relationship between us and these technologies. Turn complexity and coordination. I talked about the energy system as one of the more complex, is not the more complex ever built by the human. Well, we need to transform that complexity into coordination, and turn fragmentation, the governance issue, into something which creates the future as opposed to blocks the future. And we are running a consensus check. We regularly run consensus checks. You have 1 week. You see the QR code there. So please take a picture of the QR code and answer your questions. We do that every year, and we want to get the perspective from practitioners, not only in the energy space, but here from you, which are more dedicated to digital and information technologies, on how you see the future going, and as wide as possible. So please don't hesitate to answer. You have 1 week to answer that. It helps us as well direct the work that we do, introduce issues coming from all the different stakeholders, not just from governments, but more importantly from a wide range of stakeholders around the world. So please do answer. And with that, I thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Dario. I think it was impressive again to remind us how energy is important. Sometimes we take it for granted, but it's not. And with that, I would like now to invite another colleague, Richard, from the World Intellectual Property Organization, WIPO. So Richard, over to you.
Thank you so much, Cristina, and thank you to all the organizers, first of all, for putting in place everything, but especially thanks to you, Cristina, and thanks to Nicole and your amazing teams for making this everything possible. All right, so I have 6 minutes, it's 4:30, and I have 6 minutes to 1, tell you how important intellectual property is in virtual worlds. 2, tell you what the World Intellectual Property Organization is. And 3, give you examples of how we work with everyone, everywhere to create impact, and in the end, encourage you to use our tools. Although I love to speak about these things for hours and hours, I also like a good challenge. So let's start, and let's begin with telling you why intellectual property is important in virtual worlds. In essence, a virtual world is a multiverse of intellectual property. It's packed with creativity and innovation, from the code of the software to the design of the buildings of or the characters, from the music to the branding and the marketing, from the storytelling to the hardware that shapes the experience. All of it protected and enabled by intellectual property, ranging from patents, trademarks, copyright, trade secrets, and many, many more. Just look at this next slide. Almost every component of a virtual world can be protected by various IP rights. Take copyright. It protects anything original, from the software to the audio-visual elements of the virtual world. The text, the audio, the cinematics, the buildings, and sometimes even the entire world, the entire created universe. Another example, trademarks, which protect the brands. These, as you can see, are not only limited to the name of the company or the virtual world. Patents also protect, of course, inventions, and this can include the hardware that shapes that experience, but it can also include cases of innovative gameplay and interactions. There are also designs, trade secrets, and image rights. In some cases even, some of these different assets can be protected by different IP rights. As a virtual world innovator or creator, understanding how intellectual property works is essential to manage your most amazing asset you have, your creativity and innovation. At WIPO, a UN specialized agency, we serve the world's innovators and creators. We do so by providing services that enable to protect and promote IP rights across borders, as well as, of course, we serve as a forum to address cutting-edge IP issues. Our IP data and IP information that we provide can guide decision makers the world over, and our impact-driven projects and technical assistance ensure that IP benefits everyone, everywhere. Let me give you just 3 examples of our work. And I could here, this is the moment where I could go on for hours, but I'll focus on 3 specific examples. First, for the WIPO conversation, we lead the global discussion on IP and frontier technologies. This is an open, inclusive, and multi-stakeholder forum that provides everyone with a leading global setting to discuss the impact of frontier tech on all different IP rights, and it aims to bridge the existing information gap. Over the past 5 years, almost 12,000 people have participated in the WIPO conversation from more than 172 countries, ranging from global experts, by the way, many of them present here in the room today, but also to the SMEs that create impactful on-the-ground initiatives. Past sessions focused, among others, on Gen AI, the multiverse, or data. All of this is recorded and available, of course, from our website. What is perhaps even more important, these conversations are followed by a range of tools that are then provided to our stakeholders. For example, the AI and IP policy toolkit or the upcoming AI infrastructure interchange. When speaking about infrastructure, let's move to our second example. Through our treaties and our technical infrastructure, we connect IP systems across the world to provide global services to protect the IP rights across different borders and share the relevant knowledge that is gathered through our databases. Remember all those different IP rights which were mentioned in the very beginning. Most of them can be protected through the different services that WIPO provides. We can also, of course, provide dispute resolution services as well. Just for the idea of the scope of what I'm talking about, our databases, which by the way are also powered by very many different AI tools, include 122 million patent documents, 17 million designs, 68 million trademarks. All these patents, all these designs, all these trademarks are applied for by companies and individuals from across the world. Many of them are working, of course, in software, virtual world development, and gaming. To me, as a long-time video game player, the first virtual worlds experience I had the opportunity to immerse myself in, and I, by the way, still do, is World of Warcraft, or for those who go really way back, Ultima Online. This is why, thirdly, let me tell you about a project that we have concluded on video game development, a quest for IP. The objective here was that we wanted to help game developers understand through really practical intellectual property tips and tricks how they can manage their companies, their studios to succeed in the industry worldwide. We did this we built the whole project around 5 different levels, from inception phase to launching the game, and each level included a podcast with an interview of one of the leading gaming companies sharing their practical experiences on intellectual property and how they are using it to succeed in the industry. 2, one-page IP checklist that a gaming studio can put up on their wall. So just 5 or 6 points you put up on your wall. Just remember about these 5 or 6 things when you're at that stage of game development. We also had a range of networking opportunities, both through our events as well as our LinkedIn group. And what is also important, we provided one-on-one clinics with leading gaming lawyers for studios from the transition and developing countries, so that they can sit for 45 minutes and get some strategic advice how to protect their intellectual property. The impact of this project, websites with views from 135 countries, more than 6 million engagements across different social media platforms, more than 950 LinkedIn group members on our group, which still exists today, so please join if you're interested. 6 podcast interviews, 6 IP checklists, all of them available, downloaded thousands of times. And what is also important, directly we helped 30 gaming studios from transition and developing countries through our IP clinics. All the podcasts, all the checklists are available for anyone, of course, to download. What is perhaps the most important impact, for me at least, is that we build a community of developers and experts from around the world who continue to work on helping others understand how to use IP to succeed in this industry. A community we also work with on our next projects on gaming, such as, for example, the IP diagnostic tool for developers, guide on IP and esports, and the recently launched International Games and Esports Tribunal. In the end, through our work, we want to help the amazing innovators and creators from across the world to benefit from the intellectual property system. For me, true impact is going to be when Lorena, Dusan on these pictures, or you successfully manage your intellectual property to grow your business, your platform, or your initiative, both in the real or virtual world. And I thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Richard. And finally, let's welcome Sebastian Rovira, Chief of the Digital Transformation Unit at ECLAC. Sebastian, over to you.
Thank you very much, Cristina. I'm very glad to be part of this initiative. And thank to ITU also to invite us to participate on that. I try to be very brief in the sense that I'm the last one that between you and maybe then try the technology and also the cocktail. So I bring actually an experience that we have in Latin America and the Caribbean countries. The idea is how we are also bringing this new initiative and this new experience to support something that it has more than 20 years, that this is the digital agenda for Latin America and the Caribbean. Okay. First of all, what is the digital agenda for Latin America and the Caribbean? This is what we call the ELAC process. Actually, it's a regional strategy together. Today we have also hear about the importance of particular strategies to support digital transformation. And this is particularly important for a region that is in 30 years ago had more or less 40% of the productivity of the US, and today is less than 35% or 30% of the productivity of US. And that means that even though the world is advancing in some way, what happened in Latin America and the Caribbean is not the same. And this is also very related and cross-related to digital transformation. With this regional strategy, also we try to leverage the digital technology for sustainable development in many aspects related to social inclusion, to productivity and production transformation, and also environmental sustainability, in the fact that we are very convinced the importance that it has digital transformation to support innovation, competitiveness, inclusion, and equity at all. The last meeting was last year in November in Santiago. We have more than 350 represented from 41 countries. And it goes back to back also with an initiative for the European Union that is called the European Digital Alliance. And have bring also the possibility to approve the new agenda ILAC 2026. Which is the main important issue in this digital agenda? I promise we are arriving to the main topic related to the event. We have 38 strategic objectives with some main pillars. The main pillars are digital transformation for well-being, one for productive transformation and development, and the last one related to the state. Some of the transversal issues that are part of this agenda is the importance of advance on the meaningful connectivity and digital infrastructure. Many times, particularly in Latin America, we used to talk about connectivity because we used to talk about infrastructure, but what about the meaningful connectivity? And even though, for example, you have countries that more than 90% of 98% of population have access to internet, when you analyze what happened with meaningful connectivity, that implies other elements to identify the possibility and how you are using this technology, actually this go down to even more 22%. And it means even though, okay, it seems that we have solved some aspect related to connectivity, that not means we have solved them at all, but other aspects are starting to be even more and more important. The other aspect is the relation, I think some of you, you and EC, talk about the governance of digital security and digital connectivity, and something that is for sure, it's very important in the agenda. And the last one is related to innovation, emerging technology and artificial intelligence, trying to be the event that supports sustainable development. Some of the key messages that emerge from the technology, the main agenda are related to the ethical and human-centered artificial intelligence, trying to promote these regulatory frameworks, ensure that transparency and inclusive development, also the AI for social welfare and productivity, the importance of building the skills and fostering innovation. It's not just to develop the skills to use this technology, but also to support how you support the skills that you need to develop on this, in artificial intelligence. And the last one is related to global cooperation and open innovation in the agenda. Some of the instruments that we are working on to support the implementation of the agenda. The first one is I think you already talk about these labs, and this is something new, for example, for an institution as ECLAC. We are developing this digital transformation lab. What try to do this lab is actually open a space of experimentation and innovation. And this is something that we do not have to use in the region, because many times, we ask the policymakers to try to support and implement their policy, trying to be more evidence-based policy, but at the same time, you need to implement and develop the policies, and you don't actually have the time to wait till to think about which are the possible impacts of the policy implementation. And the idea of this lab is to open this space to co-create and to co-design new policies. And this sense, we talk about these digital twins. The idea is to think about these digital policy transformation twins. Okay, before passing into action, think about what is the possible impact of these digital policies. The second one is the Observatory on Digital Development, and this is a platform that also facilitates access to indicators and statistics that is very important to also to not just to implement, but also to evaluate the policy you are implementing. This schools on digital transformation. We also talk about this capacity building, and also actually some working groups on digital economy, artificial intelligence, significant and meaningful connectivity, and also for the Caribbean. This toolbox that we have in this digital transformation lab, is a building block. We have some instruments and some tools, but we are also defining and incorporate news. The first one is aspect that are related to some methodological frameworks. For example, we have talked about sandboxes, but we are talking about regulatory sandboxes, because it's very common that every country, at least in Latin America, wants to implement a regulatory sandboxes. But are you prepared to implement a regulatory sandboxes? So this is an instrument that called RESMA. Actually try to identify the maturity of the country to implement a regulatory sandboxes in a specific issue, for example, in artificial intelligence. Another one is related to the level of digitalization, particularly of small and medium enterprises, and the tool called Digitalizate, digitalize yourself. This is to understand which is your capacity to implement and how your small and medium enterprises, your sector, is prepared to implement and include digital transformation. The last one is related to the data science project design guide to be implemented in policies, actually in policy institutions, in political institutions. The second set of tools is related to these complexity models and simulators, and I'm going to be more detailed now in a couple of minutes. And the idea is how to productive digital transformation is a productive digital transformation simulator. Using a computational model for digital economy, the idea is, bring the experience that was developed by Hidalgo and others. This idea of the complexity of product space. You have the product space, and for us it's very important how you are complexing your product space implies what is the value added that you incorporate to the productive sector, and the idea is to define a digital space. And this is how your productive system is prepared in this digital space. Capacity building and then design regional collaborative process. So I'm just finishing. What is the idea behind this productive digital transformation simulation? The idea is trying to be an analytical tool that simulates which, for example, you move or you incorporate some changes in some particular policy related to digital transformation and how this impacts not just in the digital transformation sector, but also in other areas related, for example, to social inclusion and these kind of things. So the idea of how it's important, this model, because it's actually allow us to anticipate, because allow to simulate the impact of very hypothetical future scenarios, evaluate, because allows mission the direct, particularly related to productivity and employment, and indirect related to equity and human, that can be impacted by this transformation, digital transformation policy, and then could also optimize, because at the same time allows you, to make some adjust and incorporate this adjust in the final policy implementation that you're going to take. So this informs the design of public policy and the identification of opportunity from two perspectives. The one is the phase of a change in policy indicator, which is the sector that where we expect to be greatest impact, because it's related to sectors in the productive sectors. And the last one is that to be a target sector, for example, identifying which indicators are there for which policy will have the most impact. So this is more or less just to bring some experience that we are working on that. I think was in the morning someone asked about how our institution, for example, the World Bank or from example ECLAC, is incorporating these technologies are the tools that we're offering to our countries, and I think it's one of the way how we can support and help the countries countries of the region, particularly in Latin America, to identify how we can impact, which is the best policy that we can implement.
Thank you so much, Sebastian. And well, before we conclude the session, allow me also to briefly present to you actually the activities that the ITU, so the International Telecommunication Union, it's actually the oldest UN specialized agency. So this year we celebrated 160 years or so, double as the UN. And what is a bit particular about the ITU is that as part of our mandate, we are a specialized agency, but we are also an international standards organization, comprising actually 194 member states and over 1,000 members, including the private sector, including academia, including also SMEs. And one of, actually, really one of the key words that I think that we had today, it was trust, it was interoperability, it was actually how we can ensure that we can break silos. And I think that one of the definitely laying foundation is standards. Standards are extremely important because they allow us actually to be able to ensure that platform can interoperate, that we can ensure that we can share data, that we can ensure that we can maximize actually the information that is available. And in this regard, actually, the ITU within the United Nations has been the first UN entity to have a first UN resolution on metaverse. And that gave us also a boost in terms of pushing activities not only on artificial intelligence, as we had the previous resolutions a couple of years ago, but also since 2024. So in particular, we started our work with a focus group on metaverse, which gathered over 1,000 experts and developed actually over 50 reports. We also continued the work through a study group that is developing international standards and guidelines, in particular on cityverse and also on digital twins and Internet of Things. And very recently, just actually last week, we created a new joint coordination activity on metaverse standardization to enhance the collaboration really, especially between SDOs and other fora. The work that we do, of course, is not limited also to standards, but also as part of our mandate, we deliver on the ground. And we are doing it through an initiative, which is called the Global Initiative on Virtual Worlds and AI, Discovering the Cityverse, which we had the pleasure to launch last year during the first edition of the UN Virtual Worlds Day, together with UNICC and Digital Dubai, and which now has actually over 40 partners. But we also do a lot of work together with city stakeholders and with also UN entities. And we are doing it through another initiative which we launched together with our colleagues from UNEC back almost 10 years ago. That will be next year, it will be almost 10 years. And it's the United for Smart Sustainable City Initiative. This initiative gathers 19 UN entities, and that's really one of the key examples when UN comes together and collaborates with purpose. We are also fostering innovation. And once again, I think that the UN Virtual Worlds Day provided us, I think, the excuse and the opportunity to team up with different players. So we did it last year when we launched actually the first UN Metaverse Thinkathon. And this year it was time actually to launch the first UN Cityverse Challenge. And I'm not gonna say more because tomorrow you're gonna enjoy the presentation of the best two teams that are here actually
in Turin to show what they have done and their projects. We also believe in the fact that, I think that one of the key words that were mentioned is really partnership, it's collaboration, how we can work together. And I can assure you that the UN Virtual Worlds Day, it's probably one of the best examples on how we can do something together. This is really a 19 UN entities event in a true sense, because it was done, created, established all together. And I think that's where it comes, all the good energy, the positive vibes, and all the passion and enthusiasm that you have heard from my colleagues. So when we look really at the standards, at the work that we are doing, we are really using the governance framework that has been provided actually by the 194 member states through this resolution. We are also doing it involving cities, involving companies, involving academia, when through the global initiative on virtual worlds and AI, we want really to create a cityverse which is people-centered. And when there will be this famous intersection between the physical or digital, or as Tom said, the phygital, one of the other words that we learned today, through these initiatives that has these three pillars from really bringing virtual worlds to life. So putting a lot of efforts in providing the necessary strategic guidance. So, I think as Dario was saying, how important it is to have the necessary governance framework in place. So making sure that, of course, accessibility, sustainability, security are key requirements of a framework that we want to build, and how we connect the dots, how we connected the cities with also, and governments with the real worlds. We are doing it actually, especially in Pillar 2, looking at the intersection of emerging technologies, so going beyond metaverse, going beyond actually even artificial intelligence, but looking at the different enabling technologies. And you're going to hear more about that from Ernesto, who is one of the co-leaders from the city of Valencia, together with UNICC. And that will be also a good opportunity to announce that we are going to host the Cityverse Assembly this year in Valencia on the 3rd of November, and we hope that all of you will be able to join us. The first UN Cityverse Challenge, it was a fabulous moment when, all together, as you can see here, there are many partners that decided to join forces and really have the youth and startup being present in an event that cannot take place without these two crucial actors. So tomorrow is really the moment to celebrate the first category, which is the student team. And I'm delighted actually, because this competition was extremely tough. They went through a very difficult process through a selection that involved 32 mentors and jurors. So that builds also on top of what we are doing in terms of raising awareness about all these topics, and in particular, I think very much in line with what Sebastian was saying, we have been working on digital transformation, and these dialogues have given us the opportunity this year to involve over 3,000 attendees, and that's, I think, how we can reach those that can join us today physically. And then once again, I think that's a great opportunity also to thank all of you today for being here, to thank my colleagues for being fantastic partners in this really, in the organization of this event, but also to thank our sponsors, because they gave us actually the opportunity to give you the nice cocktail that is waiting for you. So looking ahead, we would like to invite you actually to the UN Virtual Worlds Day that will take place in May, on 11 and 12 of May in Geneva next year, and that without that, I will not retain you from the wonderful actually cocktail reception with music, which has been organized for all of you after a day of discussions. So now
time to celebrate, time to enjoy networking, and time to have a lot of fun. And see you tomorrow morning at 9 sharp. Thank you. And sorry, of course, my colleague, the master of ceremony, please remind.
Sorry, may I just ask to do a big clap for Cristina, Yining, Chiara, and everybody else from ITU who worked behind the scenes to make all this possible. They are a very good example of how a collaboration may happen. The orchestrator of all this cannot be other than Cristina Bueti. She forgot to mention, by the way, that now we are over for the day, but let's move on to the ground floor where there is the exhibit, where we can have the chance to actually have some real example of how all these activities operate, all these technologies operate. Let me just list the exhibitors very quickly. Mimbus, EON Reality, The Sandbox, Arthur VR, Another Reality, Next G Cloud, Improvive, Iralta, and the World Economic Forum. At 6, the cocktail, as Cristina was announcing, will be available at the Valentino Bar, close to the cafeteria. See you tomorrow morning, guys.
I hope that IT policy is somehow involved.